excuse me. And some of those were just like, I'm going to use these for strikes. But he doesn't have any other 3-fight campaign, BC, where he attempted at least one takedown in each of those 3 fights. This is a new strategy. It's not that he's trying to be Khabib, of course not. But to your point, mixing in the smarts, mixing in all the other skills that he has, really leaning on that Batman-like tool belt around his waist, and the results speak for themselves.
And look, I don't say this to try to be cheeky or start some 30-minute explanation of all the ways Robert Whittaker can and will win, and just not remember the result of their first fight or how great Adesanya is. I say it more to celebrate this matchup, but also to say, look, I'm sorry. I've watched the tape a million times, not 49 times, but I've seen enough of the loss for Whittaker against Adesanya at 243 and the subsequent 3-fight win streak from Whittaker. And what I'm here to tell you is we got to throw out that first fight, not throw out the lessons Whittaker can learn, but throw out circumstantially who they were at that moment and just say this rematch has the potential to answer all the questions that we really had that first time that we didn't end up getting there. And again, whether we didn't end up getting there because it was more than 50% that Whittaker was compromised, or whether that's just a narrative or an excuse or a storyline, one thing I think you can agree with by rewatching their first fight, for as well-rounded as Robert Whittaker is, and boy is he brought the wrong game plan into that first fight. He's saying he brought the wrong mindset, he brought the wrong fragility of his body physically. He brought a lot of wrong things in there, but first and foremost, Luke, he brought the wrong strategy to come in there consistently on a straight line. And even though he disguised his attempts offensively very well, his defense was tight for the most part, save for that quick knockdown at the end of the first and obviously the finish. But he's still coming in a straight line, loading up, using a ton of energy and effort. And if you're going up against Israel Adesanya, I'm not here to tell you Adesanya is one-sided, because that suggests that there's only one way he can win a fight, and that's not true. But I am here to tell you, if you're going to walk into the spider web of the dominant skill of what makes somebody so great as Adesanya, at the end of the day, Luke, you're going to deserve the loss you got. And Whittaker, looking back, compromised or not, he's not bringing that same game plan into this rematch. And I think the last 3 fights prepared him perfectly for the plan that he will end up bringing in, which is obviously going to look a lot more well-rounded to match his skill set.
I think that is absolutely correct. To me, when I think about why this rematch is so important and what to anticipate, I rewatched the first fight, as I'm sure you did, and it's just not a great strategic approach from Robert Whittaker. In some ways, very uncharacteristic for him in that sense, especially when you compare that to the 3 subsequent fights where he did really retool things. So the first thing I would say is I am in complete agreement. Here's the biggest lesson from that first fight for me. It's that I'm sure his mindset wasn't great, the strategy wasn't great, but I do think it is worth at least pointing out, if Whittaker tries to just have a striking match with Adesanya again, I don't think he can win that. Frankly, I don't think he can go 5 rounds doing that. Adesanya's just, in terms of pure MMA striking versus Rob's is elite, but Adesanya is the specialist of this all special. So in that level, he can't win. But the lesson, as we've indicated from those 3 fights is, well, geez, A, he's a very good striker, to be absolutely clear, and B, when you begin to put these other pieces of his game together, he is just super formidable in every dimension. When everything is playing off the other thing, it raises the overall level of what he can do to a significant degree. So he has, heading into this second fight, he's got the benefit of learning a lot of important lessons about some of the striking that will work. Obviously, he's going to have to strike a little bit, right? Some of that worked, take that back, bring it in, and then use all the other things he has put into practice. Again, BC, this is not, for example, the second fight with Hughes and GSP, where it's like, I don't really know what Matt Hughes is going to do all that differently. Now, Matt Hughes won the first time, so it's a little bit differently, but you realize that St. Pierre was a little bit mentally overwhelmed the first time and blah, blah, blah. But you're just thinking about the rematch, like, dude, what's he going to do differently this time to get the win? There's a lot of things he not only can do differently, he did them differently in the 3 fights after the loss. This is, if you're a Robert Whittaker fan, I would argue, and he looked great on the scales, by the way, best case scenario heading into a rematch.
Right. Nobody wants to go through like some of the hell he went through physically and mentally, but it's made him better for it because of how Whittaker raised his game in those 3 tests. He had to go 5-round chess match with Darren Till. That really, you know, he got his chin tested a little, but it was more about you got to carry out a high-level game plan against a guy who is able to control the fight on his terms. And let's credit Till, he at least did that. Then against Cannonier, Luke, we really got to see more of that evolution and saw his chin, saw his perseverance in some of the scares with his front leg getting chopped up, all that. But I think he really needed the Gastelum fight as well. Sorry, a Cannonier 3 rounds. He needed the most recent one because I know that Gastelum can rightfully be a polarizing figure in that he raises his game so high and then can look so ordinary at times. But I saw a Gastelum who was dialed in, and I think some of the things that Whitaker had to deal with poise, spacing, timing, all of that, becoming more of a counter striker, were very key preparations for what might happen on Saturday night. Because, again, you know, you come at Otasanya, that's what he wants you to do. That's what a guy like Vettori can only do. That's what a guy like Brunson can only do. And once Brunson was unable to take him down, of course, or, you know, even Vettori did get an early takedown and couldn't do anything with it, then it just becomes, look, Adesanya's going to stay at that back foot and chip away at you until the scales shift, until you become fatigued or you start getting marked up, and then he's going to turn the tables and come forward, and more often than not, he's going to finish you. So just on its surface of what this rematch could look like, how different will it look, I think we're going to see the first time of Whitaker needing to execute a flawless game plan, of course, to beat somebody like Adesanya, but such a well-rounded one, Luke, that I think if you look at the tape study history of Adesanya, if you're Whitaker and team, you will want to take certain pieces of what the very few people who have had success against Adesanya on the feet have done. And I think there's enough there. It's asking a lot of a well-rounded fighter like Whitaker to put off a completely perfect, well-rounded attack. I do think, though, he's equipped for it, and I'm very interested to see, you know, if you're going to ask me, BC, what's the thing you're most interested to see early in round one? Whether Whitaker can establish himself as the counter puncher and make Izzy come forward like Romero did, whether you want to give him credit for the things he did or not. And Luke, that changed that tenor of the fight. You make Izzy have to chase you or potentially take a risk like he did with the judges. I think that's a starting point for Whitaker to potentially have some success. He's got to land much more than Romero ever even thought of attempting to do. But I think you got to make Izzy come to you, if at all possible.
Yeah, this is exactly what Blachowicz did. Backed up, waited for Adesanya to get open, shut down all of his leg kicks, which we haven't talked about. We'll talk about that in just a second. And then when he was kind of close to him, you would see these, like, he would wait for Adesanya to throw, right? And then he would blitz him behind it with a 3-4 punch combination, sometimes ending with a kick and landing it. To me, BC, I think that's really important. I'm going to pair what you said with the leg kicking. What was one of the major reasons? It's so subtle, but when you pay attention to it, think about how many times, how many rounds you can go back in, let's say in the Romero fight, in the Blachowicz fight to an extent as well, but even in the second Vettori fight, sometimes when guys are a little bit neutral-ish or not too heavy with their offense, one way Adesanya is able to, like, get rounds in the bag is he goes heavy to the leg kick. The low leg kick. He's very, very good at that and getting out of the way and just kind of scoring with it all the time. He scored a lot in the Whitaker fight for whatever it's worth. Blachowicz, one of the big things he did was from the word go, he was checking everything. He was checking everything he could. Those were not landing very well. And he was kind of waiting for Adesanya to get inside of punching range, and then again, he would blitz on top of it. Those are things I think that Whitaker could do. I don't know how much he's interested in checking because he bounces a little bit. But to your point, in terms of backing up and then being able to score on him in a counterpunching way will be huge. But I do think we should not lose sight of the leg kick. If a guy like Whitaker can either check him, or what I'll be looking for is, does he catch them? It's a way to sort of get that takedown, kind of cheating it a little bit. You don't have to really wrestle so much. You can just catch it. That could be kind of interesting as well.
Because if I'm gonna try to start to build a game plan for Whitaker to make this more competitive, to make this the fight it could be, you know, I want to jump in and say, okay, you got to establish your jab and use it as a weapon, but he's not as big as Blachowicz. And Blachowicz is sneaky with the way that he's got sneaky speed, and also he's very smart in his timing to set up shots. And like you said, he made Izzy kind of have to come after him, and then he was there with that big jab. I'd say Whitaker, the jab's gonna have to be part of it. But man, it really starts and ends with you need Izzy coming at you, because Izzy's, you know, plan A is to build that spider web and have you come in. We all know that. It's not that he can't win with plans B or C, but Whitaker can't win unless he takes Adesanya into plan B or C. So look, when you look at the history again, of people who have had some kind of success. The only thing that what's his name? Derek Brunson had success on was getting Adesanya to the clinch on the stand. But it was always in an effort to try to take him down, and he was continuously unsuccessful to points that he left himself open off the breaks, because a lot of times his punches were too wide, he didn't have the hand speed and the accuracy. Whitaker getting the fight into a standing position in close, it's not an easy task at all, but it's possible, Luke. How is he going to, short of taking Adesanya down, which would obviously be a huge, hope, but it's something that doesn't happen consistently. How much do you think Whitaker, as the smaller man, though, could have that success if he can get inside on Adesanya and dirty this up a bit? Not to the levels that, let's say, DC was saying on the commentary ahead of their first fight of this has got to be a rough, raw war. But you've got to be able to take away that reach and that timing of Adesanya, and the best way may be through the clinch.
Maybe, but you got to be careful there. I mean, I would say, so we've talked about this before, the best way to take Adesanya down, if you look at the tape, historically speaking, which isn't to say someone else couldn't change this by virtue of ability, but historically, when they press Adesanya to the fence line, and in fact, he'll sometimes invite it a little bit for this reason, he's actually very hard to take down along the fence line. Izzy gives up the takedown when he is removed from that space and he throws in the middle of combination or whatever he's doing and someone gets underneath it. That is the best way to get him, because then he has to wrestle scramble, right, where he'll stop the first takedown and you chain it together, and then he can do that. By the way, Robert Whitaker can chain takedowns together, so that's something he'll have to pursue. But if you're going to get to the clinch, I would be, again, his coaches will know more than I ever will, but I would, as just an observer from afar, my personal view, BC, that's a little perilous. I think you can do it, to off-balance him for short bursts, and then you can break him and win on the clinch break. But I think if you're going to do that, you would want to do that almost like you're only assuming a wrestling posture and then only looking for offense on the break. I think if you try, and Rich Franklin talked about this, he thought, oh, you know what, when I went into the clinch with Anderson, the clinch was a strong position for us. I thought we were going to do well, and then Anderson completely annihilated him there. I don't know if it's that same dynamic, but what I would say is in open space, BC, Adesanya is very good in the clinch from offense. His knees are good. His ability to off-balance and turn are good. He's going to be taller than Whitaker, which means he's going to have a natural flow with that position a lot easier. So he can do it, but under very strict conditions.
Romero was able to get into punching range without taking heavy damage, but he overcommitted to defense, but it really was the threat of his strikes. He at least landed that big overhand right on Adesanya in round one to set a tone that if you mess with me, the Cobra is going to take you out. I'd like to see some of that from Whitaker, of course, and I know I'm asking a lot of him to really have constant threats and balance it out. But Luke, the one who has had the most success is Kelvin Gastelum. And you go back and you watch the tape, Gastelum's just a different kind of fighter than Whitaker. He's got quicker feet. He's more of a dart in and dart out. And he committed to taking hella damage against Adesanya to have that success. Are there elements, though, of at least the idea of what Gastelum did to have success that you think Whitaker can use? Meaning, look, I'd like the idea of him staying on the outside and making Adesanya chase, but you're going to have to offset that, of course, with running in, with combination attempts. If he can improve his footwork, if he can find angles to do that, anything but a straight line, no matter how well you're disguising it, is going to have to be a possibility and a threat, because as much as you want to slow down the offense here, you're going to have to land big shots. And if Gastelum did one thing great, Luke, he didn't mess around with a jab. It didn't allow Adesanya natural counting opportunities. He got inside with footwork, and he only threw efficiently with heavy power shots that swayed momentum at times. There's some of that for Whitaker if he wants it.
I don't know if I agree with that, candidly. Here's why. Two things that I would point to. I mean, I can't say... I'm skeptical. How about that? I would put it a different way. Who the hell knows, right? I don't know. I thought Ngannou wasn't going to wrestle. I'm totally wrong. So I'll just say, from this position, I'm a little skeptical. And the reason why, BC, is, one, remember, you had a different... I mean, yes, Izzy switched the stances, but for a lot of that fight, you had southpaw versus orthodox, right? So it's a very unique setup for either guy. They could have particular strengths or weaknesses depending on who they are in that relationship. So that's one. Again, yes, Whitaker can change stances, but in general, they were kind of orthodox versus orthodox a lot of the time. The other one thing I would say is, Kelvin Gastelum has, in a lot of other fights, been hit a lot. In fact, in his Whitaker fight, he got hit a lot. In the Izzy fight, though, for whatever reason, again, it could be that open relationship between the stances, But he actually showed in that particular fight, he showed really good head movement. He was able to get in on the slip line and get underneath, so he was able to get inside some of those defenses from Izzy. And then he has, pretty quick hands, pretty good combination work from there. Is that something that a guy like Whitaker excels at? Yeah, I don't really see that as the way that he fights. I don't know that that's a blueprint that I would necessarily say is the most obvious
I think these are
thing.
blueprints he's got to touch on, because again, the whole key for Gastelum there, along with the head movement, was the efficiency of shots. You're going to come in jabbing, like Vettori did. You're going to get pieced up. So there's some combination here, Luke, of the threat of the takedown, of working off the break, of doing all this that could give Whitaker this best shot to at least improve his chances. And I think the Gastelum fight for Whitaker, the most recent one, was probably the best showcase of that well-rounded attack. He was on his back foot for a lot of that fight and had success, and obviously he also, in top position, once he took him down, was very successful.
I think that's totally correct. He has peaked to a degree with that Gastelum fight. It was 7 takedowns. He got 4 of them. I mean, he was just in total command, not just of that dimension, but you go back and you watch the tape, the jab, that combo, the jab cross, high kick that he throws, that landed in the first round. I mean, it was a total showcase. But just think about this. It's the same thing that Gastelum discovered in the fight with Otasanya, that in terms of the takedowns, Blachowicz did as well. Dude, Adesanya is hard to hit. You can do it, of course, but it's not so easy to land clean on him. When is he going to be most open? He is going to be most open when his punch is extended, right? That's where the space will exist to get underneath for the takedown. And this is what Gastelum discovered. If he could slip past the jab or the cross, or whatever he was slipping, now he had all of the space to land punches or whatever he wanted to do as well, attempt takedowns. You got to get Adesanya to here, because if he's looking at you and doing all of whatever the thing he does, yeah, you might hit him, of course, but it's just got to be a lot harder. It's the same thing. You got to get underneath his offense, and then or inside of his offense, and from there he is vulnerable.
Yeah, you cannot, under any circumstance, hang out in the middle area unless you're committing to that high guard and you're going to really go low output. You're still going to get tagged because the speed difference is clear between these two. And Whitaker's fast, obviously. He's really well-rounded across the board. But Luke, on the flip side, and let me bring in the betting odds here as we shift to the Adesanya side of it more permanently, is DraftKings has it -290 Adesanya, your betting favorite, +230 Whitaker. What type of changes, because they had monster success, Team Adesanya in the first fight.
Do you have
and really, Luke, okay, there was the stinker with Romero, there was the loss to Blachowicz, but even in that Blachowicz loss, look, Adesanya fought well. There was a lot of things to like. It's hard to make the narrative. You can make the narrative Whitaker improved more in that time frame, okay. But it's hard to make the narrative that Adesanya is still not as dominant or more, and he's certainly, continuously going in the right direction. What type of changes, if any, would behoove them, knowing that they're going to get, at the very least, a fresher Robert Whitaker on Saturday?
Well, I think certainly early on, patience. I think if you're Team Adesanya, I'm not saying you want to punt on the rounds, but you might want to give it a look to see what Robert's showing you before you decide exactly what way to do it. Which, by the way, here's another advantage for Rob. I think Rob gets to go in there and set the tone a little bit early if he wants to, right? I'm going to show you and razzle dazzle you. Not that he's going to just show all his cards at once, but he at least began, he gets to the first move on the chessboard as far as I'm concerned. And that, depending on how things go, between guys this good, the smallest thing can make a difference. And if he can pick up a round or two just by getting in front creatively and putting Adesanya on the back foot because he's waiting, that could have an effect. So I do think he should wait, but obviously not too long. That's the first thing I would say. I think the second thing I would say is, dude, I really believe Adesanya, the strength of his offense, it's not that the leg kicks are the best or the most important thing that he does, but if you take the leg kicks away, it forces him into boxing range, and then he takes a few more risks with what he's doing. They don't always work out. I really, really believe that they should be wary of that and careful and find ways to get the leg kick going. It had an effect in the first fight, BC. You notice before, whatever the game plan was, we both agree, very suboptimal game plan by Whitaker the first time. But even in that first fight, he's bouncing and bouncing and bouncing, and the leg kicks had an effect. By the second round, he was much more flat-footed. They've got to find a way to get that going. And then obviously, what strikes are you going to throw when you're in the middle of the fence or the space. You're not along the fence line. What strikes are you going to throw to make sure that you can land and deter him, but that he doesn't, use it to get where you've seen Otasanya throw things off balance and then guys get under him. They have got to be very, very disciplined about that. So I'm expecting some body work from Otasanya, jabs to the body, jabbing in general, getting low, keeping his level low so he can be ready to sprawl and everything else he has to do. And if you're Whitaker, obviously taking away that is going to be pretty critical as well.
Luke, I think at least through the first 3 rounds, this is going to be a very slow, one strike at a time, sniper matchup. It's not going to be, as slow as the Romero fight, but I think you're going to see some elements of that because of the stakes, because of the idea that you're neither guy's coming in here with, I don't think, with the threat that they're going in the wrong direction or that they can lay an egg here. I mean, this is going to be high level IQ, which I think both excel at. Again, even in the wrong game plan, Whitaker coming forward in the first fight, he dressed up those attempts very well. The combinations, the Superman punches, all of that. But I don't think you can win a fight against Adesanya if your mindset is you're going to knock him out. I really don't. I like that. That can't work for Whitaker. So, Luke, do you personally think Robert Whitaker can win 5 rounds against him?
Well, really what you're asking is, can he win 3?
That's true. That's a true point.
Yeah, he could. He could. To me, he could do it both with a strong I should say this. He could do it with a strong performance, but I do think for a 3-round victory over Otasanya, either he's improved even more than I think he has. And by the way, I think he's improved substantially. But I also feel like it would require Adesanya to make tactical and strategic mistakes. Now, it should be noted, we've seen those. We have seen miscalculations from him. He is no fighter is perfect, including Adesanya. He is not a perfect fighter. He is a tremendous talent, but no fighter is perfect. That is a winnable path, but I still think at some point in that scenario, it's hard to say, remember, it's one thing to have an opponent who makes a mistake and then you capitalize. It is quite another to make them make a mistake and then you capitalize. Whitaker, I think, to really win, is going to have to make Adesanya make
I've been
mistakes.
waiting for you.
And that is very hard to do, but with a more, eclectic game plan in terms of all the offense he offers, that is doable.
He's going to have to outthink him and out-game plan him. And Luke, all due respect and city cuckling jokes aside, you are going up against Eugene Behrman, the master tactician. So that puts a lot of pressure on Team Whitaker. Who are those coaches and how much respect do you have? I don't hear a lot about, on this side of the pond, or the oceans at least, that of Whitaker's coaching team.
I've forgotten the names of his team. I've looked them up. The wrestling coach he has there is outstanding. They've been featured in a number of like their countdown videos and whatnot. I apologize for not knowing them by name in that way, but certainly that team is. Listen, what you can say about both of those teams, and he brought in a recent, according to the countdown, Rob brought in a guy who was a sort of an Australian boxing legend, an older guy, to really help him work on some of his boxing mechanics. Like, dude, and that you saw some of that in, I think, of the Gastelum fight, if I'm not mistaken. But in any case, you have two teams who don't just have high-level strategic thinking. They have a very good relationship between coach and fighter. They trust one another. They listen to one another. They kind of understand what the other one needs. You didn't get a full sense of that in the first fight because Whitaker came in a suboptimal way. I think you're going to get a much keener sense. This, to me, is going to feel a lot more like Volkanovski versus Holloway in terms of how close it ends up getting. Now, who will get the nod, we'll have to see, but you're going to see some of that dynamic.
Look, I'm telling you right now, this is going the distance, and I'm telling you that it's going to be a very polarizing score either way, because this is going to be a chess match at the highest level. The back foot game from Whitaker against Gastelum really showed that if he wants to commit to being the counter puncher and even pulling an Adesanya and getting offense going backwards at times, it's potentially in play. And again, you mentioned, okay, if you're going to beat Adesanya, you got to make him make a mistake.
What happened?
I think, Luke, if you're looking to knock him out, you got to make him make a mistake, and he doesn't make those mistakes in high pressure situations. I think you need to put him just in his least optimum state of winning a fight. Not situations where he can't win a fight, But if you put the onus on him coming forward, you're going to open up more opportunities to have success if you're Whitaker, if you can pull that off. Now, Luke, there's been a lazy narrative of saying, okay, well, if you're Team Whitaker, you just take the Blachowicz game plan and use that. Look, they are so far different in size. I mean, you saw the face-off at yesterday's press conference. It reminds you how much taller Otasanya is. I don't, you take elements in the spirit of it. You got to have the threat of the takedown, but we got to stop with that idea right there.
Yeah, we've talked about this a little bit ad nauseum, which is, some of the ways Blachowicz was able to win was when you look at his dominant grappling, you ask what exactly was dominant about it. It was just heavy top pressure, and you could see him literally like pancaking Otasanya to the mat. Whitaker couldn't do that against Gastelum. Now, to be clear, Whitaker did have, we should point this out, BC, Whitaker did have very good top control from half guard. He was able to keep Gastelum down for, I think, several minutes of the first round at a bare minimum. Like he was good at it. But Whitaker was underneath. Sorry, I should say Gastelum was underneath, moving, and was able to eventually get to the top of the fence, standing up. We've seen Vettori has a hard time keeping Adesanya down. I'm not saying that Whitaker can't do it for short and potentially impactful bursts, but this ability to pancake a guy like Adesanya, especially maybe it's just me. I feel like Adesanya's put on a little bit of muscle recently. Not a huge amount, but he looks to me a little bit more filled out than he has recently. I just don't see that as a realistic game plan. Getting a takedown, getting meaningful top control, doing some damage with it, 100%. Pancaking a guy and then riding out the round that way seems terribly unrealistic.
No, the threat has to be there because he's going to have to use the threat of a takedown to open up other offensive opportunities, particularly on counters. But
I do have an update, by the way, if you care about this card. The main event guys made weight. They both looked incredible on the scales, but the fight between Schnell and Alex Perez is off. Perez missed weight, and Schnell refused the fight. So that one is off.
Absolutely. Luke, we've heard a lot of Robert Whitaker sound this week from my interview with him that you can catch on youtube.com/morningcombat, along with Derek Lewis, Chris Colbert, Anthony Pettis, a lot of good stuff there, bonus-wise. But Luke, we've got sound from Adesanya from Wednesday's media day when he sat in front of reporters in Las Vegas, and he had a very interesting thing to shout out. Let's throw to that.
Yeah, I think he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter, and I think he has gotten better. I'd be lying if I said he hasn't. But who was I? It's on Twitter again. I have a lot of time during fight week, so I'm just scrolling a lot. But so I think was it Luke Thomas? Yes, Morning Combat. They were saying like, pretty much we know this in MMA we have recency bias. You guys remember from the Y'all fight? Oh my God, this was so boring. Oh, he just runs away. And I was like, oh really? Watch this. So yeah, they just forget. Rob's
Luke, that's real. Recognizing real. I'm sorry to sit here and boast, Luke, but that's what's up, okay?
Dude, I have a high degree of respect for Israel Adesanya. It's been a joy to cover his career. I mean that quite sincerely. I think he's one of the most unique people we have in the sport. I think it's, when he's gone, I think people will finally appreciate all the stuff that he did. This is why I don't really consider myself a journalist. I don't really do journalism per se. I mean, this is just media hype really than anything else. But yeah, dude, it's great to see. I think very highly of him. Very highly.
I got a lot of DMs from, look, we already know the passion for combat sports down under, for MMA, and Australia, New Zealand is through the roof. Look, I get a lot of down under DMs just saying, hey, BC, you bitch, you old bitch. I know you're cheering for Robert Whitaker. I know you're just jealous. You just want to, but hey, all of Australia and New Zealand, your boy BC loves him, some Adesanya, okay? That's why, part of why I love this fight so much, whether I like Whitaker's chances or not.
You made it.
I'm so happy, Luke, that Adesanya, at least in theory, got paid with the announcement, as we mentioned quickly on Wednesday's show, to become, quote unquote, whatever this means, one of the highest paid mixed martial artists in the sport's history. Luke, he talked about it very briefly as a quick aside in Wednesday's press conference of saying, there's going to be a trickle-down effect that he's excited about. What does that really mean? Do you think that he's saying maybe because of the Ngannou situation in John Jones and others bringing fighter pay so forcefully to light, at the very least, Adesanya got himself paid, whether you think that's a result of that or not? but it sounded like Otasanya was saying the stars are going to start to be taken care of moving forward. Is that what he's saying, Luke?
Could be that, but I don't think there's any. Listen, the UFC does respond to public pressure. They're very quiet about it. They're very, behind the scenes about it. And yes, they're also resistant to other forms of public pressure. It doesn't always work. But the reality of that lawsuit was, and John Nash made this point recently, when you think about all the various entities that have at least attempted to do something on behalf of the fighters, right, to get more information, more awareness, to meaningfully improve their situation, you can't really say that the double M, triple A, or the professional, whatever that thing that Boris tried, all that stuff, didn't really do anything. It didn't. I mean, they tried. Project Spearhead tried. I want to say that they made a good faith effort, of course, but in the end, it was not very successful. What was successful was, and it's not even over, that lawsuit, A, bringing to light all the documents that we needed to make judgments about fighter pay, but more to the point, they introduced some of the sunset clauses, and some pay went up to some guys. So it is entirely believable to me that Jake Paul, whatever else you think about him, ringing that fighter pay bell, and you can say he's disingenuous about it, fine, maybe he is, but the fact that he's ringing that bell and everyone else, and Ngannou making these claims about it, I have a strong suspicion that put them in a place where are they still are the fighters optimizing how much they could get? I'm very skeptical of that, but I am not skeptical that all these things influenced the situation to bring Adesanya more money, and good for him. That's how
they
it
went
should
after
be.
the right guy, by the way. Even if he's 33 years old or 32, whatever. I mean, this is the right guy globally to build around. And we remember the Eugene Behrman comments I mentioned on Wednesday, teasing that the UFC hasn't done a great job promoting him like they could have. It was interesting, Izzy on Wednesday did bring up that he felt the announcement of this fight by the UFC was just so ho-hum and thrown out there, and was purposefully done as leverage since he was in the midst of an intense contract negotiation at the time. Look, they would never do that. That's ridiculous. I mean, come on.
That seems so uncharacteristic of the hardball games they play. Why would they ever do something like that?
Obviously,
we don't know. Well, we should be clear. We don't know. We have no idea.
And it's
We're just
great
speculating.
To see a guy like this get paid. He's a superstar. I think there's so much potential, even more, for his brand to grow. If he beats Robert Whittaker a second time and does it convincingly, damn,
let's talk about that. Here are the list of middleweight champions as it stands today, BC. This is the list, the full list of them, right? Like, how many have there been, and who are they? Here's the list. These are all the middleweight champions in the UFC. Dave Benet, Murillo Bustamante, Evan Tanner, Rich Franklin, Anderson Silva, Chris Weidman, Luke Rockhold, Michael Bisping, Robert Whittaker, and then he was for the interim title, and then the whole thing with St. Pierre, then Robert Whittaker got it back or whatever, promoted to undisputed champion, whatever it was. Then Adesanya, and then he had it for interim time in this one. So he's had it. If you look at who's had it longer, obviously Silva would be the longest, 2,407 days. Weidman, 889 days, we see. But his wins would include the Anderson Silva win, Machida, and then Belfort for the getting the belt in the defense. By contrast, Adesanya would have all the wins, and then the Romero, Costa, and 45. I'm going to argue that if he beats Whittaker here, he is at worst, your second best middleweight of all time. At worst, correct?
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct, Luke. I told you when we did this peak pandemic at CBS Sports, when we just started ranking historically the greatest fighters in each UFC division all time, it was a tough debate after Silva at that point to really identify who the number two was, because it was fairly even whether you were a Weidman guy, a Rockhold guy. There were a couple other arguments you could have made coming in, hipster arguments. Is Adesanya already there? God, if he beats Whittaker a second time, he's already there. And by the way, Luke, if Whittaker comes back and avenges his only loss in this weight division and beats Adesanya, it all falls into why this fight's so great, why its potential for some historic results, and why, Luke, I think, again, at the end of the day, I don't know if either one of these guys ever passes Anderson Silva. I would probably guess not. But I think they're going to fight each other 3 times, and I think we're going to remember Adesanya and Whittaker when it is all said and done as the second and third best middleweights in UFC history or the sports history or whatever. Again, flip-flop based on how this rivalry plays out, but whether that just gave away my prediction or not, I think we're seeing a third one. I love these two. I love what this matchup could bring. It's why I've got a hard-on from here to Hanover, Luke. I am so damn fired up about this fight. Do you have anything else to say, Luke? about what could happen, what might happen.
This is elite MMA doesn't come much better. And just one final note is what I would say to folks, just as a reminder, this is why you want MMA globalized. MMA gets better when you can pull in all the talent from Africa, all the talent from Asia, all the talent from New Zealand, from Australia in this particular case, obviously, and everywhere else. And this is just scratching the surface. They're just scratching the surface of how much unbelievable talent is out there. And this is a great showcase of how much MMA has developed. And it's just a great showcase if you love elite MMA. You don't get much better than this. What a fight, what a contest, what two guys who brought us to this position. We are lucky, quite lucky, to be living through an era like this.
All right, Luke, it's prediction time. I think you can tell where I'm going. We're going 5 rounds. The public will be split. The judges may even end up being split again. I think both will bring their very best game. You'll see a lot of adjustments. Really, this has the potential to be a great fight. Maybe not fight of the year, but strategically, tactfully, I am dialed in and ready, and I've got Robert Whittaker winning the decision here. And I've heard people say, for all all the pump up and the puff up of Rob and making excuses for him, BC, how the hell is he actually going to get in there and beat Otasanya? It's not going to be easy. It's going to have to be a varied attack. You're going to have to make Otasanya come to you. You're going to have to know that you're going to lose at least 2 rounds. I mean, this is going to be X's and O's. I don't see him having monster success on the ground, but I see Whittaker getting a few takedowns and establishing that threat. He's going to have his chin tested, because to go into the fire, he's going to have to win, land something big to win these rounds, and he's going to get checked. And those counter hooks from Otasanya are deadly. But Luke, we have a reformed man who, when Otasanya really started to become Otasanya, you looked around the roster, and yeah, you love to talk yourself into the one-punch potential of a Romero, or, what if this specific fighter could take Otasanya down the whole fight? But we're talking about, a puncher's chance in those cases, a wrestler's chance. We got the real deal, well-rounded, potential all-time great fighter in Whittaker here, and I think he finds a way and gets it done. We haven't seen Otasanya in this competitive of a fight at middleweight in a while, since Gastelum, to be fair. You're going to see it again on Saturday night, and we're going to see a great fight. Give me a majority split either way, Robert Whittaker. Luke, who wins on that?
Wow, that's a bold pick. That's interesting. I would say, and we don't know this in reference to our conversation on Wednesday, BC, about Pena and Nunes, right? Did you get the very best versions of both of them, and how, it doesn't require a huge difference on the right night for one to surpass the other, assuming one is kind of off and one is kind of on. Listen, Otasanya doesn't have room for error. He does not have room for error. I'll be just as clear about that as I can be. Any error made in this fight, either tactically, strategically, in the moment, whatever, is going to be very costly. Robert Whittaker will make him pay for it. I'm expecting a very, very close fight, but I think A game to A game, if that's what we get, who the hell knows? I think Israel Adesanya is too talented. I think that he'll be able, for the most part, to bring the portions of his offense that matter to life enough to win 3 rounds. And I think he probably stopped Whittaker inside the distance. But I'll say this: the fight going the distance would be of zero surprise. I mean, I think he gets it done inside the distance. But if it went, whatever. But I think in general, Adesanya, the better fighter, he should win.
Luke, is the public and the media overplaying how much Whittaker may or may not have been compromised?
No, I don't think they were overplaying it. Here's the thing. Again, it's the Hughes GSP thing. Hughes won the first time, so the comparison doesn't work. But when they met up the second time, you're just looking and you're like, okay, Hughes is formidable, but like, what's he better at than St. Pierre? You just didn't know what it was. It's not the case here. It's not, dude. It's not. He has shown you through 3 tough-ass fights, 3 very, very good fighters, that he can make the kinds of changes that make his game better. It's just a fact. And so, unless he commits another cataclysmic strategic error, which I'm just not expecting at all, he's way too smart, way too seasoned. You are getting a different fighter. It's not the same guy. You just have to respect that, whether you think he's going to win or lose. And I definitely respect that.
They haven't made a lot of humans on this earth who could go 10 full rounds against a prime Yoel Romero and come out with his hand raised twice, whether disputed or not. It may have cost him 3 years of his career, to be fair, in terms of, he sat out a year after the first Romero fight, almost a year after the second one. Then he pulled out of 2 fights. He's all effed up. Then he gets knocked out. He may have lost 3 years to his career, but Bobby Knuckles is still that guy. And if you believe he is, you believe he's got a chance. But your prediction, Otasanya winning by stoppage, boy, is that in play as well, because we saw it the first time around, and he is that great. Love this fight. Damn.
It's you know what? It should be, you know, this. I'm as excited for this as maybe even more so, because I would actually say this is much more uncertain even than Canelo versus Plant. But even then, you're like, damn, I'm not sure exactly how this is going to go, right? Like, there was a lot of reasons not to think that Plant could win in the same way, but, you know, how was Canelo going to solve the puzzle? And that to me was very intriguing. In this case, it's like, how is Whitaker going to solve that puzzle? And if he does present a new puzzle, how is Adesanya going to solve it? It's just competitive in the best of ways. 2 guys, dude, what are you going to say? 2 guys in their prime, 2 proven champions, 2 battle-tested champions who aren't over the hill. I mean, if you're an MMA fan, dude, what is it that you want? You want this every time. This is what you're waiting for. This is the stuff. You sit through all the rest of that bullshit so you can get these 2. That's what you're waiting for, motherfucker.
This is why you lift them weights in the offseason.
This is filet mignon. Fucking enjoy, you know?
Is this the best pure fight on paper, not necessarily taking commercialism into it, since Khabib versus Conor?
Father Armin is gone.
Or was Holloway Volkanovski that?
was
Or
right
hey, BC,
next
shut
to
up.
me.
Just enjoy the fight.
It's I'll just put it this way. I don't know exactly how I would rank it, but I'm being dead serious when I say it. I don't know how exciting the fight's going to be. All the promoter do is can give you the fights that matter, that you want to see, that are important for the sport. They have done that here. You have it. On paper, MMA fights simply don't get better. They just don't. So that doesn't mean that the fight will be exciting, but for everything that a fan could ask for in a matchup, it checks the boxes times 1,000.
Looks like he's fighting someone.
Well, if you like high-level MMA, the main event's going to bring it. If you like 2 guys entering inside of a cage prepared to bang, we got that too. Our second topic is, of course, the co-main event on Saturday night, as Houston's own Derek Lewis comes back looking for some retribution from the egg he laid against Cyril Gane last time out in Houston. We know now, Luke, it was the 15th anniversary of his release from jail. It was supposed to be this big moment.
We shall lend
He froze, and he got handled by Gane. Now he's got the upstart, Tai Tuivasa. We laid out the storyline. He's got a puncher's chance. He's in shape, Tai Tuivasa. He's got a huge, marketing potential.
We must hurry.
The odds have it plus 150. Tuivasa is the underdog.
Friend.
Minus 170 for Lewis as the favorite. Luke, I can't talk myself into a scenario in which Tai wins this, as much as I love the guy. What am I going to potentially say on Monday morning that I missed, Luke?
If he wins, and I agree with you that, I think Lewis is the favorite and should be, but we both agree that Tai Tuivasa is dangerous. This is one of those critical junctures we see. We see them all the time in boxing and in MMA. You see them all the time, where if you just, again, we judge matchups based on the information that we have, right? And we always are working with limited information, but sometimes there's enough to make a judgment call. In the case of Derek Lewis, you know more or less what you're getting, right? He's got a long tenure, 36 years old. You've seen him win, you've seen him lose, you've seen him be good, you've seen him be bad. You got a pretty clear sense of how he wins and what he's up against and why he's good, but what are some of his limitations. With Tai Tuivasa, we do have a sense of some of those things as well, but at 28 years old, getting better in the way that 28-year-olds do, the challenge for prognosticators is that those guys at those ages, sometimes, Marvin Vettori would be a case for me, where between fights, they just get dramatically better, just dramatically better. So what you'd be believing in is you've seen some of that ability, marry that with improvements that you kind of have faith in existing, but may not be there yet. You're banking on this guy's rate of improvement continuing, and that being the difference maker. That may be a convincing argument for some of you, for others, maybe not. But I think that's the central tension in play here.
I'll help you.
The problem with Tuivasa's 4-fight win streak, and God, he's such a perfect character, right? Bam Bam, we love the guy in every way, 28 years old. But the problem is, Luke, it's Stefan Struve by first-round knockout, Harry Hunsucker by first-round TKO, Greg Hardy by first-round TKO, and freaking Augusto Sakai. It's a good win by second-round knockout. It's a good win. I mean, it got him a big fight.
That's a better win than you're giving it credit. Augusto Sakai is not setting the world on fire, but he's a good fighter.
It had trap fight potential. It's the kind of fight you have to win to get to this point. But Luke, we've also seen Ty lose to guys, you know, maybe he wasn't in the best shape, maybe whatever, but we've seen him get decisioned by Blog Boy Ivanov, by Sergey Spivak, subbed him out. God, I have not seen enough, Luke. I have not seen enough. So they both say it's going to go less than one. They both say it's going to be a knockout. We know what they bring to the table. Shout out to Tuivasa for creating the Shoeivasa, Luke. He didn't get a chance, unfortunately, to try it out at the press conference as they had a snafu on getting Dana a can of beer. How do you have a Shoeivasa gimmick, but nothing to pour it in, Luke?
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that.
I mean, Mark Raymundi was on Sports Nation this morning pouring hot coffee into white sneakers. What's going on here, Luke?
I mean,
These people have ruined the Shoey. All right.
Yeah, I mean, can you dull it? We did it too, so we're guilty as charged. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. But I mean, can we just stop pouring hot sauce and fucking coffee and athletic greens into people's shoes? Just let him pour the beer in the shoe and fucking be done with it, please. For the
All
love
right,
of
Luke.
God.
How does Tuivasa win here? Does it? You know, okay, God, if you could wrestle Lewis for 4 rounds and gas him out, he could stop him. No, he's not that guy. How does he win here, Luke? Is it one punch? Is it, let's make this as crazy a fight as it can be and try to catch Lewis tired and off balance? I mean, what's going to happen?
First of all, you know, I don't know if the Spivak method of victory is one that Tuivasa could use, but here's the thing. What if Tuivasa has really been working on his wrestling? Not that I think that Derek Lewis has terrible defensive wrestling, but it's not, it's porous. Like, you can get past it if you're a good wrestler, which we don't, you know, we don't have a ton of evidence that Ty is that way, but I'm wondering, like, you know, could he press him into the fence, maybe scoop him to double out, and then you do some hammer work on top? That seems conceivable, if not exactly likely. But I wonder if he's been really sticking with the jab. I wonder if a jab could be a thing where if he could pop it and then kind of get Derek Lewis is good when people underestimate him and kind of try to bring the fight to him in an overly aggressive way. Like Chris Dawkins, for example, would probably want that fight back for some of those reasons. I think he's very talented, but that probably wasn't his best showing. I wonder if Tuivasa, though, could learn from some of that, really stick behind the jab. I know that's not what he's necessarily been doing, but again, I do think he is smart. I do think he is capable of some good work, and I think that if he can find a jab, it brings the overhand punches that he likes and some of the bigger hooks into existence in even more full-throated ways. So, again, I'm going to lean towards Lewis. We just know more about what he can and can't do. But I want Tuivasa. He doesn't have to win here. He's got time. But show me development. Show me you're adding to the game where you're not just a fun, great brawler and, you know, a guy of promise in a vague sense. Put that promise into action. Show us something. I think that's what I'm looking for.
And look, to be fair, as much as I love Derek Lewis, and we all do, he's 37. It's not like we haven't seen him have bad nights at the office where he's just not there, whether for the circumstances of the Cyril Gahn fight. But Luke, gassing out against Mark Hunt, the JDS stoppage, I mean, the kind of, you know, gimme decision he got against Ilir Latifi, the generous decision, excuse me, after getting wrestled the whole time. I just think he has too much motivation at home to redeem that L he took last time out against Gahn. Give me the first round stoppage for Lewis. Once he makes this a war and a fight, he's too powerful. And his punches are short and compact when they need to be, Luke. And I think that's going to spell the ending for Tuivasa.
You're probably right. Again, the thing is, I've been watching Tuivasa on Embedded. It's not like I didn't like him before, but he's really come across as, you know, talked about his kid and everything. I do think that, like, you know, maybe, I don't know how he got into the sport and how things developed, and I think he likes the shoey gimmick because he's a fun-loving dude and part of his personality, but it also feels to me like he's having thoughts about where he wants to be in 5 years, and he really wants to execute on that vision. So again, I'm going to pick Derek Lewis. I think we just know more about him. But I am curious about Tai Tuivasa. There is something special about him. Something a little bit different. Maybe this fight will show us, maybe it won't. But he's definitely a guy to keep your eye on at least the next couple of years. And by the way, if he wins this one, dude, I mean, you want to talk about an arrival moment, that is a huge win for him if he got so
And
big,
look,
big, fun fight.
For it to be done, he's got to almost have a Juliana Pena moment in my eyes where he just decides, no matter what I get hit with, I'm not going down. I'm going to stand in here until I knock this guy out. I don't think it's physically possible. That's really my problem. But we've seen superhuman performances where people just decide, I'm not going away, Luke. It's happened. We have seen that. So maybe that's why the odds are so close. He brings a big punch. We'll see it Saturday night. Can't wait. Topic number 3 is the rest of UFC 271. And Luke, you know, we talked just briefly earlier on Monday about the storyline and why this fight matters. You know, you're fired up for this middleweight test, potentially a #1 contenders bout. Dana White would not, you know, greenlight that officially on Thursday, but it's Jared Cannonier, a -160 favorite against Derek Brunson at +140. You love the stories of both, but Brunson at 38, a 5-fight win streak out of nowhere. He's taking the sport more seriously. He's leaning on his strengths. I mean, but Luke, my biggest problem as you handicap this fight, and believe me, the odds are close for a reason. These are two very good elite fighters. The style contrast is great, but most of Brunson's win streak almost came with the narrative of the older wrestler surprising the not fully formed prospect by just outworking him. Obviously, Darren Till and the submission he had and really the attitude Brunson fought with, that doesn't fit under that category. That's a great win that got him to this point. I don't think you're going to beat Cannonier that way, though. That's my concern here.
You know what? It's an interesting point. So here in the case of Robert Whittaker, we talk about the changes that he made to his fighting style from the Otasanya loss, and all those changes have actually made him more dangerous to virtually any opponent you could possibly think of, right? It's such an elevation that it applies to literally anyone. It doesn't mean he'll beat Otasanya, but you're like, that's definitely putting you in the best position to fight Otasanya, and frankly, everyone else in that division. What he's doing is better. In the case of Brunson, it's a little bit different. He has eliminated the kind of errors that he brought upon himself by having a more thoughtful, a little bit slower, streamlined, focused game. And the results have been amazing. He beat Theodoru, Heinisch, Shabazi, and Holland. And to your point, he beat Till
I should have gone
much easier than Robert Whittaker, albeit in a very different kind of way. But that's where the rubber meets the road. It's like, for all those things that you did against Theodoru, Heinisch, Shabazi, and Holland and Till, are they going to work against a guy like Cannonier? And I grant, BC, Hermanson is not the same kind of wrestler as Brunson. I am not comparing the two. But I will say that the scrambling that Cannonier showed in that in the Hermanson fight was excellent. Really, really good. I mean, it was urgent. It was fast. It was authoritative. He made clear decisions and then acted upon them, and he knew exactly what he had to do. Will that help him against a guy like Brunson? I don't know, but I'm with you. I share skepticism. Not that he can't do that for 3 rounds. I think he can. In other words, like, will he gas or something? I think he can. I think he can stick to that if it works for 3 rounds. But what if it doesn't work? Cannonier hurt Robert Whittaker on the feet in the 3rd round. You know, if you can land on Whittaker, and by the way, after having his eye nearly shut, he was still landing on Whittaker. Brunson doesn't have those kinds of skills that we have seen. So I agree. This is a takedown or bust kind of scenario for Derek Brunson, I think.
You know, I just rewatched Cannonier Whittaker before the show today, and, you know, I do think Whittaker thought he had a stoppage there. I think he thought Cannonier was more hurt than he was, and obviously shout out to Jared Cannonier, bloody and on the bottom, Luke. At one point, full mount, you know, he works his way back to his feet and then lands big strikes. But I think, you know, Whittaker was, unfortunately, got himself a little gassy in that moment. But the point here is at 37, Jared Cannonier is showing me, like I said on Wednesday, I think he's going to fight for a world title. I think he's still on that run. The Whittaker setback, Luke, you could say he started too late. I mean, he finally had his first taste of real fight-changing success late in round 3. But, Luke, those leg strikes he was landing throughout that fight, they're taking down many a guy. They are. I mean, Whittaker dug in, took that shit like he did against Romero. But Cannonier he gives you too many reasons not to take him down, Luke. The threat of his punching power, the hard leg strikes. He's just a big dude. You're not gonna get a clinch and trip him, take him down. He's in a great spot, and I think he showed us against Gastelum that he really learned how to fill some of those holes in his game that he showed, the limitations that he showed against Whittaker. Do I think he can beat Whittaker or Adesanya? No. I think he can get himself to a spot to face them again, though, and have obviously a threat. And I think he's just better than the best version of what Derek Brunson can bring. So I think he stops him, Luke. I think Cannonier gets a stoppage within these 3 rounds.
And also, here's the other thing about Cannonier. By the way, he's 37. He's going to be 38 in March. But even then, one thing that he brings to this particular fight, really the middleweight division in a lot of his fights, he's pretty fast, actually. He's pretty athletic. And, dude, to your point about those leg kicks, he's a physical fighter. I mean, you could say what you want about what state Anderson Silva was in the career at the time he fought Cannonier, but Cannonier was fucking laying into him, dude. Cannonier can thump. He can land with authority. Dude, that could have a major deterrent effect. And when you add in the good scrambling and athleticism, he's a potent force. The only thing I would say is, don't you agree, though, like in the back of your mind, not just in the wrestling sense, but in terms of MMA wrestling, Brunson is better than Cannonier in that respect. Okay.
And
right. At that point, it's totally divorced. I just think we don't talk about it too much about. We often talk about these fights being functions of like skill difference. You know, one person has more skill or less skill or the right kind of skills. We don't talk enough about athleticism. And I gotta say, the athleticism of a guy like Cannonier, I think, is pretty special, and I think will be relevant anyway in this particular contest.
check 1, 2, 3. I think I had some.
I hear
Look,
you.
it wouldn't be MK without some tech issues, right? Hey, by the way, before I forget it, would you say Otasanya's Otasanya's celebration of knocking out Whitaker is among the best we've ever seen in this sport? How cool that freaking was with the full-on Dave Bautista machine gun and the dance and the breaking two electric boogaloo moves, Luke. That was pretty badass.
Lady is helping us.
Yeah.
You don't celebrate badass moments enough in this game, Luke, all right?
That's true. I agree with that. There should be more.
All right, Luke. We talked a lot storyline-wise about Roxanne Modafferi going into her final fight here as a plus 300 underdog to end her 50th pro fight, to end what has been a pioneering, long-suffering, but a lot of highs in there as well career. Come back from a 7-fight losing streak in her prime. But Luke, something I teed up to you on Wednesday, but I don't think you fully took the bait. 24-year-old Casey O'Neill seems to be a potential player in this weight division. She'll be a minus 400 favorite from Scotland. Are we looking at her more because of that incredible story about her losing a tooth? No, Luke. She's a damn good fighter. She fights nasty. She's great on the ground. How will this work against all the things Modafferi does well to neutralize up-and-comers?
Modafferi is, I would say, her skill set lies predominantly, like her best work is predominantly in grappling. I tend to think that's where she is a little bit most at home. So the question would be, what can she do there, assuming she gets on top of from her back? From her back, she does have a good guard, but I don't see that as like a winning, the best way to get a win. On top, she is actually, she's a pressure passer. That could be a noteworthy path to victory. But, you know, somebody like Casey O'Neill, you just sort of look at what she's done. You're absolutely right. All her fights in UFC so far finishes. And, you know, Shayna Dobson and Antonia Shevchenko are not the very best that the division has to offer, but they're not scrubs either. Like, and she got past them both inside of 2 rounds. She has good finishing instincts. She has good finishing skills. Obviously, she's, I think, the much younger of the two. She's only 24 years old, so I think she's going to have a physical advantage as well. Yeah, dude, she is hard to handle.
She's got an edge to her, too. I like the nickname King Casey. I think there's something to watch here for sure. 8-0, 3-0 since coming to the octagon. You mentioned the big names that she took down so far. This, outside of the retirement angle for Modafferi, this is a very good sort of test to find out where Casey O'Neill is at. Luke, I love the storyline surrounding that one. What fight, forget storyline, what's a really competitive X's and O's fight here that you're not sure who's going to win?
Great question. I am going to say, well, it was the one that fell out, was the Schnell versus Perez fight. That was the one I really had some hopes for. By the way, William Knight missed weight by 12 pounds. He has to give up 40% of his purse.
Woo!
40% of his purse. But I think the other one that I'd be paying attention to a little bit is the Andrei Arlovsky and Jared Vanderhoff fight, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. We all know what Arlovsky does. It's the main event of the prelims, so to speak. And we all know what he does. He's got this new style where he kind of slows the fight down. He stays on the move. He's constantly turning these guys, and he gets these shots in slowly over time and then avoids the best work that they can do. It's such a great test. Are you a heavyweight worth paying attention to? You got to get past this guy first. It's unbelievable that this guy had wars with Pedro Hizo before UFC 40 even, and here he is at UFC 271 still doing, quite literally, relevant MMA. It's a miracle what he has been able to put together.
Would you say he's the Roxanne Modafferi of the heavyweight division?
No, because, dude, he was a belt holder. Like, he really hit the highest level of this sport
of course I know that, but I'm saying he's become sort of that slow the game down. You know, Modaffari's got that sneaky counter jab, Luke. You look like she's slow and can't hit a thing, and then suddenly she's in your face backing you up at times, you know?
She has worked on her striking. I didn't really mention that part. You're right. It's a little unfair to leave that out. To be clear, she has really worked on that, and I think it played a role in some of her more recent wins. But in fairness, historically, grappling has been her base, and so that's I bring it up for that
Both
reason.
have
But
old guy at the park game, you know? Like, I was watching, Luke, the 1999 NBA playoffs last night on YouTube. That's how I entertained myself. And man, Larry Johnson, you know, the 4-point play against the Pacers, he had such bullshit old man game at that point because he couldn't jump anymore because of the back injuries. Look, he's just banking stuff in left and right. That's how I get down on the court, Luke, okay? I make shots you didn't think were possible. I'll miss all the natural wide open ones, of course. But,
like when we did that free throw contest that never made the light of day.
Yeah, remember that? Wow.
That was a good use of our time.
Luke, we mentioned this quick on Wednesday, but you have to like this Bobby Green Nasrat Haqparast fight, and Haqparast looked like he was building something until he ran into Dan Hooker. He's a plus 120 underdog against the minus 140 Bobby Green. Are you taking plus money here for Nasrat?
No, I'm a big believer in Bobby Green. I tend to think he kind of fights up to opposition and then down to opposition, depending on which way he goes. And Haqparast is a guy who will stay in the fight the entire time and come forward. But I just feel like Bobby Green, when he's on, and you know, we'll see, because he can be a little bit inconsistent, but when he's on, he is a supreme talent. He can flow. He makes adjustments. He makes good reads. He is not afraid of anybody's offense whatsoever. And dude, he's a dog. Like, if you want to have a dog fight, he'll have one of those with you too. So between the fact that he's his gameness is not in question, and then you actually kind of throw in the fact that he's kind of super underrated, I like Bobby Green a lot. I think very highly of him.
And obviously, sometimes you got to tune into that curtain jerker to open the card, Luke. I don't know if it's 6:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm never sure when these fight cards start.
I can tell you.
But Otasanya's teammate, Blood Diamond, I think they're calling him that as not a nickname, but a damn name. Wikipedia still has it as Mike Matheda. Is that how you say it? Mike?
I'm not even sure.
All right.
Early prelims, by the way, start at 6.
Okay, he'll be the opening fight. It's a welterweight bout, and Blood Diamond is plus 190, against a minus 235 Jeremiah Wells. Is this just he's got a good backstory and a cool nickname and he's Adesanya's teammate, or is it, you know, is Blood Diamond going to have his time here, Luke? Is he the next big CKB thing?
I will be absolutely candid with you and the audience. I have not in any way dedicatedly. I've seen a couple of his fights on the regional scene, but I don't really remember a lot about it. I don't really know. I'm going to be sort of the same position as you. Let's sort of wait and see what we got here, because you can imagine, like, you know, how many guys from one camp can be super elite. I don't know. We're going to have to find out, but we got to prove it first.
I'll have to have Caposa on the extra credit after today's show, Luke, to break this down. I'm sure he's seen Blood Diamond at every stop along the way. By the way, you know, we got that guy Tim Boxeo on Twitter. I love these just, you know, the hardcores. The European streaming hardcores. You know?
Yeah, there's a Hispanic kid that posts MMA GIFs from all around the world as well. He's pretty cool. I forgot his name.
These are the guys that populate the shit you see. Luke, can I close up shop here? You got anything else to say about UFC 271 on Saturday?
Yeah, you should follow Barrele La Pierna. That's the guy. Barrele La Pierna is how it would sound to you.
Chardonnay? Is he Colombian, Luke? Is this what this is?
No, he lives in Argentina. But he's like the Argentinian Caposa. He posts a ton of cool shit.
Absolutely. All right. You don't have a best bet on the undercard. Jacob Malkoun comes in over AJ Dobson as a minus 105 favorite. That's your best bet, right, Luke?
I guess. I've not looked at the odds in that kind of way.
Shout out to Hainato Moicano. We love that fight with Alexander Hernandez. Hernandez, by the way, came out and was like, why the hell is this on the early prelims? This fight rules. He's right. Yeah,
right.
It really does right there. We'll see what happens. All right, Luke, our final topic of the week is quick hitters. Everyone loves that, Luke, where we let LT get teed up and give an opinion on news of the moment. Luke, it's a fight this Saturday in England. In the UK, it's an afternoon start, 1 p.m. Eastern on DAZN. But in the main event, Daniel Jacobs stays at super middleweight and takes on a game John Ryder, who at one point looked like he was coming on as a potential dark horse title candidate contender. People think he got screwed over in that big fight against Callum Smith, which kind of stopped his potential. This is an interesting fight. Minus 160 for Daniel Jacobs as the favorite. But Luke, we saw Daniel Jacobs during the pandemic against Gabe Rosado. And, you know, Rosado kind of, some people thought got screwed on the cards. And at the very least, whether Jacobs deserved that win or not, he didn't look like Danny Jacobs. At 35, Luke, is there still a run for him? He's bringing back his original trainer and his uncle, Andre Rozier, and bringing back some members of his original team, which always seems to seem like a guy is going all in again and resetting. Do you have high hopes that he enters the David Benavidez, Demetrius Andrade, Canelo, Caleb Plant, Jamal Charlo 168 sort of larger picture?
It would be nice, like another big name that is doing their best work in the division would be fun to have. And I do think that Jacobs will win this, but I think it's going to be pretty close. I think ultimately the difference, and this is what again, to be clear, I've been covering Ryder's career for years. This is all, in the interest of transparency with the audience, relatively new. But what I hear a lot of, and it was a pretty consistent theme when I was researching it, a lot of the experts think that, Ryder is the much better in-fighter, but
Yes.
Getting into distance is going to be a bit of a problem against a guy as slick as Danny Jacobs. One, and two, he's, as a consequence, Ryder is just more hittable. For me, for Jacobs to lose that fight, he's got to be a little bit past it, which you could argue maybe he could be or whatever. Jacobs is definitely, again, A game to A game. He's the slicker and I think the better of the two. The question is, are you getting A game to A game? I don't know. We'll have to see.
Absolutely, it's worth the question. He didn't throw enough punches against Rosado. He was gun shy. He ended up, Luke, in the interviews this week saying, "Hey, the lack of a crowd in that Rosado fight during the pandemic really messed with him. He's excited now to go to the UK, where of course the crowd's going to be nuts. It's an Eddie Hearn Matchroom scorecard." Yeah, he's got to let his hands go. He's got to be the badass that he actually is. And he's had obviously a great career story, beating cancer, winning a middleweight world title, going the distance against Triple G to end that knockout streak, maybe being a couple 15, 20 punches away from making it interesting against Canelo, but we'll see if he bounces back. Ryder plus 130. If you like underdogs, he can get inside, as Luke said, and push a good pace. We'll see what happens. Luke, we had an interesting exchange here. So Sean Porter does the podcast called The Porter Way, and I love that guy, but he had a very interesting take when they were counting down their top 5 welterweights of the moment following Keith Thurman's victory just recently. And Porter went on a run saying, Duran, Boots Ennis, maybe the next big thing at welterweight is, quote, overrated. He said, "This is why I say he's overrated. Everyone is so hyped up on him, but he hasn't been in the ring with any world champions yet. Don't forget that I'm the dude that said he's the closest guy to Roy Jones. I said that on the record, and I believe that," end quote. Luke, this was a little surprising.
Which is it? Which is it? I love Sean Porter, but which is it? Is he the closest thing to Roy Jones, or
is he angling here? Because the absolute backbone of what he's saying is not completely untrue. Even though Boots is coming off, great wins over Thomas Delorme, a former, a high-level contender. But no, he hasn't beat one of the champions yet. So I get saying, let's hold the phone. I'm giving him the keys to the kingdom and saying he could beat Spencer Crawford until he starts beating people. I get that. I don't know, but there seemed to be some angle in what Sean was saying, and of course the clip got around to Boots Ennis, and here was his response on Twitter, Luke. "I heard you, Sean Porter, say I was overrated. He was just saying I'm ready, and too much of these guys, LOL. Too much for these guys, and you said you won't fight me, but keep that same energy though. If I'm so overrated, come out of retirement and fight me. Now people retire, and I'm overrated?" So Luke, I do catch the clips from Sean's podcast, and I'm a big Sean fan. He had mentioned that he had thought about retirement going back to the Spence loss. Right when that decision was read, he was considering going back to the locker room and trying to break it to his dad that he was done. He hung on for a few more fights. Great performance against Terrence Crawford, but he's walking away on his own terms while he still kind of has it, though. Is there any part of you that sees this as Sean Porter? Maybe just plant a little Salt Bay seed in there. Just a little, hey, maybe I would come back for the right money.
I don't know if he would come back for the right money per se. I don't know what that's about, but what I would say is I might pick You pick Boots Ennis to beat Sean Porter?
It'd be it'd be a great test.
Yeah,
for
exactly. It's like, I just might because Boots is that good. Although I grant Sean Porter is extremely good as well, so there is that. But the point I'm trying to make here is, no, he hasn't. Has he beaten the kinds of names that that Porter is observing he hasn't beat? Porter is right in that sense. But, dude, these motherfuckers don't want to fight him. Let's just be very clear about that. No one wants to lay down and have to be the guy that Boots made his name off of. But one of them is eventually going to be that one. And so the thing I think Sean Porter is doing is having a kernel of truth, and then just trying to get his podcasting and broadcasting career off to a hot start. So, God bless him for it, but I completely disagree.
It's too dangerous.
It is a way to get people talking. It worked, Luke. But
it did work.
Spence Ugas coming up in April. I think the report out there is that it's going to be a Showtime pay-per-view, although Showtime has not formally announced it, Luke, but that was the boxing scene report. So I'm looking forward to that one. I love this division. It's going to be some fun fights this year. Luke, also the biggest women's boxing fight in history in terms of stakes and all that is obviously going to go down April 30th MSG when Amanda Serrano takes on Katie Taylor for all 4 of Taylor's lightweight world titles. Luke, here's something interesting that came out of the press tour that they just did. They did it in New York. They went overseas to the UK. During that, Serrano said, "We're making the biggest payday, both of us. I think we should continue to make this fight iconic, make changes in this game. If Katie Taylor is willing and I'm ready and able to make this an equal fight, 12 rounds, 3 minutes per round." Luke, obviously that's something we're all calling for at the highest level. Why do we have these limitations? Why would you have 2-minute rounds and 10-round championship fights? It doesn't make sense. It stalls certain things from playing out. It prevents knockouts in a lot of senses. I love that Amanda Serrano, the fighter here, is like, look, all things equal, this is the biggest fight ever. Let's make it big. But Katie Taylor said, I don't think it'll make a huge difference to this event. It's already as iconic as it is. Luke, do you think Katie Taylor's pressure style is better off against the big puncher Serrano with 2-minute rounds and a 10-round distance?
Well, Katie Taylor notably declined, right? Doesn't want a 3-minute 12-round fight. So should be noted. Listen, it's not like Katie Taylor suffers for volume. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that's a weakness or something in her game.
It's her strength.
It's a complete strength. But I don't know if anybody can match. Like, if there's anyone who can match, frankly, exceed that volume, it's probably Amanda Serrano. There is absolutely, in my mind, a element of nobility to what she is trying. She is right. They should be 3 rounds, and the big one should be 3 minutes, and then 12 rounds. And the full sense that all the men get. However, it is probably also, we should just point this out, she wouldn't be doing it if she thought it was a significant strategic disadvantage. I think she probably views it, rightly or wrongly, as an ultimate advantage for her in this particular case. And so that's also behind her effort here. So that's, to me, why Katie Taylor declined it. I think Katie Taylor wants the 2-round mark because she does great volume work as well, but she wants it in that space.
Look, Serrano's the bigger puncher, even though she's won titles in 7 divisions from like 118 to 140 or 135 or whatever. She's the bigger puncher historically. Taylor's a volume, in your face, great technique, combinations. This setup favors her. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Luke, Max Holloway got cleared medically, and he announced that he wants to be the backup to the upcoming Alexander Volkanovski title defense against the Korean Zombie. But hold right there, says Volkanovski. On Twitter, he came out and said, @BlessedMMA wants to be the backup fighter for the fight he was originally scheduled to fight. So in other words, he was never injured. Just hoping he doesn't have to fight me or fight me while I'm preparing for someone. But hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Emoji and no. Luke, is he right? This is a loaded take from Volkanovski, but could he be right here?
Should prepare.
I mean, dude, if you can't get the benefit of the doubt on injury after what Max Holloway has done in his career, then you cannot get the benefit of the doubt on injury ever. I mean, he has Max Holloway's record of dealing with physical punishment or pulling out of fights or whatever. We all know famously the time he was on whatever show it was, UFC Tonight, when it was still on FS1, and Michael Bisping was like, dude, you look all right, and they had to pull the fight in the whole 9 yards, and they still don't even know what the hell that was. And they had to do that to Max. He didn't want to pull out. Dude, if Max is not able to compete in fights, or at least he doesn't think he is, he probably has a really good medical reason for that. I understand high-level champions, in the case of Volkanovski, putting themselves in a competitive mindset where they would want to say these kinds of things and think these things about their opposition. And yes, it could be possible that Max could get some kind of benefit by sliding in at the last second strategically or whatever, right? He could have some wrinkle that Volkanovski couldn't prepare for or something. But, dude, if you can't give Max Holloway, who has been in the trenches of all trenches, the benefit, who can? It's impossible.
Well, would this have not been a thing if Max came out and said, hey, guys, I'm medically cleared, dare UFC, no disrespect to the Korean Zombie, but let's just go back to the original plan. I'll slide in. I'm cleared now. Would
You
that
probably
have
tried. They just told him to fuck off.
Yeah, it's just weird. If he's back, why are we doing this? You know, Zombie doesn't necessarily deserve this right now. It was why he was put in. There's going to be an interesting fight, whatever. There's a threat. But if you can make this trilogy, look, I have a feeling we don't see this trilogy because sometimes that happens in this game.
It does happen. Korean Zombie's got great boxing. You just never know. Styles make fights.
Absolutely. Luke, Anthony Pettis has made the rounds this week, not only with the announcement that he's coming back for a second PFL season, but that his first card as promoter goes down tonight. Showtime FC is the name of the promotion. It'll air on UFC Fight Pass. The card will take place at the Jenkins Arena in Lakeland, Florida. This isn't as big as the recent Habib Comes to America. This is day one for the new promotion, and he's looking to be what they are, a potential strong regional promotion that can build potential UFC fighters. I had him on Morning Combat. It turned out to be a very fun chat about, his legacy and all that stuff. I encourage people to check it out. But here's Anthony Pettis talking about transitioning mid-career or the end of it at least to the promotion side of the game. When did this dream sort of pop into your mind to get into this and not wait until retirement, but start it right now?
Yeah, I actually had this plan for a while. I think it came from my brother's career. Seeing where Sergio is at, the Bellator champ of the world right now. I kind of helped him, guided him in his career decisions, if you will. Where he fought, when he fought, what weight class he was fighting at. So I kind of was playing that role in his career already. Kind of like manager, promoter. Making sure he was taken care of well. We have great agents as well, but I was playing that. I saw that side of the business, and I think it started when I was like 16 years old. I opened my first Taekwondo gym in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I saw the entrepreneur mindset. See, I could make as much money as the work I put into this, and then fighting kind of led that to be true. All the work I put in, led to this position here. Now with the fighting show, it's like now I can give these guys a way to get into the bigger shows.
Luke, he's a business man. You got to give him credit that he seems to have a firm handle on his, post-fighting future while still able to be a big name in PFL and, go after fun fights and try to make a run. Is this a trend you see happening? This fighter, the face of the promotion thing? And is there enough room for this many regional shows to work, Luke? Your thoughts on this move for one Showtime?
I think it's who the hell knows? I don't really know. I have a feeling that UFC is making a larger play about gobbling up feeder leagues for the UFC. I don't know to what extent if you're on Fight Pass, you get a production budget. So that's a big help for any would-be promoter, and especially if you can be on Fight Pass, which you have access to all the UFC fans and everything else. But for example, with these UFC gyms, when they brand them with a particular fighter, whether it's like Cub Swanson or Michael Bisping or even BJ Penn, they get some royalties associated with it. I don't know how the financial arrangement works. All I can say is, dude, on the regional scene, most promoters I know make jack shit to very little. So, I know that Eagle FC, or at least I've been told Eagle FC is majorly bankrolled and has a ton of money. So that might explain the way they're able to do things. But I just want to warn folks, my experience with most shows on the regional scene is the guys who stick around a long time, they make a thin but consistent profit. But it's not been like a bonanza to get rich, not even close. Most of these guys go out of business pretty quickly. So I would be curious to know what the financial arrangement is that he believes he can confidently make a bunch of cash, because that's not been my understanding, but maybe the game has changed.
Well, of course, I asked him, Luke, about fighter pay, not only in the sense that, he was a free agent who went elsewhere from the UFC, and, he's going to be a promoter whose job is to pay the fighters. So I think we've got one final piece of content here from Pettis talking all things fighting.
it's a challenge. It's all a challenge, man. You know, like all the fighters talk about fighter pay, and they talk about being treated differently, and it's different when you actually step up and try to like make that happen. And that's where I'm at right now. You know, 'cause myself as an athlete, as a fighter, you know, I'm still currently fighting. I'm kind of the figurehead for these guys that are on my show to be treated fairly, to see how it's supposed to be done. Right? When I came up in these ranks, I was fighting in bars in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where they were smoking cigarettes while I was fighting. You know, it was a free for all. So now I'm just trying to bring a little more structure to it. And there's other athletes and other fighters doing the same thing as well, which is I respect it, man. The more opportunities we have as fighters and we can come together, the better it is for sport.
All right, Luke, hopefully you can give back a little with that thin line.
Yeah, but I mean, just to be clear, like when we talk about fighter pay, yeah, what the guys make on the regional scene is, you know, it's criminal. There's not much, but I keep going back to it, dude. They don't make a lot of money. Yeah. Like if you don't have a TV contract of some kind and you don't have a loyal fan base that buys tickets at the door, dude, like where are you supposed to make money? Especially like post-COVID or whatever the fuck we want to call it, COVID times, where it can be really hard to get either of those. You know, I'm sure Pettis will do the very best that he can, and you know, we'll have to see how things go. But the argument about pay is not at like, oh, we should, you know, hold regional promoters hostage who barely are making any money.
No, we should hold those billionaires hostage. Yeah.
The argument is about the dudes who have the money. That's the pot we're trying to get more equitably arranged.
Well, Luke, you know what I love about regional MMA? Anything can happen. So we'll see what happens. Showtime FC. So, hey, maybe something happens there that ends up in Monday's Have You Seen This Shit? It's got to be the goal of every local promoter. Luke, we got some Bellator fight announcements, and that March 12th card has been announced. Main event, a #1 contenders bout at featherweight as Adam Boric takes on Mads Burnell. Phil Davis versus Julius Anglickas in the co-main. A couple other decent fights on there. Easy Polizzi taking on Jose Augusto. That's the guy that took Rumble Johnson into a war, Luke, and came through. Does that March 12th card, you got any feelers on who comes out on top in the featherweight division? It's an interesting fight.
So that the Burnell and Boric fight, that is a phenomenal fight, because Boric obviously came out like a bat out of hell and then had a couple of setbacks and is now trying to work past the setbacks and is still young and very, 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 very talented. This is a good fighter. But we all know Mads Burnell, one of the guys who, you know, didn't quite have his best showing in his time in the UFC, but is a very good grappler, very well-rounded. Both of these guys training at good camps. That's a hell of a fight. I have to say, though, I don't hate the Anglickas and Davis fight in the sense that I'm like, oh, it's the worst fight ever. I don't think that. But that's an interesting choice. Is that the headlining fight, I believe? That's the one that's main eventing.
That's the co-main event, Davis Anglickas. Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of... Yeah, it's not overly fan friendly, but let's see if Anglickas can bounce back from the loss in the tournament just the same as a late replacement.
That just doesn't have fireworks written on it at all. That one is probably going to be a little dull, candidly.
Phil Davis is still able. He's still got a name, but I'd like to see more.
No, Phil Davis is. Here's the thing, dude, Anglickas and Davis, they're good. Dude, those are good fighters. That's a good fight in the sense of, are these two worthy adversaries? And these are high-level fighters, of course. But styles make fights, and both guys are a little bit hesitant with their offense, and that just... I'm glad it's 3 rounds, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, give me the full Coke or Pepsi. I don't want Stop and Shop brand cola here. Bring it, Phil Davis. Luke, you mentioned Mads Burnell. 7-fight win streak since leaving the UFC. Right. Has won all 3 Bellator bouts, including a 3-round decision over Emmanuel Sanchez, former 2-time title challenger. So that was a very good win. Boric is a tough out. Luke, a lot of fanfare for this one. When May 6th, when Bellator goes to Paris for Ryan Bader, Czech Congo 2, your co-main event. Expect fireworks. Expect a large combined total age between the two fighters when Yoel Romero and Melvin Manhoff touch gloves in a light heavyweight bout. Luke, I feel like that should have been Yoel's Bellator debut, right? Give him a potential body and a fun all-action fight. Not put him in there with the wrestler Phil Davis, but you know, this will be fun. It won't be criminal, right? We won't see Manhoff like get knocked out for the 5th straight time.
Letters to send?
I don't know, dude. I mean, I don't know. Like, candidly, dude, Manhoff's been fighting a while. Like, he's taken a lot of damage. The thing is, I just don't understand this matchmaking. It's like, okay, is there a possibility where A, Romero gets KO'd? Yes. Unlikely, but possible.
Did you see anyone suspicious?
And then on the other side, where Romero could get a big win over, you know, an opponent who is taking a lot of damage. Yes. But if you're gonna, I'm with you. If you were gonna do that, that was the fight that should have been made upon his entry into the organization, which they gave him Phil Davis, and he just didn't look right the whole time. The other part is, dude, like, I mean, candidly, I don't know if Manhoff should be fighting. Honestly, he's had a lot of damage, man. So
That's stopped by Corey Anderson in his Bellator debut recently.
exactly. So it's like, you know, it's Romero could shine here, which I think is probably the objective, but it's a strange fight.
If they're both washy, this could be it could be one of those fun fights that just turns out to be. But Manhoff,
that's the other part too.
45.
Like, dude, if Romero loses this fight, like, that would be bad. That would be a bad sign about his aging at this point. So we'll see.
To be fair, Manhoff is 2-3 in his last 5. Look, sometimes it's all or nothing with that guy, and that's why we love him. That's why it's fun to watch. But we'll see what happens here. Quickly, Luke, does it move you? May 14th, UFC Fight Night, giving you Angela Hill versus Verna Giandiroba.
Yes, Giandiroba, or however you pronounce her name, has proven to be, you know, not the very best in that division, but given the very best hard time. She has good finishing skills. She has dedicatedly worked on the part of her game outside of grappling. Yeah, that's a tough fight for Angela Hill, no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
She has a
Love
framed
it.
picture of herself on the MMA Hour set, Luke, because she came out to that Island Boys theme song.
Congrats.
Have any letters to send?
Finally, Curtis Blades, Chris Daukaus in a heavyweight fight, UFC Columbus, March 26th. Heck yeah, Luke, right?
Thought they would have given Blades to Kadan. So it's a little interesting that they didn't. I guess that they wanted to just. I guess Blades didn't want to wait, or maybe Kadan's taking some time. Who knows? Because that to me seemed like a very interesting and potentially challenging fight for Kadan, given Curtis Blades' skills. But same kind of rule for Chris Daukaus. Chris Daukaus is, you know, we saw what Derek Lewis can do. Could Chris Daukaus do something similar? Maybe you don't think so, but it's still a dangerous fight. Or Curtis Blades is just going to win and be like, I'm still that guy that, you know, is at the top of this division and is still hungry for an opportunity against the very best.
Luke, maybe I thought your Sean Price shirt could look like you're shouting out the P1s out there in the MK universe.
In a way. In a way.
You're like, yo, Aaron from Washington, my guy. You know what I'm saying? Guy got Landjaeger for days, Luke, all right? Luke, everything... Not everything we say into the microphone each week is correct or appropriate, to be fair. But unlike other shows, we take ourselves to task. We stand in front of that mirror, and we allow morningcombat@gmail.com, the email entry point for Wednesday's fan subs and Fridays.
What brings you
Dead
here?
wrong.
What's that? We have to hand over the ship to you. Come here.
What do you think? Isn't it marvelous?
All right, look, this segment has become much maligned, almost as much as the fan subs on Wednesday, but you and I like to give the people a chance. Craig, Sam, and Jordan sliding in. On Wednesday's show at the start, before he did the embarrassing hump day motion, Luke said it's February 9th, 2020. It's actually 2022, but with COVID, no one has idea what day or what it is anymore, so let him off. Luke?
Fair. Yeah, I'll take that L. I get the date wrong probably more than anything, so yes, that's fair.
All right, Kai, KY,
They keep
Kai,
rushing us to finish.
KY Jelly, Kai from Ontario, Luke, says on Wednesday's episode at 1:18:57, Luke refers to Francis Ngannou's imaginary purse of 2.8 million plus pay-per-view points from our over-under segment as potentially generating 4 or 5 million for Francis. He claims this is, quote, literally
Welcome.
orders of
Come
magnitude
looking for the
greater
finest
than what
grog
Francis
and
has been
olive
getting.
wave-strand pork.
Even at the low estimate of 600,000 per fight, to qualify for, quote, orders of magnitude, it would have to be 60 million at a minimum, as 6 million would only be a single order of magnitude greater. It's always great to call out Luke for bastardizing the
Black
English
Fang?
language, because you
Of
can
course
see
I
it
know her.
strike him to the core
the most
of his
famous
soul.
pirate there
But the
is.
real reason I submitted this dead wrong was to say that BC definitely made the classic mistake of showering for far too long this morning because he looks washed as fuck. Kai from Ontario. Luke, will you take that L?
Yes, I will take that. I'll hold that L.
Oh boy, wow. That was a little nerdy. I didn't know there'd be math on this one, but
And by the way, like, he just shits on me for the entire thing and then just blindsides you like a fucking runaway car.
I mean, I do look a little washy over the Zoom cam, Luke, okay? Maybe it's Not maybe it's just the cam.
That was
Greg
funny.
says
You're
the
saying the
Honorable Luke
pirates are
Thomas was
stealing
dead wrong on
shipbuilding
MK's
materials from the
inaugural
port?
High Court segment when listing the accolades of Michael Bisping, while highlighting the. You guys have to realize how high Luke was. While highlighting the reasons Bisping should be in the Hall of Fame, Luke said it took Bisping 26 octagon appearances to finally win undisputed gold, claiming this was the most in UFC history. However,
No,
I don't know
not
if
what I
Luke
said.
misread the UFC's Wikipedia page or something, but this distinction actually belongs to Charles Oliveira, who
Yes.
won gold in his 28th appearance.
It was the middleweight division, I think, that he
Have any
holds that
letters
record.
to send?
Probably. Yeah, probably. Jean-Marc is here from Montreal, Luke. Brian keeps talking about Whitaker fighting 15 rounds since first facing Otasanya. Of course, that's inaccurate. Bobby Knuckles fought 13 rounds after losing his title, as the Cannoneer fight was a 3-rounder. Yes, it was. That was the pay-per-view co-main event to,
Pirates, you say?
what was it, Luke?
This
The
is
hell was
trouble.
It was, I don't know.
All right, either do I. There's nothing that says BDE like getting your facts straight. All my best. Jean-Marc. Jean-Marc. What
All
What
right.
an absolute
Hold that L,
a-hole.
BC.
Yeah, I guess I'll hold that L, okay? I told Whitaker he fought 15 rounds. He only fought 13, Luke. What we were trying to mention was UFC 254. And that was, of course, Habib versus Justin Gaethje. Luke. We know what happened there in Abu Dhabi. Okay. Finally, Luke. Finally. This is from Jordan. On episode 258, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 55 seconds. Aloha, BC in the Have You Seen the Shit references round 5 of Holloway versus Lamas. Of course, Luke, that was UFC 199, where Holloway points to the ground to invite the slugfest within the last 10
it was only
seconds.
3 rounds?
And me, BC, in the forum that night, Luke, that was a moment. That Mexican-American boxing crowd in Southern California, they were loving that shit. Good memory, other than that there was no round 5 BC. It was a 3-round fight. Good job holding down the fort, though, for 2 weeks while Luke was gone. Yeah, thank you. I agree with that. I brought it. I mean, well, was it your flavor of tea at the end of the day? I don't know. What are you, an Earl Grey guy? You like to get up on Earl? Yeah, well,
Stamina.
All right. Luke, how do we transition out of that? Luke, Sunday, of course, is Super Bowl LVI. Bengals.
56? 56?
Yeah, Bengals versus Rams. And, of course,
Yep.
Luke, Joe Burrow, the QB of the old Cincinnati's, follows Morning Combat on Instagram, so shout out to that guy. Luke, do you know, I was reading up on Joe Burrow, who, of course, Heisman Trophy winner, national champion, first pick overall 2 years ago, that Luke, his youth coach, reached out to his parents and was like, he has a poise to him in big moments that I've only seen before in, like, serial killers and, like, first responders. A calm under pressure, an ability to navigate tough waters. Luke, it is reminiscent to me under the bright lights broadcasting. When it's time to go, BC gets psychopath on you. He gets sociopath. He brings it.
The
Can we end the show?
Greetings, King's Knight.
Luke, prediction, who you got? You don't care?
I don't know if they're going to win because I don't watch enough Bengals or Rams to know, but I'm hoping that the Bengals win. So let's go.
Do you have plans, Luke? You got a big Super Bowl party? Is there going to be like some Colombian food and stuff?
I was
can't
supposed to
wait.
hang out with a friend and his family for Super Bowl, but we had a little visit last night, and he didn't know what he was doing, and so I think he's still mad at me. So
Do you think he utter at all, these edibles ain't shit, and then later regretted that, Luke? Did that happen?
No, he didn't taunt. He didn't taunt, but they call it getting smacked for a reason, because he got fucking smacked. So
you're saying those were those were the shit? Those yeah, okay. All right.
it was quite a show. It was quite a show.
All right. Well, shout out to you and your people, Luke, Armenian and shout out to the Indians, Luke. Right?
We got to end the show. I mean, you're really just going to get us in trouble at this point. This is time to know when it's time to exit, and it's time to exit.
All right. My name is Brian Campbell. That was Luke Thomas. Shout out to Malka, Showtime, CBS Sports, all the labels that'll be removing us from this job soon. Shout out to Gaff Pierre on the 1s and 2s. You can follow us at the addresses below. You can please like the video and subscribe. The subscriber numbers, the higher they go, the higher we get, Luke. That's probably true, right?
That's quite true, actually. There's a correlation there that is undeniable.
All right, all that and then some. Tall, pale, and handsome. Signing off is your boy BC. Buy our merch, all that good stuff. But at the end of the day, enjoy the fights this weekend. Enjoy this middleweight madness. I cannot wait Saturday night. Luke, will you be on afterwards for an MKIA?
Post-fight show right here, live. As soon as the main event for UFC 271 is over, come on back to MK, and we're gonna have a nice post-fight show. Can't wait.
And obviously Monday we'll take those storylines and extend them forward and bring you a loaded show. Luke, you and I going back to the old bomb shelter in a couple weeks, so get excited, people. Right?
Yes, excited about that. Not next week, but the week after. Should be fun.
What?
All right. For Luke Thomas, I'm your boy BC, reminding you that we love you. Take good care of yourself, okay? We're getting through this winter. We're almost done. We got 2 more words for you. Oh, shout out to Bob Saget. Well, I mean, a head kick. What happened here, Luke? I mean, damn.
Bumped his head and went to sleep. Is that not frightening? And it shows you just how fragile this all is. It broke my heart to read that. So terrible. So terrible.
Yeah. On that note, we out.
We're here.
Full house.
Let's go save some lives.
Wow.
Is that safe?
King's Knight. It's an honor to meet you.
I heard.
Those pirates keeping you busy?
Pirates recently attacked this village.
A pirate? Oh, I don't know.
Are you the knight from the castle? Unlike you, ordinary folks like us are really scared of the pirates. Oh, dear knight. Oh my. You already fixed the stockade? Thank you so much. Looks like you need some help.
This is... After the pirates took everything, there wasn't much left. Go on ahead. Let's see if you caught... You're back sooner than I expected. Get it while it's hot.
I smell something delicious.
Steamed crab, my favorite.
I'm hungry. Perfect. I was hungry.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, dear knight. Thank you for helping the villagers.
Know anything about the pirates?
Wajanak, you ask. Currently, he's in disguise. Be careful. We're outnumbered.
He's not here. Try somewhere else.
He headed toward the wooden bridge. He probably joined his colleagues in the front of the bridge.
Wait a minute! I'm not a pirate!
was almost killed. Getting my cover blown sure made me break a sweat.
Today, your goal is to take your very first step. And so she actually grabs a chair from our kitchen table and places it one step in front of my wheelchair. And she says, today you need to somehow figure out how to get out of that wheelchair, take one step, and step into the chair in front of you. And I'm looking at it like, I don't know if this is possible. But 3 hours later, 4 hours later, I'm still staring at this chair. And I finally work up the courage and strength to get out of this wheelchair, take the one step, and get into that chair in front of me.
And is the problem that because of the burnt skin, it's not flexible? You can't move it and bend it?
No, it's a good question. So basically what happened with the burn is it burned me so deep that two things happened. One is there was ligament damage. So ligament damage to my ankles and knee joints. And then the way that the scarring in the skin is healing essentially over these mobile joints, they don't think I'm going to regain full flexibility, full range of motion essentially in my leg. So they're not saying you'll never walk, as in you won't be able to stand up at all, although that was like extremely painful. But they just didn't think, you know, be imagine walking around without being able to bend your knees or your ankles with like full mobility. So it just was like, you're not going to be able to have that back basically. So sure enough, I take that first step, get in that chair. The next day, my mom doesn't take it easy on me. She just moved the chair 5 steps away. The next day, 10 steps away. You know, every day, a few more steps. Not to go on and on, but basically 18 months after, you know, getting released from that hospital, I find myself in Chicago. I finally, you know, took a job in finance, just trying to get out of my parents' basement, like get on with my life. I'm 23 years old. Like, yeah, I got to get like a real job, get out of my parents' basement, you know, move to Chicago, take a job in finance, and try to get my shit together basically. And I honored that goal. I said, you know what, I'm going to sign up for the Chicago Triathlon. I live here now, join a local gym, knew nothing about the sport still. I'm like asking random guys at the gym, like, anybody here race a triathlon? Like, I'm in a spin class. Like, how do you how do you take your shoes off and like run afterwards? How do you like how does it even work? Like, ask these questions, and sure enough, through that process, I like trained at this gym, signed up for the Chicago Triathlon, ended up racing the race, crossed the finish line. And to my complete and utter surprise, I didn't just finish the race, but I actually won the entire Chicago Triathlon, beating 4,000 other people, coming first place.
What?
So,
your first triathlon?
First triathlon ever.
Wow. And what kind of training did you do to prepare yourself for that?
I mean, like I said, I had been a collegiate swimmer, so I was a Division I swimmer, swam at Yale University, but then, you know, the biking and running was completely new to me.
Did you have anybody show you how to do it, or did you just start running and biking?
Yeah, I literally walked into this spin class, like a spin, not like a
So you didn't actually ride a bike, you
so I went to the spin class and met a guy, and he was like, "Oh, I've done one triathlon before," and he was like, "I can." So he took me out on a couple like rides with his buddies. I had this like steel frame bike. I didn't know all these like carbon wheels and aero helmet, you know, all these like fancy like triathlon type of things. Like, didn't know much about it. And literally for a summer, just kind of like asked people some questions, And what's funny about triathlon, I don't know how familiar you are with the sport, but in a race like the Chicago Triathlon, there's more than 4,000 participants. And so unlike a marathon where everyone just starts at the same time, you actually have to start in waves, like 100 people every 5 minutes. And I was the 39th wave of 53. And so I dive into Lake Michigan, and there's people that already started like 2 hours before me, and there's people starting 2 hours after me. And so when I finished the race, you know, I bike, I run, it was Olympic distance triathlon, 60 miles swim, 25 miles bike, 6.2 mile run. Across the finish line, I don't still know I won the race because like people started before me, people started after me, and they take the cumulative time at the end. And so I like, my grandma's there because she lives in Chicago, like gives me a big hug, like I'm so proud of you, you weren't able to walk again, and here you are finishing a triathlon, let's go get lunch. And so I, you know, grab my wetsuit and my bike, my grandma and I sit down to have lunch, and as we're walking back to the car, she's like, do you want to see like what place you came in your age group? And I was like, sure, like that would be cool, like let's go see how I did. And we wander over to like the scorer's table, and the guy's like, I'm like, oh, you know, I'm trying to figure out what place. What's your name? I was like, oh, I'm Colin O'Brady. They're like, we've been calling your name over the loudspeaker for the last 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, why? Did I like do something wrong? And they're like, you won. Like my age group? And they're like, no, you won, like the whole race. It was just this surreal moment in my life. I mean, it was wild, but it you know, for me, you know, in that moment, what I thought back on was like, it was cool to pat myself in the back, like, holy shit, like I just did this crazy thing. But it was more so, going back to your initial question about the darkness versus the light, at least in my journey, was I was like, wow, like this was a sliding doors moment. Like what had happened had my mom not, you know, come in with this air of positivity and forced me to set this tangible goal. Like I'm certain my life would be nowhere where it was today. But then it's not, I wasn't like, oh wow, I'm some superhuman freak that can do these things. I was like, wow, humans, all of us, we all have these reservoirs of untapped potential inside of us and can achieve extraordinary things when we set our minds to it. And so what it did for me is just sparked this curiosity, like, well, what else can I do if I set my mind to it? So, sure enough, it was a Sunday when I went to the Chicago Triathlon. Coincidentally, met and became a huge mentor and influence in my life that afternoon. A guy named Brian Gelber, who ended up being my first sponsor, and he said to me, you won the Chicago Triathlon today? Do you think you should maybe do something about that? And I was like, yeah, but I've got a job and I don't have any money. Like, I would need a sponsor. He's like, I'll be your first sponsor if it's something you want to take seriously. And so literally that was on a Sunday. Monday morning I walk in and quit my job immediately.
Oh my God.
And 2 weeks later I'm living in Australia training triathlon full time and ended up racing triathlon professionally for the US national team, you know, all over the world for the next 6 years. So
what
it was
crazy
a
story.
Crazy moment.
And what happened ultimately with the injuries that you sustained from the fire?
You know, all things considered, that was January 14th, 2008. So it's just over 11 years ago now. And I, you know, I ultimately have been pretty all right. I mean, I've got some scars, but it's pretty faint. Was able to gain back most of the full flexibility in my legs. If you look at my left foot, it's where the worst burns, but where the rope really just like sat on my foot for a long time, must have. That's still pretty thick with scar tissue. You know, when I'm in the mountains, when I'm in places, you know, like climbing Mount Everest like I did, like pulling across Antarctica, all the things, I have to be really aware because my skin regulates heat, not in the best way. Heat and cold is still just like, you know, not like normal skin.
Because of the scar tissue?
The scar tissue just it's just carries the heat a little bit different for some reason. I guess I don't know exactly why.
Not as porous because
it's not as porous.
Covered over.
Exactly, and the actually in the early days, for the first 5 years, I don't get this so often anymore, but in the first literally 5 years of this, if I bumped my legs into like a table or someone just, you know, bumped a chair into me, you know, nothing, like lightly, I would usually get a little cut there. So it was just super fragile. It was almost like, you know, glass skin kind of, with not the same sort of flexibility that you'd normally have. But, you know, 10, 11 years on now, I would say it's pretty much 100%. I mean, the things I've done with my legs and body in the last 10 years, I think prove at least that my body's doing all right. So I feel extremely fortunate to have recovered as well as I did. And, you know, more than anything, I attest that to, of course, the physical ability for my body to recover in the way it did. But I think that, at least for me, started with the mind, started with that positivity of my mother and the duration of the many different things I've done since then.
And you said you sustained ligament damage to your joints and knees?
Yeah. So there was basically, again, I'm not my anatomy. I have other skills. My full anatomy is not. I'm not a doctor. Let's put it that way. But yeah, basically the ligaments, particularly on the backs of my knees. So I don't know exactly what that ligament is that goes through there, but that was really jammed up with the scar tissue. So I wasn't able for a long time to fully bend my knees and flex them in the full way. And the same thing in the ankles, whatever that ligament is that goes sort of basically not your Achilles, but the other side of your foot, basically. That part was just so much scar tissue had formed where the skin was healing around that, and from the damage to the ligaments, it wasn't sort of being able to fluidly flex in the way that you normally would see a foot. So a full, imagine not being able to point your foot, basically, if you're, you know, putting your leg forward, out, you know, back, like kick like that. So yeah, for a long time, and it was kind of like dragging my feet around in that first year.
Wow.
And
so did you have to just push through the scar tissue and break it up? Like,
yeah, I mean, there was a lot of obviously PT, a lot of massage. I'll tell you a funny story. It's funny, I haven't thought of the story in a long time. I don't know if I've ever told this story actually, but so when I got burned, I've been traveling by myself in Thailand or around the world, but I actually met up with my childhood best friend. His name's David Boyer, who actually married my sister, and they have 2 kids. So my childhood best friend turned into my brother-in-law, which was pretty fun. But anyways, he had actually been with me when I got burned. So those first 5 days in the hospital before my mom got there, he was with me. He was aboard the sink. You know, we're both these scared little 23-year-old kids, and he's like trying to do his best to like look after me. He's freaked out. But when I get back to Portland, his mother, who was kind of a second mother for me growing up, her name's Kate Boyer. She obviously was like, wow, this could be my son, just as he said, and then, you know, her son, you know, kind of felt like protective of me. So she comes over to my house one day and she goes, you know, I've been doing some untraditional healing work. Would you be open to that? And I, at this point, was like, I'll take anything. What do you got in mind? And she was like, well, I've been working with this pranic healing shaman. Do you want to check that out? And I literally was like, saying yes to everything at this point. Like, I'm looking for any way to recover. And I was like, well, what is it? And she was like, well, they don't even touch you. It's just light healing. And so I go to this basement in Portland, and I meet this guy, and he's sitting there with a bucket of salt in front of him, and he doesn't touch me at all. He's just like waving his hands in front of like my body and my heart, and he's like looking really intensely at my foot, and I sit there for like an hour. Guy never touches me, nothing. He's just like looking at me, waving his hand and this, and he's like, okay, I'm done now. And I'm like, okay, what did you do? And he was, you know, telling, I opened up this chakra, I opened up that, I did this, but what I mostly did was I put this force field of white light around your left foot. And I'm like, I mean, I'm down with some untraditional stuff, but I was kind of like, cool, like, thanks, I appreciate it. And he's doing all, and I was like, what's this bucket? And he was like, this is the salt bucket that takes the negative energy away from your foot and your leg and puts the negative energy in there as I'm bringing in this light. And so it's this pranic healing. And he's like, so you have this light blue force field over your left foot right now, which was the worst burned part of my body. He goes, I would recommend not showering for the next couple of days, as you might wash off the force field. So
what jail is that guy in now?
So I tell this story with a total smile, a cheeky smile on my face, because that's funny. I haven't thought of the story in a long time. But I will say this. The next day, I walked further than I had the rest of the time. So you want to call that placebo, you want to call it whatever. I emotionally wasn't fully bought in on the pranic healing, although like I said, I am into a lot of alternative modalities.
God, I wish it was true.
Yeah.
I wish it was true. I met a lady at the comedy store once, told me she does Reiki healing.
Yeah.
And she like kind of rubbed her hands together and Reiki in front of me. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, do you feel that? I don't know what you're talking about.
So that part, I don't know if it worked or it didn't work, but the combination of the amount of people with, you know, in the hospital with the physical therapist, with my mother at home, with Kate Boyer taking me to the pranic healing, a culmination of all of those things somehow did unlock the scar tissue and allow me to make a full recovery. I mean, it was a lot of hard work for a year plus to get back on my feet, but I got there.
Well, I'm sure there's something to be said for believing, or at least having positive thoughts about your healing and making sure that you look at it in terms of like, this can be done.
Yeah. No, I mean,
very skeptical of the salt man.
Like I said, the salt man, take it for what it is. Like I said, I'm telling that story not as an advocate for pranic healing necessary, but I will say, agreeing with what you just said, there is something about that. There's something about being wrapped in the positivity that I was with my mother in that moment of just being like, hey, like, let's get through this. Let's figure this out together. Like, let's focus our mind on something. And a lot of, you know, even as I go through Antarctica, you know, how did you do that? Like, you know, people ask me this question, like, are you a superhuman? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a superhuman, and so are you. Like, that's how I feel. Like, we all have this capacity in our minds to unlock all sorts of things. I don't care. I mean, if you want to paint pictures, compose music, start a business, you know, sit in a warehouse and do a podcast, whatever it is you want to do.
Yeah.
You can fucking do amazing things. Like, and, you know, having that belief does, you know, add up to that. I mean, that's step one, in my opinion, is visualizing that and believing it.
And on the flip side, having a negative self-worth or a negative opinion of what you're about to do or a negative thought about the future can also manifest all sorts of terrible results.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You gotta think. I mean, placebo effect is a real thing. We know that, right? We know that if you really do believe that you're going to get better because of some sugar pill they give you, there's a tangible result.
100%.
If you really believe.
Yeah.
So if that salt guy If the thing about all that stupid shit is, if you believe it, it actually has an effect.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of healers out there that, at least on paper, are totally full of shit. But if you believe in these assholes,
yeah, that
they
can make a
have
big difference.
Yeah, it's very slippery. The human mind is such a slippery thing.
I mean, and I'll go back to my own experience. And again, I don't know how ephemeral or out there you want to get, but I'm out there in Antarctica 54 days alone. Like, I'm telling you, I'm doing this for this bigger purpose. I feel like I'm tapped into that. And like, legitimately, there were moments, at least for me, whether I'm manifesting that in my mind, whatever you want to call it, that I am actually feeling energetically uplifted by the people pushing me on. Like, there were days that were incredibly hard where I would sit there and I'd be like, oh my God, I don't know if I can do this. And then like, boom, like I would hit with this sort of larger purpose, this larger outcome. And again, like I'm not a super religious person. I was actually raised on a hippie commune. Like, I come from a pretty untraditional background, but like the energetic field, whatever you want to call that, or if that's just the belief in something, you know, the power of that, like I felt the strength from those moments. There was moments when my body switched from kind of being negative, oh my God, another hard day out here, oh my God, it's minus 25, to tapping into those flow states. So again, I don't have perfect words for that. You know, I'm starting to kind of build my vocabulary around that, but that energy, I think it is derived from what you're saying. If you start to believe it, if you can believe, like, hey, there's a larger purpose in this, or hey, this blue force field's gonna heal my foot. There is something that, if you can originate that positivity in your mind, that I think can give us incredible amounts of strength, and then we can tap into something greater.
Well, I think there's definitely something to what you were saying about the untapped limits of the human potential, and that most people barely scratch the surface of that. And if you really firmly get into that zone and believe, you can do things that people just, they really don't have any idea what they can do if they have to, because people are rarely pushed to their actual limits.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been said many times before I say it, but that idea that growth happens outside the comfort zone.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I've personally thought about a lot in this space is, you know, I got severely burned in this fire. I chose to jump the rope, so I was chose to be a knucklehead 22-year-old kid on a beach in Thailand, but like, I wasn't like, God, I want to get severely burned today. Like, that happened to me, right? Which forced me through this intense, tragic moment, but from that, I was able to learn of this sort of untapped potential inside of me because of the outcome, because of winning this triathlon.
Yeah.
But what I realized is that it's hard to choose that path often. It's hard to push yourself outside of those boundaries, but things that are, you know, quote unquote forced on you, I mean, let's look at something that this population essentially does, give birth, like childhood, since the beginning of time, and that's an incredibly intense physical manifestation of the power of the human body. I mean, I can't even imagine, obviously, what that would look like, nor will I ever be able to experience that, but that's incredibly powerful. Or times when people, you know, are forced to go through a cancer diagnosis, radiation and chemo, and, you know, facing mortality and all this sort of stuff. People get through those, but oftentimes these tragedies have to be forced upon us for us to do them. And so my exploration now with my, creative artwork, I call it, with these, you know, expeditions, these world record projects that push my body and mind, it's me choosing to step into those moments. It's me choosing to put my body and mind in these intense moments because of a deep curiosity of like, what are the limits of human potential? You know, what are my limits? What are our limits collectively? And can my physical expression of this inspire other people to innovate, create, and do amazing things in the world and in other modalities and things?
Well, that's one of the weird things about people doing extraordinary things like what you did, is that you absolutely will give other people fuel to accomplish things in real life. Inspiration is so critical for human beings. I mean, I draw upon it from so many different sources, from Goggins and a bunch of my other friends, like my friend Cameron Haynes, and a lot of other people that are endurance athletes and different people that have been interviewed on this podcast. But there's something that happens when you realize that people can do extraordinary things that makes you believe in the potential, not just in that person, but also in yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Goggins is a great example of that. I've never met him, but, you know, I've personally derived inspiration from that guy. I mean, he gets out there, you know, you can't run 100 miles. Like, I'll show you I can run 100 miles, you know, and he's pushing his body to extreme ways. Or, you know, I love what he says about the 40%. You know, I think about it a little bit different in my mind, but, like, what are those limits? I mean, I don't know if it's 40% or 50%. People quit. You know, people quit.
Yeah.
That I can't voice comes up. And, you know, he's proven it, so has many other people, of actually when you say I can, actually when you don't stop, you get stronger. And for me, in my own story, in my own journey, I think that final day, that final 32-hour push proves it. 3 days before that, you know, I'm videotaping all this. I'm trying to capture as much content to be able to share with people of this crazy, weird place that's Antarctica by yourself. And like day 49, day 50, like I'm literally crying into my GoPro being like, I'm running out of food. I'm exhausted. I don't know if I can keep doing this. I'm just like worked, right? But sure enough, I don't say I can't. You know, it's that it was at 40%, was that 50%. That's that moment when I wanted to quit, or I should have quit. But then the strongest, most amazing moment of my entire athletic career that spans decades happens 3 days later because I kept pushing. It's not like I rested for 3 days and pulled that off. Like I never took a rest day in 54 days. I pulled my sled 12 to 13 hours every single day. And on the last day, it was the strongest as possible. So I think it proves if we can push through that I can't moment, no, it's not going to work, that you can get there. And unfortunately, you know, we talk about 40% with Goggins. I actually think a lot of people quit at 1%. They're sitting behind their office. They're like, you know, one day I want to travel overseas, or, you know, I hate this job, you know, I've got this great business idea, but immediately they're like, but I can't, like, I've got no money to start this business. I've got no this. Like when I first set off my first world record in 2014, I sat with Jenna in my house, 1-bedroom apartment with a whiteboard, and we're like, I'm going to see if I can set the world record for the Explorers Grand Slam, something fewer than 50 people in the world have ever done, and I'm going to be the fastest. Climb Everest, climb Denali, climb Kilimanjaro, North Pole, South Pole, back to back. I haven't climbed a bunch of mountains. It'd be pretty easy to say I can't. Oh, and by the way, we have no money to do this. We have no platform. I have like 200 Instagram followers. Like, I mean, I have like nothing. But we just sat there and we're like, no, instead of saying I can't, let's say I can. What's the first step to that? We literally get out our laptops and I'm like going to, like, we're like, we want to build this big media campaign where lots of people follow and get press. Like, we know nothing about, we have no background in this. So we Google, what's the difference between marketing and PR? I mean, we are literally asking Google like the most basic of all basic questions. But, you know, we continue to say, like, let's get coffee with our one friend who knows something about this. We should probably get a website. How does one build a website? And it goes on and on like this.
How long ago did you start this journey?
Over here!
That was 2014.
Rosa the Navigator went to save her colleagues.
So the world record was to see if
5 years ago.
Yeah, so to see if I could set the world record for something called the Explorers Grand Slam. So it's the tallest mountain on each of the 7 continents, 7 summits.
Remember to tell Reddy to stick to the original plan.
Like that, or had it just been athletics?
So I grew up in Portland, so I grew up like in the outdoors, but like, I mean, to go climb Everest at Denali, sort of thing, no. Like the short answer is, I mean, I climbed a few mountains, you know, it's not like I'd never been in the snow before. I'd worn crampons. It's like I had zero experience, but like not even close to the experience that you would think one would need to do that.
And to just break world records doing
not just do it, just like be the fastest person to ever complete it. You know, like I said, it ended up being 139 days straight through from all those mountains. Didn't, you know, I think we had a clip up a second ago of something on Everest, but yeah, I mean, to do all of that, it started from this place of believing I can. And then, you know, it's fun to talk about the epic adventure, but for me, it's actually fun to talk about what happened behind the scenes of that, because what actually happened, like, people, you know, applaud our success now. This is me.
This is you
in Everest, walking across the ladder. You know, like 300-foot hole in crevasse on the other side of it that you have to go through on your way up the Mount Everest climbing route.
And so your crampons are clicking on the you're hooking them on the ladder as you walk across, and if you fall, you die.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So
fuck, man, watch this again. This is so awful. It's so awful to look at, because you're basically just walking this tightrope on. Let me hear it.
Did you find Odema?
Listen to that click. Folks, I
Rosa
implore you to go to the Instagram page so you get the full freak out. Look how they're tied together through those ladders.
Yeah.
Tied together.
Rickety is to be a 300-foot cavern over there.
Oh, fuck all of this. Jesus. And you're looking down because you have a GoPro on.
And we cut the sound off at the end there, but I go, at the very end, I go, woo! Because, like, there was 50 of those ladders, but I was cheering every fucking time I got across. I was like, yep, one more down, woo!
You did that 50 times?
In the Kumbu, I actually go through that section a couple of times. It's a very dangerous section of the mountain. But yeah, went about 50 of those ladders, so.
When you went through Everest, did you see the bodies?
So I fortunately didn't see any bodies up there.
Fortunately or unfortunately?
Fortunately. I mean, I'm not like trying to see dead bodies,
right.
You know, but they're more prevalent on the climbing route on the north side. The day that I did summit, 3 people died on the day that I summited. So to set the, I mean, talk about Everest, I mean, for me, it was major setbacks. It was the 8th of 9 expeditions in this sequence. So I'd done 100 days of other expeditions leading up to Everest to do this Explorers Grand Slam world record. I'm trying to climb Everest. I'm exhausted from 100 days. I just come from the North Pole, before that Kilimanjaro, before that, you know, Elbrus, all these other mountains. And then I make my summit push on Everest. I'm not climbing with a guide or anything. It's just myself and one Sherpa who I met climbing in Nepal the year previous when I was training for this. And so it's just the two of us, and we climb up into Camp 4. So Everest has, you know, 4 camps. There's base camp, and then there's camps progressively higher in the mountain, so you can get your body acclimatized. And we get up into Camp 4. Have you read the book Into Thin Air by John Krakauer or anything about Everest?
No.
Yeah, okay. There's a famous book that's written about it where 11 people die. And right in this moment, it's called the death zone, where you enter above 26,000 feet. The human body basically can't survive for long, even with supplemental oxygen. And this massive snowstorm and windstorm blows in, like, kind of out of nowhere, and we're trying to push for the summit. It takes us 2.5 hours just to set up our tent and get inside, and we know, like, it's over. Like, we're not gonna summit Everest, like, in this storm. There's no way. So we just survive the night, wake up the next morning, still getting pounded by this weather, and actually have to climb back down the mountain. So climb back down the mountain all the way to Camp 2, and they're like, well, that's probably it. Like, you don't usually, like, spend a night out in the death zone and, like, make a second attempt, and you've already tried all these other mountains. You're 100+ days in this journey. And I was like, man, I want to see if I can get back up there. Like, and this other guy who I met on another team had some supplemental oxygen, so I had to use some of my supplemental oxygen. So my supply stores are limited now as well. And so he says to me, hey, I'm not going to go up, I'm sick, but if you get back up to Camp 4, there's a couple bottles of oxygen that you could use of mine if you somehow get back up there. So sure enough, Pasang Bodhi, that's the name of the Sherpa I was climbing with, amazing climber himself. We get back up to Camp 4 in the death zone, and we decide we're going to go for the summit. We call back down to base camp, what's the weather forecast? And they're like, well, it's the exact same forecast we told you before. It might hold, in which case you'll be fine, or it might turn into what you guys just survived, and if you're not near your tent and you're up on the summit ridge of Everest, like, it's going to get, like, pretty bad. And so we kind of go back and forth. Should we go for it? Shouldn't we go for it? We decide to go for it. But this crazy thing happens, which is, you may have read about this or heard of this if you know much about Everest, but basically, no one climbed Everest in 2014 or 15 because a huge avalanche killed 16 Sherpas in 2014. The mountain was closed. And in 2015, there was a huge earthquake in Nepal that shut the climbing season down. So no one's even climbed the mountain in 2 years. But all of a sudden, because of these weather delays, I end up there, and there's 100 people going for the summit on the exact same day. So basically, traffic jam on the worst fucking place to be in a traffic jam possible. So Pasang Bodhi and I, we go, okay, let's figure out how to climb this thing. And we leave camp. There's a photo that I took for leaving camp. There's all these lights going up the side of the mountain, and it's because there's one rope that everyone works to put in, so everyone's using the same rope. And all of a sudden, we're behind 100 people. And if you stand there, wind chill minus 40 degrees, like, we're gonna get frostbite, like, we're gonna not be able to make it. And so Pasang Bodhi and I look at each other and we go, let's unclip from the rope. And so we actually decide to unclip from the rope, climb up all the way to the balcony from the south call, the death zone area I was mentioning before, up to about 28,000 feet on rope, because we actually think it's more dangerous to climb roped next to behind all the people than it is to risk a fall.
Right, you don't know those people.
Right,
you don't know what they're like.
And people are, you're on Everest at 28,000 feet, and people are walking, one step per minute sometimes. It is brutal. And so, I'm walking maybe 2 steps every 30 seconds, but I'm like Usain Bolt, like, flying past these people. Yeah, this gives an example of, like, so you're in it, like, the worst place in the world to be, in a traffic jam, as you can see here from this photo I posted that day. But anyways, I get up to this edge, and it's too steep. It's too dangerous for us to be unclipped from the rope any longer. We're just gonna have to clip in and settle in behind. We'd passed like 50 or 60 people, so we're in a much better place than ever. I still have this one big puffy coat. It's actually the same puffy coat I used in Antarctica, the big, like, Michelin Man coat. And I'm like, we're gonna slow down. I better put this big jacket on. And so I take my jacket off, I undo my gloves real quick to put this big jacket on over me to warm myself up, and I look down, and my right hand is black. Like, just black as black can be. And I'm like, holy shit, like, telltale sign of frostbite. Like, oh my God. Like, the same thing, we've got school kids following along, we got family fun, the whole thing, and I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm gonna lose my right hand. Is Jenna still gonna love me? What's my family gonna think? And then I don't say anything to Pasang Bodhi. I jam my hand back in these big gloves, and I go, okay. And I don't recommend this thought process, but I go, well, if I'm gonna lose my hand anyways, wouldn't it be cooler to lose my hand but also have summited Everest? So
was it?
I mean, it was black, like black. So yeah, like that
coffee?
can of, yeah, like black. I mean, it was black.
Did you take a picture of it?
So the sun was just below the horizon, so it was like dusk, and I looked down at this point, and then the sun comes up, so I jam my hand back in this glove, and I don't say anything to Pasenko, and I'm like, let's keep pushing for the summit. So we go for the next 3 hours, and the whole time in mind, I'm like, oh my god, I'm such an idiot, like, I'm gonna lose my hand's frostbitten, this and that. And so we get up, and about 30 minutes below Mount Everest summit. It should be a beautiful moment for me. Like, since a little kid, I dreamed summiting Everest would be like the greatest accomplishment of my life. Oh my god, and I'm thinking like, just in this dark place. But I also haven't taken a single photo, basically. And I'm like, well, I gotta get like a photo or a video of, you know, the famous Mount Everest summit. So I pull up my GoPro and shoot a video. I shoot this short little video which kind of shows this crazy exposure that I'm on. On one side, 5,000 feet down to China on one side, 5,000 feet in Nepal on this tiny little knife edge ridge. And of course, I have to adjust my gloves again. Yeah, this is from the summit. I pull my GoPro out and have to mess with my gloves, put it back in, and I look at my hand and I start going, waving my arms in the air, go, Pasang Bodhi, my hand's back!
You met the rest of the crew?
My hand's back! And he's like, what are you doing?
Glad you got
It just so happened that the glove warmers in my gloves, the chemical hand warmers, had broken open, and the charcoal and the copper filings of the chemical hand warmers had dyed my hand black.
Oh, geez.
And my hand was completely fine.
Oh, God.
And so, yeah, this clip here, if you play it from the top, is me reaching the summit. That's Pasang Bodhi right there. But
so when wow.
Are you who the cap we are about to launch a rescue?
Did you experience any discomfort in your
fellow
hands
crew?
before?
So, we're talking about a lot of this podcast has been about mindset, which is one of my favorite topics. And like, just like we said, you can convince yourself that the salt man is fixing your foot.
Yeah.
Like, I'm on Everest. I'm at 28,000 feet. My brain's not working very well. I know that the weather's coming in bad, that people are going to get maybe frostbite based on the forecast. And I look down and I see my hand's black. Where does my mind go? Like, it's not like, oh, let me think about this. My hand warmer must have broken open in this. I'm like, my hand, and I didn't hear it because I was like, I didn't feel my hand getting cold. My hand, like, feels fine, but I'm on Everest, my hand's black. That means, you know, in my brain, I'm like, I have frostbite. So it's just like, it's a weird thing where you can take your mind, like, a lot of this, the positivity of this. My mind went to the negative immediately, like, your hand's gone, it's frozen off, like, the end. So
what happened to the people that died? Were they on the rope?
Yeah, so unfortunately that day the weather actually did get pretty bad later in the day. So fortunately I was able to get down before the weather got too bad. But the people that died that day, one slipped and fell down these ropes over on Lhotse, which is the adjacent mountain, but sharing some of the same ropes on the same route. And then 2 people died from altitude sickness, so basically either running out of oxygen up there and not being able to get back down into their tents. I think those people actually did get carried back down to their tents that night and then died in the tents that night. So it's called cerebral edema, which is basically your brain fills with fluid from being at the high altitude and not getting enough oxygen. And it's a killer up there. And you know, one of the crazy things about being up there is, you know, you read about it, but you really can't rescue somebody very easily up there. I mean, to carry a human body down to rescue them is nearly impossible. And I kind of always thought in my mind, you know, if I saw somebody lying on the ground, like I would, you know, summon the energy to pick them up. And I was actually coming back from the summit, and I was on the south summit, so just below the Everest summit, at 28,800 feet or something like that. And this Brazilian woman who I'd met in base camp named Thais, who I've, you know, become friends with. You're in Nepal for a couple months, you start talking to people, getting friends with other climbers, whatever. And I see her lying on the ground with her head like leaned back and her oxygen mask off to the side. And I'm like, oh my God, like this is the moment that I most feared. Like somebody who I know is lying here on the side of the mountain. And I think to myself, I've got to pick her up. I've got to pick her up and somehow like carry her down this mountain. And I lean over to grab her, and I try with all my might to do anything, and I realize I can't move her 6 inches.
Even
like,
with my
I'm
skills,
completely exhausted. Muscles aren't working, brain's not working. So I do the only thing I can think to do is I just wrap her in my arms and I say, Thais, like, you can hear me, it's calling, you need to get up, you need to get your oxygen mask on, you need to start moving, like, please get up, please get up. No response. She was climbing with a Sherpa, another guide right next to her, and they were like, look, like, we're having trouble with her oxygen mask, but we're gonna fix it, like, it's gonna be all right. sweat, and I was like just kind of going through this intense moment. I'm like, what do I do? How can I help? And it's this weirdest, you know, I'm not proud of it necessarily to say it, but like there was nothing I could do. Like it's just the most helpless feeling in the world, where you want to help the common person, a friend, and this person not be a friend, but if any human being is lying on the ground in the snow, you're like, I want to help this person get down this mountain. And I was just so close to on my limit up there at the summit. There was nothing I could do. Fortunately, she was not one of the people that passed away that day. Her team did get her oxygen mask on her, and she actually made it to the summit and back down safely.
Wow, so she went up from
there? She ended up going up from there, which to me is like another whole crazy part of that story. But it was an interesting lesson for me in like, you know, you hear these stories, you can't move bodies up there, there's nothing you can do to rescue, and people have been criticized for not, you know, doing these crazy rescues when things have gone wrong up there. But it really hit home for me, like how hard it would be to move somebody down that mountain from that altitude. And so when you're up there, you know, unlike, you know, Antarctica, I was actually alone, and Everest, like I said, was a pretty crowded day. Like, you're essentially alone up there. Like, if you can't keep putting one foot in front of the other up in the death zone, there's not a whole lot that you can do.
So the 3 people that died up there, did they leave them there?
I'm not sure with those specific people, because sometimes you can get like a large team of people to slowly lower people down. And, you know, in a weird way, it's actually easier to lower a dead body than it is to lower a live person, because a dead body you don't have to worry about breaking bones and things like that if you're lowering someone over rocks and things like that. So I actually believe those bodies are no longer there, but there are quite a few bodies, you know, still on the mountain, and particularly the north side, the Chinese, so you can climb it from 2 sides, from the Nepal side. You know, commonly climb where I climb, but the Tibet side is known for having a lot of bodies still actually on the climbing route, for sure. So, but for me on that, I mean, that day in a crazy way continues on, because I got back down to Camp 4, and I'm thinking I'm gonna sleep for the night, rest, and come back down the mountain. And it takes a few days to get back down the mountain. At this point, you know, I've only got one more mountain to climb to finish my world record, the Explorers Grand Slam. And I was about 2 months ahead of schedule. So if I had climbed Denali in the next 2 months, North America's tallest mountain up in Alaska, I was going to set this world record that I was. And so I called back home to Jenna, and I was like, I made it. Like, I made it. And earlier in the day, when my hands had gotten frozen, I had actually heated boot warmers. And so I turned the heat in my boot warmers up as hot as possible. So I'm like, if my hand is frostbitten, what does my feet look like? So I cranked those up as hot as possible. And so Jenna's like, hey, like, how you doing? Like, you all right? We've heard some, you know, reports over social media that it's been a really hard day up there. Like, I'm like, yeah, I'm all right. Like, no frostbite, no injuries. Like, I'm good. And I was like, well, actually, I burned my feet. And she's like, oh, frostbite? Like, how bad is it? And I was like, no, not frostbite. I actually burned 2, like, silver dollar circles in the bottoms of both of my feet from turning my boot warmers up too much. And she's like, wait, let me get this straight. Like, you climb Everest, you don't get frostbite, but you burn yourself. She was like, your feet, fire, like, just like, it's a bad situation. But then she goes on, and she was like, she literally said, the next thing she said to me, I will literally never forget in my life. And she goes, so, you're in your tent, right? You took your boots off and you rolled up in there. I'm like, yeah. And she's like, well, I actually need you to put your boots back on. Excuse me? Like, I just, what? She was like, yeah, so we've been doing some calculating back home, and it just so happens that if you can get to the summit of Denali in the next week, you can set not 1, but 2 world records. And I was like, well, that sounds nice, but like, I'm on the summit of, below the summit of Everest. How the hell is that gonna work? She's like, okay, put your boots back on down now. Climb all the way back to base camp. There's no time for you to sleep, but then a helicopter's gonna take you to the you. No time for a hotel, no time for a shower, but an evening flight's gonna take you from Dubai to Seattle to Anchorage. And instead of having 3 weeks to climb Denali, you'll have 3 days. And if you can do all of that, you'll set another world record. Like, ready, go. So I was in disbelief, but knowing better than to disobey not only my amazing wife, but the planner and logistics expert in running the back and all this, I sure enough put my boots back on, wiped the slate clean, and found myself, you know, just 100 hours after standing on the summit of Everest, I found myself over in Alaska trying to push up to the summit to try to set the 2 world records, not just the 1.
Now, what kind of recovery does your body need when you exert yourself like that? Like,
yeah,
climbing Everest, I would think that your body you had to be in some kind of state of shock, or...
I mean, completely. There's some clips of me on Denali in those next few days where I'm just absolutely trashed. Like, I'm like like barely eyes open, like I'm gonna try to push for the summit. I'm gonna this. The one benefit I will say there is one. Most of it's not a benefit, but I'll keep it in the positive. The one benefit is usually in high altitude mountaineering you need to acclimatize. So your body creates more red blood cells when you go up into the thinner air to allow you to breathe oxygen better at the higher altitudes. A mountain like Denali normally takes 3 weeks to climb because you're coming from sea level, and to get up to 20,000 feet, you can't just get dropped off there. If you or I right now got dropped off from the summit of Denali, we would pass out in a matter of minutes, right? But because I'm coming from Everest at 29,000 feet, it puts Denali into perspective, not from a technical mountaineering standpoint, because it's still a very dangerous and very challenging mountain, in a lot of ways a harder mountain to climb than Everest, technically. But 20,000 feet, my body can handle the rapid ascent a little bit better if I can muster the energy to do it. The physiology of my body is actually in a better place to climb higher faster, if that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, but man, so when you're done with this, how long did it take you to just feel like a normal person again?
Yeah, so I was on Denali. I ended up summiting in 3 days and setting, so the Explorers Grand Slam was the 7 summits plus a North and South Pole, but the second world record was just the 7 summits by themselves. So even though I went to the poles, I still set the speed record for the 7 summits as well. So 7 summits, 131 days, and the Explorers Grand Slam 139, and then I returned to Alaska and then home to Portland. And honestly, it was a good 6 months until I felt normal again, at least. And I'm definitely, like I said, I'm only about 5 weeks out from Antarctica right now, and I haven't really taken a lot of rest to recover. I've been on the road still doing various things, and you know, I'm nowhere near recovered. It's going to take a long time to get back. So these exertions, I love them. I love pushing my body, but you know, the cycle of high performance is also knowing how to recover well, good nutrition, all that, and it takes a long time. That one took 6 months, and I would imagine this Antarctica recovery is going to take a long time as well. Now, when you say it took 6 months, are you monitoring your physiological levels? What are you monitoring, and how do you find out like where you're at? Yeah, so I started to do a lot of blood work actually early on in my triathlon career. You know, actually early on in my professional triathlon career, I mentioned I moved to Australia not long after, you know, turning pro and coming out of the gate with this win. And I had the opportunity to go train with some of the best triathletes in the world. There's actually, you know, a couple world champions. There's a group of 15 of us, a couple of world champions, so female Ironman world champion, a couple Olympic medalists. I mean, some of the top people in the world. And I'm this like up and coming professional triathlete, and I think it's so cool that I'm like training with the best guys. I mean, you know, it'd be like, you know, a guy that just gets into the UFC and all of a sudden he's training with, you know, the top contenders, the title guys, and like I wanted to really roll hard with them. And so I was training super hard to try to keep up with the guys, the best guys. And I had an amazing month, and then I completely fell apart because their level of training were true world-class level, and I'm starting out, was just too much for me. And so it crashed my entire system. My testosterone dropped to that level of a 90-year-old man. I mean, I was like, had no testosterone in my body, and, you know, went through some serious overtraining, which, as you know, like that's no joke. Learned that lesson the hard way. And that was one of the, you know, darkest moments of my athletic career, but it's also been a net benefit for me as I've gone. That was back in 2011 or whatever. These world record projects have been in the last couple of years, and so I learned from that, you know, taking it way too much and not learning how to recover, to implementing things. So your question about what did I monitor? You know, resting heart rate is one that I monitored a lot. Heart rate variability as well as certain blood levels, of course, around the whole endocrine system, the testosterone levels, the different hormone levels and things like that. So coming back, I do blood work ahead of time, then come back just with standard process with the nutrition company. They did all this blood work on me. So when I left Antarctica, before flying home, next place I had to go actually was to New York to do the Today Show, which was a whole weird thing after being alone in Antarctica. I have a TV show, that's a whole other like weird Twilight Zone. But before I even did that, I flew to Charlotte, where the Nutrition Innovation Center is, and did all my blood work. And so we can have basically this longitudinal study of my blood work to understand it. And so I monitor all that and figure out what I'm deficient in, what I need, where my heart rate's at, and basically a lot of inflammation in my body and needing to kind of rid my body of that and fully recover. So when you're coming back from all these summits and all this time at altitude, what has actually happened to your body that causes you to be really depleted for 6 weeks? Like what's happened other than the fact that you were at high altitude, low oxygen? Like what's taking place?
place?
So one of the things that happens at high altitude that you don't really think about too much, which is your body's not getting, so the air actually has just as much oxygen in it as it does at sea level, but the air is less dense. So that means as you breathe in the air, you're literally getting less oxygen into your blood.
It's less dense.
It's less dense.
So it's less nitrogen in
it's
it?
the pressure changes. Right, so at the high altitude, it's actually the pressure that's changing.
So it's not less oxygen.
There's just as much oxygen, but in a less dense form. So in the same volume of breath, you're getting less actual O2 into your blood.
And what are you
at
getting?
higher altitude? I guess it's, carbon dioxide. Is that right? Yeah, I'm not a doctor, like I said. All I know is you're getting less oxygen. You're getting less oxygen in your body. So what ends up happening is your muscles, of course, need oxygen to perform. So normally, if I'm in, when I'm in my most elite physical shape, I was resting heart rate during a professional triathlon career of like 35, getting out of bed, 38. Low enough that if you weren't a professional athlete and you went to a doctor with a heart rate of 35, they'd be like, oh my God, like you're gonna die. There's something wrong with you. But like, that's also a a key mark for elite health performance. You know that, of course. What happens is your body's getting so little oxygen, even as your blood isn't contagious. You're sleeping with a resting heart rate at altitude on Everest at like 90, 100 beats per minute. So, that's a pretty elevated heart rate 24 hours a day, and in my case, for 139 days straight. So essentially, your heart is just even at rest. And so what that does to your body in terms of, it throws your hormones around. It obviously you lose body weight, body fat, body composition changes. All of those things really shift and happen in a pretty intense way. So coming back, like actually just getting your heart rate back down, getting your a parasympathetic nervous system to just relax and stress-free and all that stuff. I think it takes a while for sure.
So what do you do to help yourself recover when you come back? Are there specific kinds of food you eat or supplements that you take?
I'll start. There's a few different things that I find to work well. One, sleep. I mean, I think that sleep in our culture in general is really underrated. I think, if you go in the corporate world and everyone's like, I pulled this all night, or I work 120 hours a week, I this, I that, or whatever. Like, I'm telling you a story about pushing through the night and going 32 hours straight. There's a time and a place for big pushes without sleep, but like, we are not built to do that sustainably in any way, shape, or form. So in my training, when I'm training for these things, I prioritize sleep. I prioritize taking a nap. The same thing when I'm recovering. So really making sure I get that sleep is for me the most natural way to recover. On top of that, soft tissue work. I'm a huge believer in massage. As well as chiropractors to me, that makes a big difference, just to have everything in alignment, working well, efficiently in my body. And then supplements, definitely reducing inflammation. So for me, gut health is huge. So getting those probiotics, getting the right stuff in, it's easy to have, that leaky gut or things where you're not getting the nutrition absorbed properly. And I think we all in various states, you deal with that. The standard American diet for sure leads to that for a lot of people. So getting that nutrition clean and right. Sleep, rest, recovery, nutrition. And then, I've definitely been taking a lot of supplements through my life. I err more towards the whole food supplements these days, but I find, things like turmeric that really reduce inflammation.
Just as we had planned.
And, magnesium definitely helps a lot. So there's a few things that I take daily, but really I think sleep and a clean diet goes a long way. I've messed with some cryo before. I find that to be pretty good. I've been doing that a lot in the last couple of years a bit. So various things. But yeah, for me, sleep, diet, nutrition is recovery.
And what kind of food do you eat? Eating clean.
Yeah.
Particular way of eating.
I'm recently doing more of a pescatarian diet, so I mostly cut out meat, although that's I was raised that way. My parents have been vegetarians forever. Well, I should say pescatarian, so they eat some fish. But no chicken, no beef, none of that. For me, I've actually, even in Antarctica, there was some, in my freeze-dried meals, there was, beef and chicken and stuff like that. So it's not something I've cut out of my diet.
So you brought freeze-dried meals as well as bringing those
The Columbars was the main thing, but at every dinner I had one freeze-dried meal at the end of the day that was an extra 1,000 calories.
Water in like a mountain house.
Exactly. Yeah, the company was Alpine, the same thing. So rice, noodles mixed with chicken and beef. But when I say eat clean, I mostly mean just like eating whole food stuff, like not eating processed crap, refined sugars, that kind of stuff. Like, I'm a normal human being, so I'm guilty of that as anyone from time to time, just grabbing the easiest, closest thing. But like I said, my dad's an organic farmer. My mom, my stepdad started a chain of natural foods grocery stores when I was a kid, so I was really raised around, in the sort of hippie co-op days of the natural foods movement, which of course now with Amazon owning Whole Foods is doing a lot more in the mainstream. But that was what I was raised around, and eating quinoa, rice, kale, those kinds of things, beans, whole food nutrition has gone a long way for me.
Now, do you mess with CBD at all?
It's not something I've done a lot of. I hear amazing things. I'm definitely not opposed to it at all, but I haven't tried it. What's your experience been with that?
I've been experimenting with it for the last couple of years. It has a pretty profound effect on alleviating soreness, especially joint soreness, and it also makes you feel good. The word is that it alleviates anxiety, which I don't suffer a lot of, but it just makes me feel relaxed.
Do you take it orally or do you take it?
I take a dropper. I take whatever they say to take. I take like 5.
Yeah. Do you take it at night? Like
I take it during the morning and I take it at night as well.
Okay.
I just always feel like I'm running my body at red line.
Yeah.
I'm running my brain at red line so much. So whatever they say you need, I just double it.
Yeah.
For almost everything.
And do you feel like, obviously it doesn't have the THC effects of it, but do you feel like in a
No,
nothing.
No, nothing.
Clear-headed, clear mind.
Yeah, and my THC tolerance is so high.
Sure.
It doesn't really.
Right.
But some forms of it have a small amount of THC, and I think there may be some sort of synergistic effect that happens with the THC combined with the CBD that helps people even more, because a lot of people that have pain, particularly chronic pain, they experience a lot of relief from THC, from just smoking it or vaporizing it or using edibles. So I think that the CBD with a little bit of THC might have a better effect. A lot of fighters say that.
Sure. No, I'm interested in trying the CBD for sure. Something I should definitely try. Do you find that it gives you like a is it relief when it's in your body, like a masking relief, or do you feel like it actually is like curing the root cause of that inflammation?
I don't think it's masking at all. I think it's alleviating the inflammation. It's a very healthy thing for your body. I mean, obviously there's a bunch of different oils that will alleviate essential fatty acids and fish oils are very good. I think anything that you take to help the body move seems to be a problem. Pain, just with pain. I think also with anxiety, it's entirely possible that things that can when you see people that are anxious, they often look bloated. I think it's just an overall sense of unwellness, and I think poor diet exacerbates that. A good diet can alleviate some of those symptoms, and I think that CBD is a big part of that.
100%. I mean, yeah, I'm interested to try that for sure. I've definitely that information, even for me coming back from Antarctica in this quarter of recovery phase. What's weird is like you saw how lean I got then, but my body, I think, because it was so depleted of food source, is now actually almost trying to put that back on my body, of kind of storing that. So actually, my body composition feels weird to me right now because my body's just like trying to figure out where the hell I'm at. So a lot of that comes from that chronic inflammation and certainly just those elevated cortisol levels of just being so jacked up and redlined, like you said, is like so wired. So finding ways to kind of mitigate that, I think is crucial. I should try it. What form would you recommend trying? The dropper form?
Yeah, I'd like to get this. Gel tabs are fine, but I think it's unnecessary. Your body's absorbing the cover. Just go right to the oil. Yeah. I just think it's the best way to do it. But I'm a big fan of curcumin and turmeric as well. I think those are really good.
Have you tried ashwagandha or any of the the mushroom teas and stuff like that?
I do take this stuff actually that I have right here. This wasn't planned. I take this all the time and make tea out of this.
Yeah,
really nice.
I've messed with like the cordyceps and the ashwagandha as well to kind of reduce some of the cortisol, like the hormonal balance and stuff like that.
Cordyceps is fantastic too for endurance.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, we have an Onnit product called True Tech Sport that has cordyceps, B vitamins, and adapters. It really has a big product in the gym. I take it about an hour or so
Beforehand?
workout. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let your body absorb it, and it just really has a real effect. And it doesn't give me a jittery thing either.
Yeah.
It just gives me more energy.
Just kind of take it an hour before, kind of your body through it. More often, that comes with the idea behind cordyceps. That's what I've been told. Anyway.
Yeah, they high altitude herders. They noticed that.
Oh, really?
When the cattle are eating certain mushrooms, they get more energy. Huh. And so then that's how they started experimenting with this stuff. They actually grow it on caterpillars.
What?
Yeah.
How does that
so
work?
Strange, man. See if you can find it. Cordyceps mushrooms grown on caterpillars.
I'm picturing like this room of caterpillars like carrying around mushrooms on their back or something.
Yeah,
like
it's real freaky. It's real freaky. But apparently the way they farm it, that's the way they farm it. They actually grow it on caterpillars.
Huh. That's fascinating. Yeah.
Fucking weird. It's expensive shit.
Yeah.
But like there it is.
Oh wow.
Like how fucking strange.
So those at the bottom there, that's a caterpillar and there's a mushroom growing out of their heads or something like that.
Thank you. I'll take that. Snip that shit off the caterpillars.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
Apparently it works. Well, it does. Yeah. It's, there's so many benefits. I mean, Paul Stamets, he's been on the podcast before, and I can't get him he's a biologist. And it was one of the best podcasts I've ever done in terms of like really exploring the benefits of different fungi and different mushrooms, different nutritional benefits derived from them.
I mean, I can't even know. The whole food nutrition, there's many different levels. You have those mushrooms or they go a long way into your bones for sure.
What about what do you drink? A lot of water, vegetable juices?
Mostly water. Like I do usually start the day with a smoothie. Obviously fruit. Another thing I put in there is I've been using stuff that's actually the company standard process is just coming out with it, but they let me try it ahead of time. It's called like this slow release glucose, so it's a protein powder, but instead of giving you that glucose spike like you would from a refined sugar or something like that, it's kind of a long burn, long-term glucose. The whole chemistry of that, I find it makes a big difference rather than kind of just getting that sugar spike slow release of energy. And that was actually in the almond bars as well, and I really like that, particularly for endurance, because if you start like taking the glucose you get that spike of 100 calories, you get that like quick boom burst of energy replenishes your glucose stores. But this I feel like just is a much slower, cleaner burn, and it lasts a longer. For technically, for anaerobic stuff, I mean maybe you need kind of that more explosive power, whatever, different things for that. But for some of like low heart rate, zone 1, zone 2, like long grinding type of stuff that I do in the mountains or pulling this sled or whatever, I find it's really good for stuff like that.
Now, what scares me about people like you is, how old are you now?
33.
Okay, you're very young.
Let's get you back.
I'll take that.
This is what I'm worried. I'm worried that you've already done so much crazy shit that you have to push past the crazy shit you've already done. And you've already been on Everest. It sounds like you were kind of like,
so you're
you
really
went on
looking
death's
for
door,
the
but you opened the front gate.
Yeah.
You opened the front gate, you're on the
it's
lawn.
It's a fairy tale.
You're on death's lawn.
Sure.
Right?
You're not the first fool I've met obsessed with that thing.
It's what do you try to do next?
Come find me when you're done with your business.
Do you have some crazy shit in your head right now? You're like, okay, now I'm going to the moon with a fucking balloon.
It's funny. It's twofold. It's an interesting intersection. I appreciate that you call me young. I'll take that all day long.
Well, I'm 51, so you are young to me.
But I guess in terms of in athlete terms, right?
You're in the peak.
Yeah, the peak for endurance athletes, and it's fun to be here. But I also think it's a moment in time where a little bit, I'll say, I won't give myself too much credit, but a little bit of wisdom meets also athletic performance. A moment in time where I've had enough experience, enough setbacks, ups and downs, and success, of course, with the world records and things I have, but to really take stock of what's important to me. And what I've realized more and more is I'm super curious about pushing the limits of my own potential. 100%. We've talked about that. I love that. But I actually don't think of myself so much as a risk taker or an adrenaline junkie. When I'm serious, man. I mean, I'm not just bullshitting you. Like, I really, when I think about it, like, these things are really are methodical.
Yes,
they're
I
thought out.
understand.
You know, they're practiced. They're in. It's not to say there's not risk. You saw me trying to set up my tent. That tent flies away, like I'm screwed. Like I'm in a bad way.
What would you do? Would you run after it?
I mean, no
60
no
miles an
chance
hour?
you're catching up to that thing. That thing is gone. Yeah, you know, you hit the ejector button on the call to plane and hope they can find you type of thing. And even that's like in a storm like that, unlikely they're gonna get there. But for me, what I'm honestly most excited about next, yes, I have some other projects that I'm marinating in my mind. Do I have other expeditions? Sure, I haven't. They're not fully crystallized enough to announce right here, unfortunately. But you know, I've got some ideas. But more so, like I'm excited about sharing what I've learned. Like I said, that wisdom meets high performance. Of actually having an ability now. Like I said, when I started this, I had my friends following me on Instagram, and now I'm starting to have ability to share the story. People are asking for me to take interviews. I'm writing a book right now. Lots of my learnings going into that kind of stuff of really having an ability to pass this on. Because for me, as fun as it is for me to push my own limits, like what really inspires me, what really fires me up is when I get emails or notes from people like, hey man, I watched you cross Antarctica. I haven't been to the gym in 5 years, and like I've gone every single day since then. Or I'm trail running now. Or like I started that business I never said I was going to start, or whatever. And so having an ability to have a moment in time when I can share some of my learnings, with the world in meaningful different contents, that really excites me. I love the opportunity to do that. But man, like for sure, there's some other events on the horizon as well. But yeah, it's not just about one-upping the next thing. I think that's a losing proposition in the long run of always trying to do the bigger, badder, craziest thing. Because when the stakes are, like you said, the razor's line between life and death, you keep one-upping yourself enough, you don't make it to the end of a long life, unfortunately. And I'm not trying to have that be the end.
Well, it sounds like, you've already broken world records.
Congratulations on your
you're
maiden
in this weird
voyage,
place
Captain.
where you've accomplished so much.
Open the crew list
that
to
in
add
order
crew
to
members
accomplish
to your
other
ship.
things, if
But
you're going
for
to take
now,
it to the next level,
ready to sail with me
it really has to be
using
truly
set sail?
life-threatening.
Do you have any recommendations? Do you want to come on the next one with
quit
me?
now. Say move into the next stage of life that doesn't involve risking your life. I don't know. You seem like a nice guy. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Oh, give me some wisdom. You've got almost a couple decades on me. If you were whispering in the ear of your 33-year-old self, how about this? You've had an interesting path. If you're whispering in the ear of your 33 self, what would be some advice that you would give yourself that you'd be happy that you lived out over the next 20 years?
Well, obviously life experience. When you have life experience, learn those lessons, become a better person, be better at communicating, be better at everything you do.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with what you're doing, it's not a problem, but in this context, is that you're pushing these incredible endurance records in nature, and particularly in cold weather. And this is what's stunning about these things is that you're risking your life. It's not that it's just difficult. Like running in ultra marathon is incredibly difficult, right?
For sure.
But what you're doing is not just incredibly difficult. You're doing it in these incredibly harsh environments, and particularly in Antarctica, you don't have any relief. There's nothing. No one's going to help you. Like you said, your tent blows away. Like you might
Easier than
very
you
well
thought,
be fucked.
isn't it?
Yes. Right.
Ships have
I don't know.
durability,
Yeah.
which decreases while they
I don't know
move.
what
They can't
you
set
could
sail
do
anymore once they've run
that
out
would
of
one-up
durability.
that. This is the problem. Is like your one-up margin of error is you're in this very strange sort of stratosphere of one-upitude.
Maybe it's we take a page out of the Bruce Springsteen Glory Days song and just kick my feet up and talk about the glory days for the rest of the time.
Well, you don't have to do that.
Kidding.
But the thing is, don't listen to me.
You can
man. Do
obtain
whatever you
pirate
want to do.
coins
Obviously,
or
you're going
refill
to.
your
You're not gonna
fast
listen.
sailing
But
gauge by searching the
you could
flotsam around
you
the
could
ocean.
apply this
Pirate coins
sort of
can
mental
be used for
fortitude you
trading with
demonstrated
merchant
and this
ships,
ability to push
or
through things. You could
for
apply
hiring
it
new
to
sailors.
anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be these physical feats of risking death in
While
frigid
sailing,
cold temperatures
you can
in the middle
move
of the
quickly
fucking
by using
nowhere,
fast
or
sailing.
literally at the
Space
bottom
bar.
of the planet Earth.
If you are tired of steering the ship
to
yourself,
me, that's actually
you can
that's why
also
it's
use
exciting, 'cause for
auto
me,
sailing.
Yes, are there some other physical expressions that I want to have in the world? For sure, and I have some ideas, like I said, and it's not necessarily trying to one up the next thing, but it's also why it's exciting to me. The lessons that I try to learn, that I try to share with other people, like you said, are universal lessons, but they also, if I revert them back to my own self, are also universal lessons in my own life. So like you said, it's like, hey, like, what's the next thing I'm super passionate about? If I have the confidence to sit with a whiteboard with no money, no resources, no background, an incredibly supportive fiance at the time, now wife, who's like down to like ride or die with me and go into this with
do
me.
you see
like,
that?
and we created what we
Captain,
did. We did something that
that's a
people literally
merchant
wrote
ship.
about and said, this
They
is
might have
impossible.
some
People
goods
have
for
died
us.
trying this. You can't do this, and we've
Let's
achieved
get to
it.
them with
It gives me confidence.
fast
Not that I
sailing.
can do some other crazy physical thing, but it gives me confidence. Like, cool. Like, I want to start a business that makes millions of dollars. Like, cool. Like, let's figure out how to do that. Let's do the equivalent of writing into Google. What's the difference between PR and marketing? You know, like, let's do that. So, you know, as I do a ton of public speaking now, write this book, other things I'm doing, that's super fun to share those with the world. So I'm having a lot of fun doing that and actually sharing the universal truths and the wisdom that I've learned that I think can be applied different ways. But it also goes to, now I get to have the fun of applying those in all of those other different ways of my life. And so, you know, for me, I think that the future is bright, particularly if I don't really think of myself as this endemic core outdoor athlete. It's very easy to put me in that box. It's very easy to say, like, cool, so you climb mountains, you're a mountain climber. It's like, but 4 years ago, I'd never really climbed mountains, but I happen to do something in mountains. Well, I'd never been to the polar region. That's why this British guy was looking at me like, oh, ha, 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 young boy, I've spent all this time in Antarctica, you'll never survive this. And like, not only did I survive it, but like, I finished first. Like, I beat him. But
How many days did you beat him by?
2.5 days. But like, I'm not sitting here going like, you know, I'm fascinated by Antarctica. Would I like to go back someday? Absolutely. But I'm not like Colin O'Brady, the polar explorer only. You know, it's like, what else can I explore that actually presses me? I mean, I love to learn. I love to learn about the mind.
Tea and Leaper
explore
Guild
that.
captain must
There's
like
so
you.
many different ways
Thanks
to
to
express
traveling
that. I'm
merchant
just
ships
excited
like
what the
his,
future holds in
you can
lots of
even
different
trade on the
verticals.
seas.
Well, listen, I think you could fucking do anything.
Off
I think
we go
it's
again.
Very clear what you've already accomplished. You could literally do anything you want. But I want to see you live.
Yeah, me too. Me
what
too.
How about this? How about you break some crazy endurance running feats? How about that? Break some ultra marathon feats.
Because it feels a little bit safer.
Yes, yes. The worst thing's gonna happen, you get really fucking tired, but you can live.
Maybe the next thing is, I mean, maybe I'm not the funniest guy in the world, but what do you think about comedy? I mean, I know
Why
that's
not?
a big piece. You know, should I get back out there on the stage?
Listen, if you can communicate and you can make people laugh, you can make a group of people laugh. You could do stand-up comedy. It's just a matter of taking steps and figuring it out and writing stuff out. And I mean, you've got a lot of fucking stories.
For sure.
You know, I mean, just how about getting on stage in front of people and telling people that you're the first person to cross Antarctica on foot? 52 days. Like, what in the fuck?
I do a lot of that. I enjoy that. I love public speaking. I do a lot of that. Corporations,
Well, there
kids,
you go.
everything.
But that's too
fun.
easy. Well, trust
But-
me, I do it.
No.
You could do that.
It's fun. No,
Yeah.
I have to say, I got to give a shout out. You definitely don't remember this, but I actually have met you once before, about 7 years ago in a tiny little comedy club. You did a bit out in Portland, a small little venue. I'm sure you do way bigger venues
Is that,
now. It's called
Helium?
like Helium. Yeah,
That
exactly.
place is great.
And at the time, it was funny. I was thinking about it when I was driving over. I was like, what was this bit? And you were doing this bit about, hey there, Delilah. You met, was that like a thing?
Damn,
you
that's a
did?
long time ago. Wow.
That's what I most remember. But the reason I was there actually was when I first started training for
Why would I
triathlon
believe you?
professionally. I
You're
started
a
training with
Kokomo.
this guy named Phil Claude, who was training a couple of UFC fighters at the time. You remember this guy named Mike
What's
Pierce
this?
who fought?
Yes, sure,
yeah.
yeah.
Local
He's a
guy,
Portland guy too,
Portland
right?
guy as
Yeah.
well. And so I didn't know a lot about MMA. I still certainly am not as well versed as you are. But I got in this gym. My coach was like, "Hey, you're gonna start training with these MMA guys." And I was like, "You know what? Like, I'm a skinny little triathlete. These guys are like, you know, brawlers." But I was, man, was I impressed? Like, talk about a multi-sport, true multi-sport, right? Like
Yeah.
all the different disciplines. I don't have to tell you this, obviously, but I was blown away by how strong they were. Became good buddies. And Mike said to me, he was like, "Hey, man, I'm going to this comedy show. This guy named Joe Rogan's gonna be doing his comedy. Come listen to him." So, you know, you made me laugh back then. So, mad respect. And yeah, it was a fun to see into that world a little bit.
Well, thanks, man. I guarantee you could do that. But if you still want to do endurance things, like, please do something where you're not going to die. That's all. That's just my request.
You know, I made it back here safe and sound. So yeah, the goal. I mean, like I said, the goal was not to keep one upping myself.
Right.
I mean, I think that's.
But is that part of the danger of this kind of endeavor?
goes on,
Because
older
you
seashore
really
will be
have
destroyed.
one-upped. I mean, you've done some crazy one-upping, man.
For sure. Like I said, I think that if I only thought of myself as a professional athlete and that was my identity was tied up in that, I think we see that across the spectrum of professional athletes in general, of people just going, hey, I'm a pro athlete. And the second I'm not, even if they banked millions of dollars as an NBA player or something like that, their whole identity disappears with the feat of athleticism. I read a really interesting article today that I was really compelled by, actually, which was a story about Kevin Durant that was on ESPN.com this morning. And it's about him and his business manager and a couple other guys that have kind of gotten around him and like, dude, you're like one of the best, basketball players in the world, MVP, but he's already thinking about all the various things that he's doing, in his life. And what I've loved about that article is they were like, Sports Center back in the day used to be guys, hitting home runs, dunking basketballs, which of course it still is that, but they'll intersperse that with like Kevin Durant just made a venture investment in this company, or like they're growing this watermelon water brand, or they're this or that. And so I think sports, particularly with the growth of social media, with storytelling, with media, with content, with all the other ways we can share the insights, which isn't just the game, which isn't just me in the arena pulling the sled, but it's actually a way to connect with people, whether that's in the sense of Kevin Durant making incredible venture investments in companies, or that's with storytelling that actually reaches, universal truths with people. I've got, a single mother from Nebraska reaching out to me and saying like, hey, I don't care about mountains or the outdoors, but like I'm going through some hard stuff, like in the middle of the country being a single mother, and your story connects with me. Thank you for giving me the inspiration to keep pushing forward. So for me, it extends beyond just this athlete in this arena, because we have all these other ways to storytell, to create content, to and be involved in businesses and things like that. So that's where my mind's at next. It hasn't fully crystallized into the most concrete of plans, but the ability to explore all these different mediums and just having sort of the sports be the catalyst for growth in that way is what I'm really passionate about.
Well, that's awesome, man. And whatever your plans are, I have 100% confidence in you. You're an inspiration, man. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thanks, brother.
Really appreciate it, man. And tell everybody your Instagram, how to get a hold of you on social media.
Yeah, follow along. It's just my name, @ColinO'Brady. Also, my website is just my name, ColinO'Brady.com. Got a list on there. Like I said, I'm working on a book. There's lots of juicy details that I haven't shared yet. So if you're interested in that, pop your email address in there. We'll keep you posted when that comes out next year. But @ColinO'Brady or ColinO'Brady.com, come say hi.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Boom. Good. Okay. We had some technical difficulties, so let's try it again.
Okay.
So anyway, brother, welcome. Thanks for coming here.
Thanks for
So
having
what
me.
we were saying before, we actually said this already, but let's say it again because the people didn't hear it. You were one of the pioneers of stand-up comedy in Brazil.
Yeah. It was. I started with like 4 or 5 guys. We started doing like 16, 17 years ago, and nobody knew about stand-up. It was something that I found out when I came here to live and play basketball. I had a scholarship to play basketball, and I watched Jim Gaffigan.
Oh, wow.
And Brian Regan.
Ah, I know those guys.
And I thought it was so weird because those guys were like, I was questioning, is his name Brian Regan? Is actually him? Because we used to have characters and impersonators. So it was kind of weird, but at the same time it was interesting because I'm not a guy who does characters, and I do observations and I write. I was a journalist. I have a degree in journalism, so it was interesting for me to see those.
Like universal basic income, just going to give people money. They're just going to be lazy. Nothing's ever going to get done. That's a terrible idea. And then I started paying it. Very strange.
To me,
5, 4. We'll talk about it. 3,
Yeah.
2. Yes, and we're live. Hello.
Hey, Joe.
Welcome. Thank you.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Sam Harris sends his regards.
Yeah, Sam's a beautiful man.
He is. I love that guy. And he's one of the reasons why you're here. So, universal basic income. This is what this is all about.
Yes. Yeah, that's what my campaign for president is all about.
That's an interesting, focus of a campaign, and very unusual. And I mean, 4 years ago, you'd never even thought that would have a chance at all. But this is a subject that has been gaining momentum, and I made a big shift because I had my friend Eddie Wong on once, and he was the first person to bring it up. And my initial knee-jerk reaction was, "Get the fuck out of here." Like, universal basic income, just going to give people money. They're just going to be lazy. Nothing's ever going to get done. That's a terrible idea. And then I started paying attention to the rise of AI and automation and how many jobs are going to get taken away. And then once you see the actual numbers, it's pretty staggering.
Yeah, and that's how I got there, Joe. Like, I spent the last 7 years running an organization that I started called Venture for America. And we helped create about 3,000 jobs in Detroit, Cleveland, St. Louis, Birmingham, New Orleans, other cities around the country. And I saw that we're pouring water into a bathtub that has a giant hole ripped in the bottom. And that for every 5, 10, 50 jobs that my entrepreneurs would create, we're going to lose 5, 10, 50,000 jobs.
It's not something that people intuitively suspect could be a real issue. It's one of the ones where you kind of have to like go shake people, like, hey, look at this. This is coming. There's a cliff. We're going towards this cliff.
It's darker still in that. So when I was digging into the numbers, I found that it's not this cliff that we're heading towards. It's actually more of a curve that we're on. What I've been telling people is that we're in the third inning now, where one of the main reasons why Donald Trump won in 2016 is that we automated away 4 million manufacturing jobs that were based in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, Missouri, Iowa, all the swing states that needed to win in the center of the country. And a lot of that was just manufacturing work. And if you go to a factory, you'll see it's just giant robot arms as far as the eye can see. So it's not just that you have artificial intelligence on the horizon. It's that we've been eating away at the most common jobs in the U.S. economy for almost 20 years now. And it's just now hitting a point where it's pushing more and more unskilled men in particular out of the workforce.
Now, are there other alternatives that you considered other than just universal basic income, like educating people about this being a real issue and perhaps pushing them, directing them towards other occupations?
Yeah, so that's the recipe that most people are attracted to. So I just want to unpack the numbers a little bit more so people have a sense of it. I was just with a bunch of truck drivers in Iowa last week, and there's a guy, Dennis Bogaski, that gave me a ride from Altoona to Grinnell in Iowa, where I've been campaigning. And the truth of it, Joe, is that there are 3.5 million truck drivers in this country right now. It's the most common job in 29 states. And the average trucker is a 49-year-old guy with a high school education, maybe ex-military like Dennis was, and they're making like $50,000 a year. So then if you say, hey, I'm going to retrain 500,000 truck drivers, for what exactly is like issue number one?
Right.
And that these guys didn't love school 30 years ago. It's not like driving a truck has made them really excited about the idea.
Yeah.
And then the new job you're training them for, I looked into the data as to how good we were at retraining, let's say, displaced manufacturing workers in the Midwest when we started decimating their jobs. And we're terrible at it. Like, according to independent studies, government-funded retraining programs had a success rate of between 0 and 15% in real life. Like, this is what actually happened to the workers of Michigan and Indiana and Ohio. And so if you say we're going to retrain these people, then you also have to come up with a way for us to become amazing at something that right now we're really, really bad at. And if you were an employer, which you are, would you rather employ a 50-year-old former truck driver with health problems who got some certificate program? Or would you rather hire a 25-year-old kid who went to community college, is probably cheaper, has lower expectations, and his skills are natively going to be a little fresher? I mean, if you were an employer, you'd probably choose number two.
I agree, but I'm trying to look at this through rose-colored glasses, I guess. I'm trying to think if there's a way that these people can adapt.
You know, I mean, some will for sure. You can retrain and reskill some people, but if you look at even the conversations we're having around this, where people legitimately talk about retraining coal miners to be software engineers, stuff that on the face of it makes no sense. But the reason why we're stretching for that is because we're looking for some kind of retraining-oriented solution when the numbers show that that's just not going to be the recipe, therefore actual success.
This is where this whole learn to code controversy is coming out online, where people are actually getting banned for writing learn to code. It's really a hot subject on Twitter, and it's very confusing too, and I haven't really gotten an explanation for why that's such an offensive thing to say, but people are getting banned for even joking around saying learn to code. It's very, very weird, but the idea behind it is that it's kind of preposterous to ask someone who doesn't have an education to do something that's as difficult as code computer language.
Yeah, and unfortunately we're going to get to a point where AI can do some basic coding at a certain level. So if you think about the impulse to say learn to code, what it's really saying is you need to do something that the market values. It's like, hey, being a truck driver, the market's not going to value that much when the trucks start driving themselves in the next 5 to 10 years. So what does the market value? And then people are like, well, coding and STEM and engineering skills. And so there's a drive to try and push people in those directions. But if you look at the numbers, about 8% of American jobs right now are in STEM fields, like in technology, engineering, math, etc. So you're talking about 92% of the population that is not in those fields, and it's unrealistic to expect that 92% to somehow shift into the 8%.
Right, and there even be places for them there.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true too.
Even if they perfectly seamlessly transition, there's too many people for those jobs.
Yeah, so I've been driven to universal basic income in part because I've been looking at the numbers. The 5 most common jobs in the United States right now are administrative and clerical work, retail and sales, food service and food prep, truck driving and transportation, and manufacturing. Those 5 jobs comprise about half of all American jobs. Only 32% of Americans graduate from college. So the average American's a high school grad doing one of these 5 jobs. And if you look at it, technology is already doing a number on each of these jobs. Like the first administrative and clerical includes call center workers, and AI is in the process of taking over that job. Retail and sales, 30% of malls are closing in the next 4 years. So the danger here is to think of it as artificial intelligence is coming. It's actually already eating up the most common jobs in our economy, and it's driving Americans into distress in various ways in the numbers.
Now, when you're talking about universal basic income, there's 2 questions that come up. How much money and where is it coming from?
Yeah. So first I want to say that if you look at the heritage of universal basic income, it's a deeply American idea where Thomas Paine was for it at the founding of the country. And then Martin Luther King was for it. Milton Friedman, the godfather of conservative economists, was for it. And one state has had it in effect for 37 years, where everyone in that state gets between $1,000 and $2,000 a year, no questions asked.
That's Alaska?
Yeah, it's Alaska, and they fund it with oil money. And what I'm going around telling people is that technology is the oil of the 21st century. So I know you spoke to another guest about, hey, how do you get, let's say, approximately $3 trillion a year to fund universal basic income? And the great thing is that the first thing is that it's not actually $3 trillion. And the reason why it's not $3 trillion is that if you look at what we're currently doing, we're spending about $1.5 trillion right now on 126 welfare programs and Social Security. And so if you show up to someone's door and say, hey, here's a dividend of $1,000 a month, but if you're already getting more than $1,000 in stuff, we're not just going to stack it on top. We're just going to say you're guaranteed $1,000, and if you're already getting more, then this doesn't touch you. You can keep your current stuff. If you're getting $700 in food stamps and whatnot, then you can just get $300 on top. So the $3 trillion actually shrinks a lot very fast because of the fact that about half of Americans are already getting various income support from the government. So the real price tag is closer to about 1.8 trillion if you say everyone who's 18 and up. Now, for context, the entire U.S. economy is now 20 trillion, up 5 trillion in the last 12 years, and the federal budget's 4 trillion. So you're looking at 1.8 trillion. It's a lot of money, but it's actually manageable. And one of the things that I haven't heard discussed here with you is that when you put money into people's hands, the money doesn't disappear. Like, if I gave you $1,000 a month, it probably would not make a big difference in the economy because it would just go into your account somewhere and nothing would happen. But we all know that right now most Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 57% of Americans can't afford an unexpected $500 bill. So you put $1,000 a month into their hands, it's going to go right back into the economy. They're going to spend it on food, childcare, car repairs that they've been putting off, the occasional night out. And then all of those businesses end up hiring more people, and then we end up getting some of the money back as tax revenue. So of the 1.8 trillion, we're going to get back, let's call it 400 billion in new tax receipts because everyone's going to be spending more money. We're going to save 1 to 200 billion on things like incarceration and homelessness services and emergency room health care. I was in New Hampshire last month, and a prison guard said to me, this is a prison guard, he said we should pay people to stay out of jail because we waste so much money when they're in jail. Like, he sees all the waste in the system. So if you imagine a society where everyone's getting $1,000 a month, that's like it's a great incentive to try and stay out of jail because you stop getting it if you wind up in jail, and it reduces recidivism because when you come out of jail, at least you have $1,000 a month waiting for you, and then you're less inclined to commit a crime and head back in.
How much crime do you think you'd actually prevent though by giving people $1,000 a month? I mean, I think most of the people that are doing crime, whether it's thievery or assault, they're not thinking this out. This is just either a way of life for them, either they've got real mental issues or a pattern of behavior that they can't break. I really don't think that $1,000 a month is going to fix any of that.
Well, it's not going to fix all of it for sure. I mean, we'll still have jails. It's not like silver bullet.
Yeah.
But at the margins, would it keep like that person who's falling through the cracks and feels like they have no place in society? And maybe they, it's like the people around them are also like, hey, you don't have any value, and like get $1,000 a month, maybe like it keeps them off at the margins. And everything we're talking about is at the margins. I mean, everything's like this statistical curve, and you're taking the people who are, let's call it like the last 10 to 20%. But if you reduce our incarcerated population by 10 to 20%, I mean, that's billions and billions of dollars. So you're saving money on a bunch of things we spend like about $1 trillion on right now, like healthcare, incarceration, homelessness services. And then the magic is that if you have $1,000 a month and you're a parent, so you feel this, that studies have shown that your kids are healthier, better nourished, more likely to graduate from high school and get further education, mental health improves, relationships improve, domestic violence goes down, hospital visits go down, and your worker productivity goes up. I mean, you're an entrepreneur and CEO, so when you run a company, you say, I'm going to invest in my people. I'm going to like treat them well and try and train them and give them resources because that'll increase your productivity as an organization. In the public sector, we have the opposite approach, where like if I can just avoid spending money on you, then I'm going to somehow save money. When we end up spending that money in very, very dark, costly, counterproductive ways in the back end, because they wind up, in our institutions. So if you look at the cost savings, the value gains, and the economic growth, that actually gets you back about $1 trillion, or the 1.8. This is like the trickle-up economy, because none of the money disappears. It goes right back into the economy. And the way you get the last 800 billion or so is related to what we think is happening with AI and all these advances. Because if you look at who's going to win with AI and self-driving cars and trucks, the savings from robot trucks are estimated to be $168 billion a year, just from that one thing. So the problem is that the American public is going to see very little of that money. Because the winners are going to be the trillion-dollar tech companies that are great at just not paying a lot of taxes. They'll move it through Ireland.
Here.
Amazon will say didn't make any money this quarter, no reason to pay taxes. And so what we need to do is we need to put in a new tax that actually gets the American public a slice of every robot truck mile, Amazon transaction, Facebook ad. And every other industrialized country already has this tax. It's called a value-added tax. And because our economy is so vast at 20 trillion, a value-added tax at even half the European level is about 800 billion in new revenue. And that gets you all the way there. So this is much more achievable and affordable than most people think when they start unpacking how the numbers work out.
So essentially, it would be the biggest corporations, the companies that gain or that have the largest revenue. They're going to be paying most of this.
Yeah, but they're going to get some of that money back, obviously. Is one of the things I say to the CEOs. It's like if everyone in Missouri is getting $1,000, they're going to have some of that because they're just going to buy more stuff.
Right.
That's true for all of the big companies. But what I say to CEOs, and I've spoken to groups of dozens of CEOs, what's really bad for your business is when people don't have money to spend. What's good for your business is when they do. So they're going to give up some money at the top end, but they're just going to end up getting it back when the consumers end up spending it.
And has this been actually fleshed out, like the numbers or the projections of how much they're going to get back?
Yeah. So the Roosevelt Institute studied this plan of everyone getting $1,000 a month and projected it would create 2 million jobs and grow the economy by 8 to 10%. And then you can model out what that means to each business, because in that climate, they're going to see a similar uptick in revenues.
Did they factor in all the jobs that are going to be lost?
So one of the things that's a misconception about universal basic income is that it somehow will like facilitate job loss.
Well, for job losses, though, is the reason for universal basic income in the first place. Right?
Yeah, which we're in the midst of right now. Like right now, as we're sitting here together, the labor force participation rate in the United States is 63%, which is the same levels as El Salvador and the Dominican Republic. That's right now. Like 94 million or so Americans have left the workforce over the last number of years. Now, a lot of that's natural demographics, a lot of that is people in school, but about 5 million of it is unskilled men who got pushed out of the workforce. So again, this is not like we're going to solve a problem that's coming down the pike. Like we're actually in the middle of this problem. So if you put $1,000 a month into people's hands, it actually grows the economy and creates jobs because of more economic activity.
Now, when you say a problem that's coming down the pike, what are the projections in terms of like the timeline?
Yes. So a lot of the projections are actually pretty consistent with each other, which means they're probably right. So Bain says you're looking at between 20 and 30% of jobs subject to automation by 2030, which is pretty soon. It's like 11 years from now. McKinsey says about 25%. The Obama White House, literally like their last day in office, they issued a report saying, "Hey guys, we're going to automate away all the jobs and then turn the lights off." They said 83% of jobs that make less than $20 an hour will be subject to automation by 2030. MIT is saying the same thing, and so we have 11 years to try and accelerate meaningful solutions.
We'll get ready to head in.
And this 11 years, it's not like it all happens on 2030. It's going to happen between now and then, progressively, according to all of the major institutions that have looked at this.
Now, when you take a guy who's working as a truck driver and he's making $50,000 a year, and you tell him that automation is going to take away his job, but good news, we're going to give you $12,000 a year. That's a substantial loss in income, and it leaves them. It also leaves them with this feeling of uselessness or hopelessness, that they're not contributing. I think one of the things that people enjoy is earning their own way. People don't. It sounds counterintuitive. People don't like free money. They like a feeling of satisfaction of a job well done, that they've created something, they've done something.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It's one reason why we call this the freedom dividend. We say, look, it's not money for nothing. You're an owner and shareholder of the richest country in the history of the world. Just like when I buy Verizon or Microsoft, they send me a dividend. Like, I don't complain about that. Like, you're now a shareholder in this great nation and you get a dividend. But when I was with Dennis, the trucker who owns his own trucking company in Iowa,
We're almost there.
The role that jobs play in truckers' lives is vital. And again, I'm a very data-driven guy, where men deal with joblessness very, very
red cashew juice.
By the numbers, we spend between 40 and 75% of our time on the computer playing video games or doing other things. Our substance abuse goes up. Our volunteering in the community goes down even though we have more time. And we generally spiral into antisocial and self-destructive behaviors. Now, this is not something that's experienced by women at the same levels. Like, women in joblessness, women actually are more adaptable. They're more likely to go back to school and volunteer. They don't spend all their time on the computers the way that we do. So there's a real problem. And the purpose of universal basic income is not meant to be a job replacement for those truckers. Because right now, those truckers, and when I talk to the truck drivers, so I've been campaigning for president now for a number of months, so I spend a lot of time in Iowa, which is a really huge trucking hub. And you go to them and say, "Hey guys, you worried about robot trucks taking your jobs?" They're like, "There's no way a robot could take my job." Like that's like totally matter of fact. They're like this is not something that they worry about. Their attitude has transitioned from that somewhat to we should make robot trucks illegal. Or we should make it so that a robot truck cannot displace me. So that's been a big shift, because a year ago they were like, it's impossible.
The idea that an American would say we should make a robot job illegal, like we should have some laws that keep you from being free to use robots for your business instead of a person. Like, you should be forced to hire, like mandatory unionization or something. That sounds pretty ridiculous.
Well, that's where a lot of them are, Joe.
Yeah.
So only 13% of truckers are unionized.
Savior of the
So 87% are like Dennis, where they're small independent firms. And a lot of them actually bought or leased their own trucks. So they took out tens of thousands of dollars in the equivalent of a mortgage to get this truck. And so if they have to compete against a robot truck that doesn't stop, that's like, that's existential level stuff.
Yeah.
And right now, truck drivers have time use regulations where they cannot drive more than 14 hours a day. So you literally cannot compete.
Right.
Because the robot truck's just going to keep going hour 15, 16, 17, et cetera. So these guys some of them make really good money. Like some of them make $70,000, $75,000, $80,000. It's one of the higher paying jobs for men without a, college degree. And so if you look at what they're facing, it's not so crazy that they're like, hey, you need to make the robots illegal, because for them, what is the next best economic alternative if the robot trucks take over that job? Like,
Well,
where are they
it's
going
not-
to go from?
Yeah, it's not crazy for them, but it's a crazy idea to tell a company that they can't do something that's more efficient, safer, and probably economically more viable.
Oh, yeah. Again, the savings from automating truck driving are estimated to be $168 billion per year. And not just labor savings, but also equipment utilization, because the trucks never stop. Fuel efficiency, because the trucks can daisy chain together, so there's less wind resistance. Fewer accidents, because right now, truck accidents kill about 4,000 people a year. So you'd probably save lives. There's a very, very powerful argument for the fact that we should be trying to automate this stuff. But on the other side, you have literally 3.5 million truckers who rely upon this for their livelihoods, to support their family. And there's going to be a lot of passion, a lot of resistance to this. Anyone who thinks the truck drivers are just going to shrug and be like, all right, I guess I had a good run, I'm just going to go home and figure it out. That's not going to be their response.
Right.
It's going to be much more likely that they say, you need to make these robot trucks illegal, or they're just going to park their trucks across the highway, get their guns out, because a lot of these guys are ex-military, and just be like, hey, like, I'm not moving my truck until, I get my job back. And there'll be a lot of truckers in the same situation.
You really think that would happen?
Well, I
They
think
would block the highway for their job back? That's less efficient, kills more people?
So I was with these truckers in the truck stop in Altoona, Iowa. And Joe, they have really, really difficult jobs. I mean, I don't know if you knew truckers where you were, but they have this 14-hour window where they're allowed to drive their truck, and they drive most of that. So they have these other 10 hours, and they sleep in their truck. Their trucks have a bed. They go into the truck stop, they take a shower, there's a laundry, and they're like plugged into this machine of this truck and the industry. They spend days, sometimes weeks on the road.
A lot of them listen to podcasts. Probably a lot of them listening right now.
A lot of them listen to podcasts, and they're doing it primarily because it's a more lucrative opportunity than the other jobs that are available to them. A lot of them have families that like supporting their families. And so if you say, hey guys, time's up for this way of life, most of them, I think, will not. I look at how much they endure. There's so much endurance baked into that job that I think most of them will be like some of the guys you and I know, where they're much more likely to implode or do something where it's self-destructive than they would be to take their truck and park it across the highway. But you're talking about a population of hundreds of thousands, including many small business owners. And small business owners have a different mentality very often. Like, I've been an entrepreneur. I'm a serial entrepreneur for the last 20 years. Like, you're an entrepreneur. And if you saw this happen, you might say, hey, I'm adaptable, I'll figure it out. Or you might say, hey, I think I can do something about this. Like, if I park my truck this way, that's going to cause such havoc that it's like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of economic harm very, very fast. And if you look at the Industrial Revolution, which people cite as the precursor to what we're going through, there were mass riots in the Industrial Revolution that killed dozens of people, caused billions of dollars worth of damage. Labor Day is a holiday today because of those riots. And then we implemented universal high school in 1911, in part as a response to these riots. So according to the estimates, this is called the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we're going to displace jobs at 3 to 4 times the rate
of that industrial revolution.
How are they going to
And
eat
that industrial revolution included mass riots. So thinking that this one will
I bet
not
a flagon of
strikes
juice
me
it
as
won't end
really,
today.
really optimistic and perhaps unrealistic.
What do you see coming when you think that these jobs are going to be automated, and then universal basic income is going to supplement it's going to give them some money, $1,000 a month. But where do they go from there? I mean, how do people exist on $12,000 a year? Like, what do they do? Like, how do they adapt to this new world?
Right. So the first thing you have to do is you have to look at what lies ahead if we do nothing.
Right.
So the way it's going to play out is that self-driving trucks are slowly going to start hitting the highways. Amazon's testing them out right now. And the first stage is going to be that there's a human driver just sitting there as a fail-safe, and the truck's going to drive itself. Now, my friends in Silicon Valley are working on teleoperators, which is, so the trucks have right now like a 98% accuracy level, which is not very high because you can't have 2% semi-trucks like running into things or like going off the roads. So the way they're trying to get the last percent or so is they're equipping trucks with teleoperating software, which means that a teleoperator in Nevada or Arizona will beam into the truck and just be able to see out the front like a video game. It's like drone operating, but instead it's a truck. And
Right.
you beam in, and then you just steer the truck and tell the computers, like, I got it from here, and then you beam out. That's what they're working on to try and catch that last bit of uncertainty. So the innovations are happening, and again, Joe, we're talking about $168 billion a year. Like, everything becomes possible when you're looking at that much money. So in the absence of anyone doing anything, the robot trucks will start reducing shifts of various truckers, I would say 6 to 10 years from now. And so then there'll be a bunch of reactions. Now, trucking firms already have massive shortages. They can't find enough people. That's one reason why they're trying to automate this job as fast as they are, because they're literally they're short like a couple 100,000 truckers right now. And people don't want to go into this field for a variety of reasons. The main thing being it's like extraordinarily brutal on you physically.
Leave some water for the
very,
rest
very
of us.
bad for your family life too, because you're away all the time.
Here.
Something like 88% of truckers have an early marker for chronic disease, like substance abuse, diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure, something along those lines. And now people think that the job's going to disappear in the next 5 to 10 years, so you can't get people in. So if you play out what happens when the robot trucks start reducing shifts, then there'll be people trying to flee the field of trucking. And then it becomes really dramatic where the robots start driving, let's say, between western Pennsylvania and Nevada, and then human beings get in those states and then take it the rest of the way. Because the robots won't be reliable enough to drive in urban areas. They'll be reliable enough to drive on an interstate where they just have to make a few decisions.
I hope so.
Then there'll be a massive depletion of truck driving opportunities. And then, in my mind, a lot of suicides, a lot of self-destruction. And I don't say that lightly. I say that based upon the fact that that's what happened to manufacturing workers. Where if you unpack what happened to the manufacturing workers of Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, suicide rates spiked to a point where now our life expectancy as a country has declined for the last 3 years because of suicides and drug overdoses. It's the first time that's happened since the great flu pandemic of 1918. Like, we are actually coming apart as a country by the numbers. So what happened to the manufacturing workers will then happen to the truckers, but at an even more dramatic scale. So you'll see truckers going home and drinking themselves to death, or doing drugs and overdosing, or killing themselves. And then eventually there'll be an outbreak of violence because some truckers will say, instead of killing myself, how about I go bust up a robot truck? And there are already truckers that are doing things like blocking Tesla recharging stations and electronic vehicle battery stations because they don't like electronic trucks.
Sorta. Those are pickup trucks, though. Those are assholes. I mean, this is not like people doing it because they think that these Tesla recharge stations are taking jobs away. They're just being dickheads.
Exactly, Joe. So if you're going to be a dickhead, even though it really has nothing to do with you,
right?
Imagine when you actually think your livelihood's being threatened.
Right, good point.
Then you can see it getting revved up, to like a much higher level.
Yeah.
So I'm running for president in large part because I think we need to get in front of this set of problems. we have to say, look, if we're going to save $168 billion a year, maybe some of that should go to the truckers and give them a soft landing. Maybe we should have this universal basic income where everyone feels like they're getting $1,000 a month, which is not a work replacement. It's not going to make their lives easy. They still need to work, but at least it takes the edge off. It takes like the existential threat off. And also their kids getting it, so they feel like, okay, my kid actually has some kind of path to the future, and it's not like if I lose this trucking job, not only am I going to, struggle and suffer, but my kid will too. So my plan as president is to install a trucker transition czar and say, look, it is your job to try and manage this transition for the 3.5 million truckers. And Joe, we haven't even talked about the 5 million Americans who work at truck stops, motels, diners, retail establishments, all the places where the truckers stop every day just to get out, eat a meal, and, live a life. I mean, if you imagine those communities when the trucks don't stop, there's going to be a drying up of economic vitality on a level that's unprecedented in many of these communities.
This is something that I'm just becoming aware of over the last year or two. How when you're out on the campaign trail and you're talking to media and you're discussing this with people, how many people have no idea that this is coming?
Well, what I say to people, Joe, is I say, hey, have you noticed stores closing on your main street? And then they say yes. And then I ask them, why is that? And then they reflect for a minute, and then they say, Amazon. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. Amazon's getting $20 billion of commerce every year, and it's now tipping your malls and Main Street stores into oblivion.
Yeah.
And is that going to get better or worse? Because so some people say it's like how the robots are years away, and then you're like, no, it's not robots actually walking around your neighborhood. I mean, of course, that's unlikely, but Amazon soaking up the business that used to go to your mall. If you go to their fulfillment center, it's robots as far as the eye can see. If you go to their warehouse, it's also robots as far as the eye can see. So when you ask how aware are people that this is happening, it's one of those truths that as soon as you point it out, they're like, oh yeah, I knew that was what was up. It's just for whatever reason, I'm like the only person just laying out the facts and being like, guys, it's not your imagination. We actually are getting rid of the most common jobs in the U.S. economy, filled by high school graduates, and then replacing them with a handful of jobs for higher skilled people in different places. And then we're pretending that the first population is somehow gonna access the new opportunities, when the odds of them getting up and moving to Seattle or whatnot and becoming a web designer or logistics manager or big data scientist or something, essentially near zero. And so this is what gave rise to a lot of the anger that got Donald Trump elected, because they looked around their communities and were like, hey, I used to work in this manufacturing plant. This manufacturing plant no longer exists. For whatever reason, I'm being told that it's somehow my fault that I wasn't adaptable enough. I didn't somehow become a coder or something ridiculous. And I have to say, Joe, and this is something that I've picked up from Dennis in part. So I'm with this trucker in Iowa. And he says to me, I don't think that Democrats care about people like me. And he says that to me while I'm in his truck. And I'm just I can understand why he feels that way, but that's incredibly destructive. Because there's a point at which the Democratic Party used to be very, very heavily aligned with working class Americans. And there's now some kind of pathology that if the person who's suffering is a white man of a certain background, then the suffering somehow is diminished. It doesn't count as much if they're a trucker. And that's something that I find really destructive. It's we have to start acknowledging the source of the problems. One thing I'm saying to people is look, it's not immigrants that are taking these jobs away. Just facts. It is not immigrants. It is the fact that technology is pushing our economy in a direction that makes it harder and harder for many Americans to get by based upon this current I trade my time for money model.
Now, truckers seem to be the big one, right?
Yeah.
Cashiers are another one.
Yeah.
What are the other jobs that are going to be killed by automation?
So the next obvious one is call center workers.
Of course.
Where there are 2.5 million call center workers still in the United States. Generally high school graduates that make about $14 an hour. Now, when you and I call a company, we're like pounding keys trying to get a human because the AI is so annoying.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, hey, just like give me a person.
Yeah.
But over the next number of months, AI is going to become indistinguishable from a person.
Yeah, like the new Google answering service. That comes with the Pixel phones. It's amazing.
Yes. And so that 2.5 million call center population is going to shrink a ton, because after you get AI software that's better than one of them, you know, it can beat most all of them. You know, that's not like 5,000 jobs. That's potentially 500,000 jobs.
Right.
I was at a conference of CEOs, and I asked how many of them are looking at having AI replace back office workers, like various clerical functions. Every single hand went up. There's going to be a lot of
The water? It's tasty today.
clerical work, having systems talk to each other, that's going to disappear. And one CIO type of like a major bank said that his estimate was that's about 30% of the bank's workers fall into that category. So you're looking at call center workers, you're looking at back office workers, you're looking at insurance brokers. Insurance is a very highly automatable industry because it's a lot of information getting passed back and forth.
Here, over
Cashiers,
here.
as you said, truck drivers, delivery drivers, Uber drivers.
I was so excited that my
I heard
heart
that it
barely
goes
beat me
even
here.
as far as medical
Come on,
procedures.
let's
There
go.
was a recent automated medical procedure where they did surgery on a grape.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that, and China's
should
already
be
had
enough
just
to
like
send
a
back to the
complete
village.
automated dental implantation, because China actually has a real shortage of surgeons, and so their incentives to try and automate this are very, very high. Now, the interesting thing here, Joe, is that let's say I made a robot surgeon tomorrow. That was awesome. Could do better work than a lot of people. Right now, the economic incentives still are not necessarily for everyone to use my robot surgeon because the regulations aren't there yet in the U.S. And so healthcare is a really interesting one. Another one that's very clearly going to get taken up by AI is radiology and looking at tumors on a film, because it turns out that AI can see shades of gray that a human eye cannot. And it can reference millions of films where the most experienced doctor can probably reference thousands. And so radiology, I'll tell you, medical students are running from radiology as fast as they can because they know that's going to get taken up by AI.
Yeah, this is such a bleak forecast. It's very strange when we stop and think about all the different things that human beings find value in as far as their occupation. Like, hey, I'm a this, I'm a that, this is what I do. And the idea that these things are all going to go away is it's kind of disturbing.
Oh, and when I was digging into the research, Joe, it's been happening and it's tearing us apart. I mean, I referenced the fact that, so here are some things that are at all-time or multi-decade highs right now in the United States of America. Suicide, drug overdoses, anxiety and depression, mental problems, financial insecurity, people being unable to pay their bills. All of these things are at record highs. And one thing I know you've talked about in the past that I think you really find fascinating. So there have been studies as to what happens to your mind when you can't pay your bills.
We gotta do
And when you can't pay your
something.
bills, you're like stressing out. It's like, if I pay this, I can't pay that. And there's like only the time money
Don't
trade-off.
worry.
It's like, oh, if I spend extra
We can
time
get it back.
commuting, maybe I can save a couple bucks. And so what it does is it actually constrains your bandwidth to a point that your functional IQ goes down by 13 points, or one standard deviation. So just if you say to someone, hey, here's a bill you can't pay, and then you give them an IQ test, their score actually goes down
our farm.
by 13 points. A lot. That's like a really huge effect.
Yeah.
And so what we're doing right now, Joe, is we're actually making our population less rational, less reasonable, more impulsive, more subject to bad ideas, nastier, more subject to things like racism and misogyny too, because it turns out what happens with most of us is you need executive functioning to resist like racist and misogynistic impulses. And so if I make you cash strapped and make it so you can't pay your bills, you're actually more likely to be like, yeah, blame them. So what we're talking about, again, it's not this speculative future. It's that we've been doing this for years, and it's actually pushing our population into a mindset of scarcity, of nastiness. And that's why universal basic income is so crucial, because it gets the boot off of people's throats. And it replaces the mindset of scarcity with a mindset of abundance and rationality and optimism and capacity. Like, I'm an entrepreneur, you're an entrepreneur. I'll tell you, very, very few entrepreneurs start businesses at a scarcity where they're like, oh, I can't pay my bills. I guess I'm gonna like start a new company. You know, like most of them.
But $1,000 a month isn't even enough money for most people to pay for their rent.
Well, the great thing is, again, this $1,000 is yours no matter what.
You're
so
amazing.
right now, let's say you're doing a normal job.
So if you make $1 million a year, you still get $1,000 a month.
Yes, you do. I mean, it's opt-in, so you could opt in and take it, which most Americans would because it's still $1,000 a month.
Yeah, people get greedy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, $1,000 to get my nails done. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or give it away if they felt like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so those are the things that are at like all-time highs. It's like all these negative social indicators. Here are things that are at all-time lows. Getting married, starting a business, having a kid.
You know how to?
Moving for a new job. All of those things are at historic lows in the United States of America.
Having children, really?
Yeah, we're at record low birth rates right now. And it's largely because people feel too strapped to have kids.
Why wear a
that's
ladybug
literally
over
where
your
we are.
head?
When you say record low, by like what percentage?
I should just
You can
watch.
look up right now. Jamie,
right.
I don't know if you want to look this up.
You take care of it.
But the stories have come out over this last year saying
if the
that
ladybug on
Americans
your
are
head
now
disappears,
at the lowest rate of childbirth
check
that
your
has
back.
been the case in
She'll be hiding it.
decades or ever.
Yeah, that's a conversation that I have with people whenever they say that they're worried about population, that the population is growing so fast and overpopulated. Here it goes. 1.80 births per woman, 2016. What does that mean? So it's dropping from 1970 at a high to
1964.
Yeah. Well, it seems fairly similar from 1980 to today.
No, that's still.
In fact, it's actually above.
If it goes from 1.8 to if it goes from even something like 1.9 to 1.8 is like a pretty significant
we
drop.
can do the
There it is.
same
US births
to bring
dipped
back the
30-year
runaway
low.
males for the
Fertility
farm in
rates
the
sink
north.
further below replacement level.
Then
And
please
so
carry just
you
one
think-
female
but the
ladybug
thought
on
is
your
that this
back
is
to the
because of
farm in the
education,
north.
and that this is because of people are waiting longer to have children, and that this is a byproduct of industrialization and modern world, and that the more educated and affluent people get, the less likely they are to have children. That it's not the sign. Like, as far as everything I've read about it, is that it's not a symptom of people doing poorly. It's a symptom of people doing well.
You know, there are definitely cases where richer countries just have fewer kids, and that's cool
because they concentrate on their careers, right? Isn't that the idea?
But the darker part of this, Joe, is that right now, if you're a non-college educated person in the United States, the odds of you ever getting married less than 50%
Can't believe they would
now
attack
for
like
the first
this.
time ever, and then people are having fewer kids.
To play devil's advocate, though, the marriage thing might be people looking at it and go, God, my parents got divorced, my brother got divorced, everybody else got divorced. What the fuck am I doing?
There are a lot of good reasons for it. It's just,
That's, you know, what I mean?
as a happily married man
Yes,
myself,
and me as well. I always tell people don't do it. I tell people don't do it. It's too risky.
Yeah, so you can look at, to me, getting married and having kids is like an act of like prosperity or optimism. There are reasons why it's going down otherwise. But if you look at things like starting a new business, I mean, that being at multi-decade lows, there's like no positive spin on that.
Your hard work.
People moving
everything is
between
settled at the
states
farms
is now at multi-decade lows. People moving for a new job, multi-decade lows.
Like, you think this is the product of automation, or it's the product of a bunch of different factors,
sprinkle it
like
over the flowers. Got
internet purchasing and marketing, and people buying most of their goods and clothes and stuff on?
It's a range of factors, but one of the big problems, and keep in mind, I spent 7 years helping entrepreneurs grow businesses in 18 cities around the country between 2011 and 2017. That was actually my job. My job was to be the job creator guy. And so when you go out to these places, you see that the dynamism is getting sucked up by certain markets to a level that's unprecedented in our history. Like that the disparities between Cleveland and San Francisco, or St. Louis and LA, are much, much higher than they've been at any other historical period, both by the numbers and like after you actually go to the places, you're like, wow, like this is not flourishing the way that you'd hope.
Do you feel like an economic Paul Revere in a certain sense? Like the robots are coming, the robots are coming.
I do. It's weird, man. Well, the comparison I make is that if the United States economy is like an elephant, you know the parable of like the people, like, you know, blind people, you know, touching the elephant. So I'm an entrepreneur. I sold a company to a public company that was a national education company. It was based in New York.
Wait, what is the parable of blind people touching an elephant?
So what happens is they're like 7 blind men, and they get asked,
We
like,
have the flower petals.
what does an elephant
And now
look like?
the next part
And then
is
one of them's
important.
touching the trunk and is like,
We have
an
to
elephant
get
looks like a
spikes
snake.
from those
And another one's
frightful
touching its leg
hybees.
and it's like, an elephant looks like a tree trunk.
Try not
So
to
that's
get
the way most
stung,
people experience
since
the
it'll
economy.
hurt a lot.
Is that they're like touching
I'll
a
wait
part
for
of
you
the
in front
economy.
of the
And they're like,
Hybe
this is
nest.
what it looks like or feels like. So I've had this really strange set of experiences where I sold a national education company to a public company. I lived bi-coastally between New York and San Francisco for the last 5 years. I've operated in 18 cities around the country. I was an appointee in the Obama administration in D.C. So I've actually seen the elephant, if you know what I mean. Like
A whole elephant.
Yeah, like I'm like hanging out with the tech wizards of Silicon Valley, and I'm like, hey, you know, we're gonna automate these jobs away, and they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna automate these jobs. You know, like it's, you know, so it's not a mystery, and they're not bad people. It's like, hey, it's my job to like make
It is
stuff
what
work
it is.
better, and if you gave me a choice between making things work better and creating abundant opportunities for the other people, I would choose that. But I do not have that choice. I have a job to do. You know, this is my job. And what I tell people is like, whose responsibility then is it to go tell the people, look, it's technology, it's transforming the economy in fundamental ways, and we need to make it so that everyone benefits, and it's not just that super concentrated set of winners and then this like huge army of relative losers. And it's the government's job. But at this point, we've given up on our government as anything, like, you can't really do anything. And so now it's no one's job. And so somehow, Joe, it has become my job. And it blows my mind too sometimes.
Now, coming from a place of being a serial entrepreneur to this presidential candidate who's kind of warning people about the upcoming technological apocalypse, as it were, how did you make that transition? What was your motivation to get involved in this to the point where you're actually running for president of power?
So I sell a company in 2009, and that was the financial crisis. Like, Wall Street had crashed the economy. And I had personally taught these kids who'd worked at Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and McKinsey, and I was like, man, we need smart kids to do something other than just head to Wall Street and Silicon Valley. We need to have them go to Detroit, St. Louis, Baltimore, and New Orleans, start businesses. So I quit my job. I donated low 6 figures to start this new organization, and then we trained hundreds of entrepreneurs and helped create several thousand jobs. So that was like my wholesome give back. I was like, hey, I'm like the guy who just believes in entrepreneurship, because just like you, I freaking love entrepreneurs. And I was like, so here's the joke I used to tell. I went to law school. I was an unhappy lawyer for 5 months. And so what I tell people is like, if you're a clueless,
You brought everything.
ambitious 22-year-old who came out of college,
Find our way into that
and you say to your
Hybe
parents, hey,
nest.
I'm going to go to law school, they're going to say, that's great. It's really easy to find the law school because they're just there, you just apply to it. And the government will give you a $100,000 loan, no questions asked. And then if you say to your parents, hey, I want to be an entrepreneur, your parents will think that's stupid. It's hard to find, and no one's going to give you a $100,000 loan. So we have this huge oversupply of indebted law school graduates and a huge undersupply of entrepreneurs, was my thinking. And so I was like, okay, how do you fix that? So I started this organization, Venture for America, to try and fix that. And so imagine being this guy getting medals and awards for helping create jobs around the country, and then realizing that automation's coming like a tidal wave, and like your efforts that you're getting applauded for are really not going to do the trick. And then Donald Trump wins the election in 2016, and for whatever reason, in my opinion, the media is just not being honest about all the economic drivers. They're blaming racism, Russia, Facebook, the FBI. And if you look at the voter district data on a district-by-district basis, there's a straight line up between the adoption of industrial robots in that voting district and the movement towards Trump. Like, it's a straight economic story where we blasted away 4 million manufacturing jobs in the swing states, and Donald Trump is our president. So imagine being me, and then seeing that and being like, okay, I get it. This is an economic, technological story. And then I went to people in Washington, D.C. I was like, hey guys, what are we going to do? We're in the 3rd inning of the greatest economic and technological transformation in the history of our country.
So deep into this
And the
place
3rd inning has
before.
brought us Donald Trump.
So,
The
this
4th,
is the
5th, 6th innings
golden
are going to be
fruit.
horrific. What are we going to do? And then the answers I got were somewhere between disappointing and horrifying. Where if you go to mainstream politicians and you're like, what are we going to do? The answers I got were literally, number one, we cannot talk about that. Number two, we should study that.
We cannot talk about that.
That's verbatim.
Really?
Yeah.
And why were they saying that?
Because it seems alarmist, like anti-progress, or like, you know, you're like, you know, throwing stones at like big tech companies. And it's like, I'm not throwing stones at anyone. I'm just pointing out the facts. So number one is, number one was can't talk about it. Number two was need to study it. And then number three was the point you made originally, which was we must educate and retrain Americans for the jobs of the future. And then when I was like, hey, we're terrible at that by the numbers, then they'd literally be like, well, I guess we'll learn to get better at it then. And then I came back to my home in New York City, and I was like, oh my gosh, like we are so backward and far gone certainly as a government. And so then I was grappling with it, and I'm a parent like you are. And I looked at my kids and I was like, am I really going to bring them up in this shit show? Like, is this really the plan?
Right.
And so then I was like, okay, how would you actually solve this problem if you had to do so? And so then I said, okay, universal basic income rebranded the freedom dividend after we did a bunch of tests, and it tests much better as the freedom dividend than universal basic income. And then try and make the rules of the economy work better for more people as fast as we can before this automation wave really crescendos.
What do you mean by that?
Well, to me, like, you know, what I'm saying is, like, retail and truck driving are the two major obvious sectors that are going to get displaced. Being a retail worker is the most common job in the United States right now. The average retail worker is a 39-year-old woman with a high school education making between $11 and $12 an hour. So what do those workers do when 30% of the malls and stores close in the next 5 years? You know, and then truckers are next in line, you know, by the 5 to 10 year mark. So it's like, we have to get our acts together before these populations end up getting displaced. And we know Americans don't have a ton of savings to fall back on. It's not like they'll be like, oh, like, you know, let me take a month off to like think about it. You know, like that's not the real life situation most Americans live and experience. So this is all 2017 where I'm like doing the data research and saying like, okay, like what's the plan? And then when I went to various politicians, I was like, there's no appetite for making this case. There's no appetite for anyone even talking about this. So the only thing I can see that would have a realistic chance of accelerating meaningful solutions to this automation wave in a 5 to 10 year time frame is if I run for president and I either win, which is very doable, I can win, or I mainstream this set of considerations to a point where other politicians are willing to tackle something like universal basic income and make it a reality in that time frame.
Anyone can win, right? I mean, it is possible. I mean, there are voters, people are voting, but do you really believe that you can win?
Well, Joe,
I wouldn't be running if you wouldn't, right? I believe that, but if you were not you.
No, I appreciate the question. And I've been very upfront the whole time, is that if my ideas and policies become front and center and we get this done, then if I'm not president of the United States, like, I'm perfectly happy with that. Like, I'm on the record just being like, I'm just trying to solve problems. I'm an entrepreneur trying to solve a problem. That said, I'm already polling at 1% nationally. I'm tied with Kirsten Gillibrand and other national politicians right now sitting here.
I have no idea. Kirsten Gillibrand.
She's a senator from New York, so that was supposed to be like a national politician.
Normal morons like myself are not aware of that. Like, I wouldn't have known that you were running if it wasn't for Sam.
No, I appreciate that, man. But now, happily, everyone who's a fan of yours, which is apparently everybody, knows I'm running. But so you're right that most people have never heard of Andrew Yang, and I'm already polling at 1% enough for me to make the debates.
Are you running as an independent?
I'm running as a Democrat because the mechanics make it such that that is necessary for you to be able to actually succeed in it. But I can go through with you the mechanics. You might enjoy this because I know you and Sam and others sometimes talk politics and presidential politics. So I'm an operator, I'm an entrepreneur, and so you get to it and be like, okay, what does it take to be president? So there are two rules to run for president. One is you have to be 35 years or older, check, and then the second is natural born citizen, check. Only rules. That's it. So then you get into the process and you say, okay, the first two states to vote are Iowa and New Hampshire. Now, there are going to be about 20 people running for president as a Democrat this cycle. You probably knew that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you look at the Iowa caucus. Iowa has a population of 3.1 million, but only 171,000 Iowans participated in the caucus in 2016 because it's a very high investment. Now, they changed the rules, so this year it's going to be closer to, like, let's call it 250,000. But if you have 20 candidates, to finish top 3 in a field of 20, you probably need about 40 to 50,000 Iowans to get on board. So you say, hey, do I think I can be president of the United States? The threshold question is this: can I get 40 to 50,000 Iowans on board with the idea that them and their family members getting $1,000 a month is a good idea? That would actually help improve their lives?
Well, I'm sure it would help improve their lives, and I'm sure they would agree with you. The question is, what are the other things? See, I don't think most people are aware that this is coming. And I think you educating people and explaining all these statistics and seeing the forecast, particularly from your position as a serial entrepreneur who has a deep background in business and you have a deep understanding of this, you're helping in a tremendous way by educating people. But I think most people have, it maybe illogically, they have different concerns. So how do you address these other concerns? Like, I bet if you polled people, what are the issues? What are the issues in this upcoming 2020 presidential race that, who's going to beat Donald Trump? How do you do it? And this is like, on the Democratic side, the idea is like anyone but Trump, right?
Yeah.
This is, they would be so happy if, fill in the blank. Tulsi Gabbard, you, whoever.
What do you think?
On the Republican
pirates
side,
are
obviously
looking
it's
for
Trump,
Torchwood's
unless someone
heart?
comes along or he goes to jail. Right? Those are the two possibilities.
Yeah.
What are the other issues and that you feel that people are really concerned about that you can perhaps shed some unique light on?
Sure. So the 3 big policies I'm running on are, 1, the freedom dividend, because a lot of Americans are seeing their paychecks not keep up with their expenses. Number 2 is we need to get health care off the backs of businesses and families and move towards a single payer system, Medicare for all, because as an entrepreneur, it makes it harder to hire people. When you do hire people, you want to make them contractors and not full-time employees. It makes it harder for people to start businesses because they're concerned about keeping their health care for their families. So we got to get health care off the backs of businesses and families and try and make the economy more dynamic. And we spend twice as much on healthcare as other countries do, to worse results. Like, it's right now we're in like the worst of all worlds. And the third thing is, and I reference my wife when I talk about this. My wife is at home with our 2 boys, 6 and 3, one of whom is autistic. And what I say is, like, what is her work valued at in GDP? And then people think about it and they're like, I don't know. And I'm like, 0, because GDP like doesn't consider that actual economic contribution. And then I say, we have to do is we have to actually evolve from GDP as a measuring stick, because it actually doesn't work for us. It's almost 100 years old. We made it up during the Great Depression. Self-driving trucks are going to drive GDP way up, but it's going to be very, very bad for many people and communities. So we have to actually change the measuring sticks to something that would actually make our economy work for us, make it so that the market serves us instead of all us being inputs to the market. Because if we're all inputs to the market, we lose to robots and AI, hands down. And it's not like, it doesn't matter if you were like a really conscientious, hardworking truck driver or like a really lazy, sloppy one. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if you were like a really diligent radiologist or like doesn't matter. So we have to shift the market's emphasis to actually fuel our well-being and change from GDP, which is again this archaic measurement we made up, to things that would actually correspond to how we're doing. Things like health, how childhood success rates, environmental
How do you
quality.
quantify that? How would you quantify that in a way that would be translatable to the average voter?
Yeah, so we have measurements for most of these things. And again, if you look at our numbers right now, you'd see it's like, what? Like, how many people listening to this know that America's life expectancy has declined for the last 3 years? That to me would be like a pretty important measurement. But
And
like,
you think
most
that's
people don't know.
because of, is it because of suicide? Is it because of drug overdose? Is it because of obesity, diet? What is it?
The 2 causes that people point to the most are that drug overdoses and suicides have overtaken vehicular deaths as the most frequent deaths in the United States.
I did know that suicide was on that list. I knew that drug overdoses had taken obesity. But suicides have overtaken obesity as well?
Suicides have overtaken car accidents. I'm not sure about obesity.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant car accidents. I misspoke. So, car accidents used to be number one.
Yeah.
Suicides are higher than car accidents now.
Yeah.
So suicides, drug overdoses, and then car accidents, like or suicides and drug overdoses like equal?
I think drug overdose is number one.
Number one.
And then suicide's number two.
Wow.
And so that's why life expectancy has declined for the last.
And you
3
think
years.
that and very much likely there's at least some of the number of the suicides are related to economic disparity.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look at the suicide rate, it's particularly pronounced in 50 to 54-year-old white Americans, which are the population. I mean, you resemble that.
That's me.
Yeah, that's you. Which resembles the population that right now is just reaching a point where they're like, hey, my job skills don't have any, utility in the marketplace, and then they go home and they just start looking around and being like, what am I doing? I mean, it's really dark. It's punitive. It's punishing. And we've put our citizens in the situation where we all see ourselves as economic inputs. What the market says we're worth is what we're worth. And if we're worth less, then it's our fault. And so the next move is to say, okay, I guess, this place, there's no place for me here.
I don't mean to sound skeptical, but I just don't believe that $1,000 a month is going to fix that. It seems like that would be a good thing. Certainly not moving in the wrong direction, certainly moving in the right direction, but it seems that there needs to be some sort of a massive rethinking of civilization itself. If you're going to have that many things that are going to be automated, and that many people that are going to be out of jobs, and feeling that the world that they prepared for no longer exists.
Yes.
It seems like we need a step further, another move.
100%, brother. And that's one reason why the freedom dividend is not it doesn't solve the problem.
Right.
The problem is fundamentally one of reconstituting means of structure, purpose, and fulfillment in people's lives, particularly in men's lives.
Right. How do we do that?
Right. So one important aspect of that is to actually start measuring how we are doing as a society and saying that's actually where we're trying to go.
So instead of using GDP,
Yes.
using some sort of other quantifiable method of measuring health and happiness and fulfillment.
Yes. Levels of engagement with work, mental health. I mean, we have measurements for that. We are sophisticated enough to do that. And then if we say, then as president, I'm going to be up there in 2021 being like, oh, here's the State of the Union and here's like the data. And then we're going to say, you know what we're going to try and do? We're actually going to try and move those measurements in the right direction. So let's try and get drug overdoses down by 50% in 2 years. Let's try and get our mental health up a little bit, like in these ways. And then make it so that that person who's at home being like, okay, there's not a job for me. I'm getting $1,000 a month. That does not solve all my problems. It takes the edge off. But then we can hopefully start reconstituting what that person's purpose is in their community, in their neighborhood. And so one of the things that I'm going to point out is that if you pump $1,000 a month into that neighborhood, it ends up creating a whole new rung of opportunities for the people in that community. Like some of that money goes to, youth leagues and churches and nonprofits, and creates jobs right there in that community. One of the examples I use is like if you're in a town in Missouri with 50,000 people, and let's say you really like to bake, but starting a bakery is a dumb idea because people just do not have money in that town to buy your baked goods. But then I pump $60 million a year into that economy, and a lot of that just circulates right there in that town. Then if I start a bakery, it's a good idea. And I know if my bakery fails, I'm not going to die. I can at least go home and get my dividend. And then if I go to other people and say, hey, you want to help me out with this, then they also think it's a better idea than they would have. So the money is not the solution. The money helps set the stage for the solutions. So does the measurements. So does because right now, if you don't even know that your life expectancy is declining, that's kind of hard to solve that problem. So if you say, look, this is actually how we measure how we're doing, and then you go in and say, okay, like local government, NGO, entrepreneur, because right now, our entrepreneurs, none of our entrepreneurs are working on trying to make that dude's life better. Right now, it's like that's not.
You can only do so much. Most entrepreneurs are just trying to succeed. I mean, it's very difficult to start a business, right? And actually have it work out well. The idea that they're going to look out for truck drivers.
Yeah, it's not realistic. But at least we can start moving ourselves in that general direction if we start, because as a CEO, you know this, you make what you measure. You're not measuring it, you have no chance.
Right.
If you start measuring it, you at least start to open up the chance. But what you're saying is the most profound, which is like we need to reconstitute meaning for many, many Americans.
Yeah.
And that's what, to me, the most destructive aspect of the, again, like the mental health indicators and like the suicides and the rest of it is like there's a real loss of meaning for many, many people here in this country.
Well, obviously we're talking about a large scale, but if you go back to the time before trucks and truck drivers, that was not a viable occupation. It wasn't something people did, but yet they still found a way to occupy their time. Do you think that there needs to be some sort of an education and some sort of a method of explaining to young people in particular that you have to think of something to do, because most of the things that you think you can do won't exist? So we have to think of what are the other possibilities and be creative and do something with your life that only a human being can do, which is a really weird way to think about it, because most of the things you used to be able to think that a human being could do for a living are now going to be done by robots. But I think there's a giant gap between the understanding that you have and the understanding that the average person has, and this could be a real problem in trying to expand this platform.
Well, we have to inform people. I gotta tell you though, Joe, when I say this to people, they're like, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it does make perfect sense. That's what's scary about it. But I'm not disagreeing with you in any way, shape, or form. I'm just thinking, man, for young kids.
For young kids, and you're a parent, I'm a parent. But so our education system has a lot to be desired. And one of the things I'm saying is like, it's making all these kids think that college is the end all be all, and it is not. And so that's one issue. Is that
nothing so far?
We need to try and prepare kids for different kinds of paths instead of saying college.
It's the only
because they're going to college.
Turn me back
they're getting
into
loaded
my
up with
former
record levels of
self.
debt. College has gotten 2.5 times more expensive, even though it's not gotten 2.5 times better.
What's this?
And the reason why it's gotten so expensive is because we've just
run for it.
Gotten really bloated administratively.
And what would you do about that? Like, Bernie Sanders wants to have some sort of a
pre-college,
pre-university. He wants to do it across the board. Have education be 100%.
Hey,
look, I love that on paper. One of the things that I hate is talking to my friends about college debt. Friends that are in their 30s. And 40s.
Investigate that statue
and
just
report back
stays
with them like
immediately.
a wet blanket that you can
The
never
rest
get out
of you fan out
I used to
and
call
search
my
the
school
area
my mistress because I was
again.
writing a check to like another family in another town. I was like, I hope they're enjoying themselves. So it's like I was sending like $900 a month to my loans.
And what's crazy is that if something devastating happens to you in any other form, you can file for bankruptcy.
Juice.
But you never
drink it, you'll grow back to your normal size.
That was just some lobbying on the part of the financial companies. There's not very much out of it.
That's really dirty. When you think about how many people that run corporations that have racked up, just think about what happened with the savings and loan crisis.
Completely, man.
And those guys skated. Woo!
Yeah.
The vast majority they're carrying around zero burden from that.
Yeah.
The vast majority. No one went to jail except a few people.
Not really anybody.
Well, real criminals like Bernie Madoff went to jail. A few people went to jail.
True.
But that's about it. You'd have to be a real fucking thief to go to jail. And these people that just they did this and got away with it and profited and redistributed all this money into their own personal accounts. And
but heaven forbid you take out a bunch of school loans and then things go south and you can't get out of it.
I know a guy who's in his 50s. He's an ophthalmologist who's deeply in debt still.
So
crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy, and if you look at it just economically, it's a massive burden on people starting businesses, starting families, buying homes, instead of living with their parents. It's possible for sure. So the first thing you do is you go to the people that are currently in debt and say, look, we're going to give you a path out. And there are ways to do it. You can have a payment plan. One of the things I'm proposing is like a 10 by 10, where if you commit 10% of your wages for 10 years, then you're debt free. And that means like if you're not making a lot of money, then you can save a whole lot. And the schools at this point have long since forgotten about these loans because they got paid off already. This is just these financial companies that are holding the loans.
That's important for people to understand because people say, well, if you don't pay them, the colleges are going to go away.
No. So if you're the government, you can be like, hey, loan company, guess what? Like, good news, we're going to take this off. It's a stimulus. Because like you said, we've done a lot of things that were supposed to be a stimulus, like give $40 billion to the banks. Like, that'll stimulate the economy. Nothing's going to stimulate the economy better than getting student loans off the backs of freaking young people, because they'll actually do what they're supposed to do, which is like actually spend money in the economy,
take chances,
start businesses, and the rest of it. I mean, one of the reasons why our business formation rates are at multi-decade lows is that we are $1.5 trillion in school debt. It's like 38K ahead. That was like $100 billion in like 1999. So we've like gone up 15x since then, and it's crippling us. It's like anyone who thinks that that's not burdening the economy. I mean, it's got to. So President Yang will be like, hey guys, it's a stimulus, but this time it's a stimulus for people. We're gonna forgive some of the student loan debt because half that stuff was generated immorally. A lot of it was just schools, lying to get people in the door. The second thing you do is you go to the schools and say, hey guys, why are you 2.5 times more expensive than you used to be? That's kind of weird because, like, as far as I can tell, there's been no massive quality change. And the reason is that they've hired a lot of administrators. It has not gone to faculty. It has not gone to facilities. It has gone to just administrative excess and bloat. And then say, okay, you can do whatever you want, but if you want access to federal loans, which they all rely upon for their life's blood, like without it they die, if you want your students to have access to federal loans, you have to bring your administrator to student ratio in line with what it was like in the 1990s. And then the schools would scream bloody murder. They'd be like, I can't do that, it's impossible. They're like, well, I have a feeling we're going to figure it out. they would start bringing it down, and you would realize it doesn't impact the student experience at all. Like, I understand it because I've run a large nonprofit organization that I'd started, and your very natural tendency is just to hire excellent people, and then before you know it, you're like, have excellent people price things of everything. But then over time, that ends up building a very low cost structure that gets passed along to the public. So you bring the cost down. Now, you said before, Verna is like free college for everyone. The problem with that solution is it pretends that college solves the employment problems of young people. Right. And anyone who's coming out of college knows that that's not real. The underemployment rate for recent college graduates today is 44%. So you got like a 50-50 shot if you come out of college, you're doing a job that requires a degree. And 94% of new jobs created right now are temporary jobs.
Yeah, I was reading something about people. Actually, it might have been in that.
Ferrari, yeah, 21st century, yeah.
Yuval Noah Harari. 21st century. I think he was talking about how many people plan on not being in the same job in 10 years because that job won't exist anymore.
Kokomo is running away!
Used to be that people would think that they were going to get a job and they would stay in that job. And now they're planning that they're going to have to move.
Let's cut down this tree and use it as a bridge.
And as automation kicks in, this is obviously going to bottleneck. It's going to get even.
I think there's something inside there.
Yeah, completely.
Let's follow the pirates.
The ideal is that you end up training young people to be really, really adaptable and have low cost structures and just be able to come out surrounds. And I spent 7 years trying to train young people to do just that. But one of the things I've discovered is that we're overemphasizing college, and what we're underemphasizing is technical, vocational, and apprenticeship work. Because a lot of that work, believe it or not, it's actually really hard to automate. Like, we're not going to automate an air conditioning repair person or a plumber anytime soon.
And for sure, craftsmen, people who build things.
And it's good for your mental health and a bunch of other things. So right now, only 6% of American high school students are in technical or vocational training. In Germany, that's 59%. Give you a sense of what the gap can be. So what we're doing is we're over-describing college. We're saying college for everyone. It's not really working as well. And then we're still treating people who are working in trades, like not in great careers. And a lot of those careers are actually really awesome. Like paid great, they're persistent. So right now we're going to automate away. It's a lot easier to automate away a lot lot of repetitive cognitive work than it is non-repetitive manual work. Because like actual robot digits, you know, it's like if you can imagine what it would take to have a robot plumber like come into your house. I mean, that stuff's really, really tricky.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of fine motor work. They have to like unscrew pipes and like stuff. That stuff's not going to get automated for a long time. You know what is going to get automated? A lot of like entry-level cognitive tasks, a lot of journalism tasks, a lot of bookkeeping, a lot of stuff that college graduates think they're going to get a job in, but then those jobs are going to disappear. I was a corporate attorney for those 5 unhappy months, and my friends are working on AI that can automate away a lot of basic legal work. You know, so these college grads are like, oh, snap, don't know what to do, man. I'll go to law school, load up with another $120K in debt, and then like the legal jobs are not going to be there for them.
It's often the problem of the parents giving them pressure to go into college as well because they don't want the kid to become a loser. And if the kid, you know, like where I grew up in Boston, if you went into the trades, if you abandoned like the idea of higher learning, going to college, and just went right into like learning to be a carpenter or something, you look at you like, oh, you sold yourself short. But there's so many people that I know that went to school that just got university degrees and then they got out and they were fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so common. It's so common that they thought there was going to be this path. And this path just didn't exist once they got out. Then they were left to leave.
Yeah, if you look at it, about 32% of Americans graduate from college right now, and that level's been more or less constant. It's not like, hey, I've got another 10% I could get to college. Like right now, the college completion rate in 6 years is about 59%. So like 4 out of 10 people who start college are not graduating in 6 years. A lot of them are just not graduating. So like the people that have other paths available to them to build those paths up. And this is one reason why I'm so into the freedom dividend so that somebody free college. Because why would you subsidize something that only the top third of the population is going to use? You know, and it's a highly inefficient, costly system anyway. Like, if I were money into that, we're much better off putting $1,000 a month into every 18-year-old's hands. Than if they go to college, great, college is partially paid for. They go to trade school, great, trade school is partially paid for. They start their own business, they do something creative, like they want to do. That's great too. Like you can actually start building more varied paths so that people don't feel like
what are the primary concerns that people have outside of what you're talking about so far with automation taking away jobs and you know, student loan debt and these things? What are the other things you think you're going to have to talk about in order to get people to take you really seriously?
It was in that statue.
You know, I mean, the hot button issues, you know what they all are. It's like immigration and climate change is a really big one. And, you know, I mean, I can talk about those at length. So my father and mother met as immigrants from Taiwan at UC Berkeley. My father's a PhD in physics. He generated 69 U.S. patents for GE and IBM over his career. So I'm like, immigrants are awesome. Immigrants come in and, you know, just like, it's like big stuff happen for big American companies. So I'm very pro-immigrant, and I think people would expect that just to look at me. And so what I say is, first, it makes no sense to educate international students in U.S. universities and then send them home to compete against us. That makes no sense. Like, if they're going to come to the U.S. and study, we should just staple a green card to their diploma and be like, hey, you got a diploma, great news, you can stay here and work. Because I personally know tons of awesome internationals who would definitely help make the U.S. more dynamic and competitive that go home and start companies there, and you're like, oh no, like, how'd that happen?
Right. That's great for people who come from a privileged background, who have the opportunity to come here and then become educated. But what about people who are poor, who are trying to make it here from South America, and Guatemala, and Mexico?
So there are 3 paths available to you for the approximately 12 million people who are here undocumented, many of whom from Mexico and Latin America. Would not like the, you know, frankly, like they're not the profile I just described for the most part. So there are 3 approaches. Number 1 is you can pretend to deport them because it's completely unfeasible to deport 12 million people. I mean, like, whole regional economies would collapse. Like, you can't do it practically. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Number 2 is you do nothing, which is our current path. And then you have massive problems too, because they're constantly interacting with your schools and your hospitals, and they're getting into car accidents. And, like, you know, it's like just not knowing who the heck is who is an untenable situation for any advanced society. So number 3 is you create a pathway to citizenship and then you integrate them into society, but it's like a long-term path that takes a number of years.
Savior
and
of
you
the
need to
Mokokos.
keep your nose clean and pay taxes and work hard and do
That seems to me to be the most feasible.
Yeah, and so that's where we should go. And some Republicans were on board with that until they, paid a political price and then they ran the other direction. So that is really the right path for people who are here undocumented. But I say to people a lot that the opposite of Donald Trump is an Asian guy who likes math. So Donald Trump's like, build a wall, and I'm like, look, we got to enforce a strong border, like especially in a world where every citizen's getting $1,000 a month. Like, you got to enforce a strong border.
Right.
But at the same time, people who are here, they're making our communities a lot more entrepreneurial and dynamic. Many of them. I mean, at the high end, half of the Silicon Valley entrepreneurs are either immigrants or children of immigrants. And that's true in a different way in terms of the dynamism of these immigrant communities. So what I say to people is if I'm president, people will see that you come to this country, you work hard, your son or daughter can become president of the United States.
Smart.
Now, what do you do though in this scenario that you just described if someone comes here and they don't work hard and they don't keep their nose clean and they are still here and they're not a citizen yet?
Yeah. So then they operate in the informal economy in the way that they have. And the truth is that even if we have this pathway, there are going to be a significant proportion of people who just do not trust us enough to actually say, hey, I'm here and I'm going to enter the pipeline. There's going to be a lot of there are going to be a lot of people that don't subscribe, but that's where it is right now. We're not making the situation actively worse. We can at least improve the situation for a really significant proportion of them.
Yeah, for a significant proportion of them. And, the other situation would be tax revenue. How many people that are here illegally are not paying taxes? I would imagine it's an enormous number.
Yeah, there'd be a real economic boost if we can integrate them into the formal economy, because there's a lot of just cash going back and forth.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, is that a lot of people might decide, hey, you know what, I don't even want to be a citizen, because if I'm a citizen, I have to pay taxes. Or I could work as a laborer or work as a, on construction sites or whatever, whoever's willing to hire them and work for free.
Yes.
Or work rather with free taxes.
And so I mean that would still be going on. Like there are limits to what sort of appeal you can have in terms of having people raise their hands.
Have a path to real prosperity. Have a real path to citizenship would be very nice.
And it'd be enormous for them because a lot of them have kids. A lot of them have kids who no other life but here. So another issue I think you'll like that comes up on the campaign trail is what to do about marijuana. And I'm for full legalization, remove it from the federal controlled substance list. And I would go a step further and pardon everyone who's in jail for a low-level nonviolent drug offense, because it makes no sense to me to have people behind bars for things that are legal in parts of the country. So my plan as president is on April 20th of 2021, I'm going to mass pardon everyone who's in jail for a nonviolent drug-related offense. I'm going to high-five them on the way out. I'm going to be a very popular man that day.
There's going to be a lot of traveling to high-five all those folks.
I know. I'm going to have to go to a lot of places and high-five, but I really want to high-five them, Joe.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that would be the funnest freaking occasion. So, that's something that comes up that, to me, it's obvious that marijuana, is an important remedy for many people who are, in various...
Where are the pirates?
Struggling with various health problems and everything else. I have friends who are in that situation, and that it's certainly much less dangerous than, for example, some of the opiates that have been getting prescribed for the same thing.
Yeah, what do you do about that? That's a question that I have, because I was just reading something about some new approved drug that's more powerful than fentanyl, which seems to me to be completely insane. We already have fentanyl. And you make a mistake on whether, one of the things that happens with people that overdose is, especially old people that are in pain when they're using fentanyl or using any opiate on a regular basis, they sometimes forget if they took it. And,
see the vine-like thing near you?
They're very powerful.
That's
and if you're high
Tortwick's
on
finger.
that stuff and you forget whether or not you took it and you go and take it again, you're dead.
Yes.
And that's a giant issue. They're too damn powerful, and the idea that you need something more powerful than that seems to be insane.
I agree with you. It's irresponsible. The entire opiate crisis was generated in part by the fact that the feds let Purdue Pharma just go crazy prescribing hundreds of thousands of OxyContin prescriptions And that company, man, that company got fined $635 million, which sounds like a lot until you realize they made like $16 billion.
Yeah.
So
those drop in the bucket.
Yeah. So those people are now some of the richest people in the country on the backs of American communities, and it just keeps morphing because it went from oxy to heroin to fentanyl, and then you have people who are struggling with these addictions. So to me, it was federal negligence that unleashed this plague. I mean, you got to hold the Sacklers and Purdue Pharma accountable because literally now they're profiting from one of the treatment drugs. It's really obscene what they're doing. They're just like, hey, my non-addictive wonder drug turns out it caused a super plague of lethal addiction for hundreds of thousands of Americans. But now I'm going to sell you a new drug and try and make money on the back end too. So you got to get as much money as we possibly can from that family in particular. But then you have to make resources available and try and get people to depend on these drugs less like on the front end from the doctor end. So it's like, look, why are you prescribing like these opiates when like there's a doctor I quote in my book where he's like, you have never seen a lethality rate for something prescribed for like a non-life-threatening condition. It's like literally like a non-trivial percentage of people you prescribe an opiate to will be dead in 5 years.
Yeah.
And the thing they came to, for in the hospital wasn't life-threatening.
Right.
It makes no sense.
It's crazy.
So we have to make treatment resources available, but this is a very human problem. It's not a money problem. Like, you can throw money at some problems and it works. This thing you should throw money at to try and give people a fighting chance. But then you have to support the people coming out because it's a brutal, brutal process trying to become whole and healthy if you're an addict.
It is an unbelievably brutal process, and it's. I have family members that are affected by it with first acts that got on these pills, and next thing you know, they can't off them. It's devastating. And it's so common. It's just all throughout the country. They'll prescribe me for nothing. I had my nose fixed. I had a deviated septum, and the doctor prescribed me 2 different kinds of opiates. And I said, I'm not in any pain. And he said, yeah, but you could be, so here. And I'm like, but I don't think this is a good idea. I'm like, I don't even want anything. He goes, well, just take these just in case. And when I tell you, I'm not playing tough guy. It just didn't hurt.
Yeah.
It was a little annoying. I was like, oh, my nose feels weird. But I didn't need fucking opiates.
Seriously, man.
They're just willing. Like, here you go. Come on. What are you in pain? Here you go. Come on. Take a little of this. Take a little of that.
Yeah, and I have a guarantee for you that their incentives drive them more towards dispensing those drugs than they're not dispensing those drugs.
Yes.
And it's in large part because the incentive structure of our healthcare system is so revenue oriented.
Yes.
It's like, if I do more stuff, if I give you more stuff, I make more money. If I decide you don't need it, I make less money. And that is one of the things that's driving us all into this unhealth, is that if you went to a doctor who legitimately was like, I don't think you need this stuff, like that would be the way many of them would see the problem if their paycheck was unrelated to the amount of activity that they were doing.
Yeah. When you look at all the issues that plague this country, and you think about the possibility of you actually winning and becoming president, and then you look at what happens to presidents when they win, and the amount of just leeching that happens to them. Do you worry about that? Well, first of all, Asians age very well. Yes. So you've got that going for you.
But, and I'm married, and we've got 2 kids, so I don't think she's going anywhere. It's like kind of tough for her to start over at this point. One of my nightmare scenarios is I win, and then I can't get stuff done the way that, because that's the fear. You've talked about this too, where good people go into government to get stuck like flies in amber because the system is just designed to keep you from getting anything done. But one thing I will say is that if you imagine a scenario where the Asian man who wants to give everyone $1,000 a month is president of the United States in 2021, everyone's going to know how I won. It'll be like, all right, guys, it's dividend time. And then Democrats will be like, yeah, I like money for families. That's great. And here's the great thing, Joe, is that then Republicans are going to look at it and be like, wait a minute. This is a net transfer for rural areas, for red states on the interior. Am I really going to stand in the way of my constituents getting this dividend? And you can imagine me being like, hey, what state wants to pilot this first? Freaking every state would be into it. We can actually get this done. This is a bipartisan thing. It's not left or right. It's forward. And keep in mind, the state that has been demonstrated to love this dividend is Alaska, which is a deep red conservative state. It was a Republican governor that passed the plan in the first place. He said, who would you rather get the oil money? The government who's just going to screw it up, or you, the people of Alaska? And then the people of Alaska were like, us, please.
Wasn't that to incentivize people to support the idea of drilling in some controversial areas, though?
There was probably, you know, a whole basket of motivations, but now that thing's been in effect for 37 years and is wildly popular. So what I'm suggesting when you say, like, hey, you become president, you can't get anything done, it's like, I can get one big thing done because I think it's going to be really popular among not just progressives, but also independents, libertarians. Like Milton Friedman is the patron saint of libertarian economists. I love his plan. Because what libertarians and conservatives hate is government making people's decisions. What they like is economic freedom and autonomy. I just spoke at a libertarian conference, like LibertyCon, and was like, guys, like the freedom dividend would help people enjoy actual economic freedom. Because you get $1,000 a month, like, you know, that makes you more free to do all sorts of things. Like you can, like, you know, you can like make better choices. And as long as the government is completely like, you know, it's like what you do is your business. So this can actually become something we can get done.
The freedom dividend is a great name too. It's like the Patriot Act. Like it gets people excited. Freedom. We're all about freedom.
Who could be against freedom?
Yeah, you can't vote against that.
Yeah, who could be against the freedom dividend? Come on, what kind of you know, asshole do you have to be?
This is got to be taking up a tremendous amount of time. Like, what do you, are you doing anything else in addition to doing this, or are you setting aside everything else in your life other than your family obligations?
I have two jobs, man. One, help accelerate society to try and deal with this historic transition we're in, and two, stay married. Those only things.
Wow. That's a powerful path. Now, when you're looking at the opposition, and you're looking at all the other people that are running for president, and whether or not they're going to be there by the time the elections roll around, what are you seeing?
It's really interesting, Joe. Holy cow. One of the funnest things about running for president is you run into all the other candidates on the trail in Iowa, in New Hampshire. So I'm like just hanging out backstage with like the gang. It's so interesting and fun. It is weird sometimes, but I've really liked most of them. And so sometimes people ask me like, hey, who do you want your running mate to be? And I'm just like, it really depends upon who I just click with best, because we're just going to be on the trail all the time together. So having met a bunch of them, I gotta say, most of the candidates are really genuine patriots who just want to try and do something positive, and they see the country heading in the wrong direction. I could work with them. In terms of who I think is going to be there, really interesting. I mean, one reason I will say that apparently the mainstream press had it out for Bernie last time, where they were just gonna like, I have a friend who worked in the media, and they were like, just like, you know, kneecap Bernie.
Why was they gonna kneecap Bernie?
I don't know. It's like there's definitely something going on where like certain corporate media companies have certain candidates they kind of want to tip the scales for a little bit, and people that they want to like tip it against.
Well, they thought that Bernie was going to get in the way of Hillary winning. Is that what
Yeah. They were in the Hillary camp for sure.
Yeah.
And so that wasn't just the media, that was also the DNC, which is now on the record. So now, happily, certainly the DNC has turned a totally different leaf, where the DNC is like, we're not going to do anything that like interferes with anyone's prospects.
Well, what they did was a disaster.
Yeah,
a disaster in terms of public image too.
Yeah, it was both substantively and like perception-wise a disaster for them. So this time, I gotta say, and that team is turned over almost entirely. Like it's almost totally different people.
Right.
And then the media, we have the sense that, you know, they're still feeling out who they're gonna try and put the thumb on the scale for.
So Bernie is still running.
It looks like he's running. Yeah.
You want to know something that's really stupid, but it changed my opinion again? He was being grilled by someone at the airport with a camera, and he was pretending to talk on the phone. You could tell he wasn't really on the phone. The phone was white, and I saw that, and I was like, you can't do that. You can't do that. You could say, I'm not giving impromptu interviews, thank you very much, and keep walking. Like, if you want to interview me, do it through correct channels. But he didn't do that. He pretended to be on the phone. It's a weird thing. Because if you're willing to do that, like that's just deceptive.
Especially if you can actually see the deception, which
you can see the video. You can see the video. The fucking phone is not on. It's like you can see his text messages. While he's, and he's like, and the guy's saying to him, "You're not on the phone. I can tell you're not on the phone." It's like, and he keeps walking. It's like, I know that's a stupid thing, but it's like, huh.
we all suss out details about different people in different ways, and like, it's like, I think one reason I'm so grateful for this opportunity is it's like, like you actually can get a sense of different people in different environments, and it does end up impacting your perception. So, I mean, people made decisions on much lesser data points than that.
Oh, sure.
Let's put it that way.
Remember, what the fuck's his name from Vermont? Howard Dean?
The Dean Scream, man. The freaky
New Hampshire? Is that what he's from?
He was from Vermont.
It was Vermont, yeah. That Scream killed him, sank him.
Do you remember the Chappelle Show parody? The Chappelle Show parody of that was his.
Here, look here. This is that ugly Kokomo who locked me up. What's he doing lying down here? Now that he's small, I can treat him. By the way, this pirate Kokomo, his condition is worse than I thought.
Hysterical.
That's funny. But the fact that it was just because it was allowed, like, as a person who works in front of audiences a lot, when you're yelling into a microphone, like, you hear, like, especially if you don't have monitors in front of you, what you hear is like everything. You hear the crowd screaming. You hear everything. And if you're yelling into that microphone, you're not realizing what it sounds like as a recording. But with him, it's like, yeah! And that was it. One scream. Imagine that one scream literally changed the course of that man's life. One impulsive
It
moment.
might have changed the course of the nation's history.
It's crazy. I don't know if that would happen today. I think, especially post-Trump, one thing that has happened is we're willing to forgive so much more. You know? I mean,
in some ways, yeah. In some ways, no, man. I mean, I feel like, like some people more forgiving than others for different things.
For sure. Yeah, there's certainly, it varies.
But it would be interesting to imagine what the Dean scream would result in today. Hopefully, I'm not the person that tests it out.
Yeah, don't scream. Please don't scream.
Let's go where
So what's next now? You're trying to elevate your profile. You're trying to make people aware of your platform and how you're running. What is next?
It's good fun, man. I'm enjoying running for president more than I thought I would.
That's a great thing to hear.
Yeah, like it's. So one thing is that when you talk to Americans in like rural Iowa or Manchester, New Hampshire, like they're really good people. Like it's like the stuff that you might imagine is like, oh, people. No, it's like really good, honest, genuine people just trying to make their lives better. People I really love hanging out with are union guys. Like the truckers was fun hanging out. I hung out with these union metal workers the other day in New Hampshire. I was like, hey, any like robots going on like here in your fields? And then one of them was like, yeah, actually, like we used to take 5 to 8 guys to bend this rebar to reinforce a bridge. Now they bring in a robot who does it overnight. And then they're like, hey, good for you guys, you don't have to do this. And then we're like, we just lost a freaking day's pay. They're like, why are we supposed to be happy about this?
Right.
So then when I go in, I talk to them about what's going on in the economy. They're like, oh man, yeah, that's like a real problem. And unions have been losing for years. Like they all know it. Like membership's gone in half. So just on the campaign trail, making the case to different people. I was on the Daily Show last week, and that's gonna film pretty soon. The next big benchmark for the campaign is the Democratic primary debates in June, where they're going to bring all the candidates up, and this is something the DNC happily seems like they're being really open about. Which it's not like, hey, you need to, like have particular things. So I'm very confident that we'll be on a debate stage. The case of American people.
When you're going to do something like that, how do you prepare? Do you have someone throw questions at you and you practice them? You practice the answers? Do you work with a coach? Like how are you going to do that?
For that, given the enormity of the occasion, I'm sure we will have something like that. But I want to double back to the conversation you had recently with the guy about campaign finance. And like there are all these interrelated problems in our society, and in my opinion, the automation wave is like driving a lot of them because it's making people less functional, it's making people less able to focus on the big problems in the future. And then part of it is that our political system is held captive by rich corporations and mega wealthy individuals. Like the average voter feels like my vote doesn't matter. And so, I was talking to Lawrence Lessig. It's like, hey, how do we fix it? And I heard the conversation with him. And so a solution would be give every American adult $100, democracy dollars, that can only be contributed to a political campaign. And then you end up counterbalancing and washing out a lot of the corporate money, because all of a sudden, if I get 10,000 people on board with me, that's like freaking $1 million.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's an interesting idea. I like that a lot.
Because the problem, Joe, is that a lot of our regulatory approaches right now are like the negative approach. It's like, don't do this, don't do that. And the fact is, a lot of the time it's really hard to actually regulate away a lot of this stuff. And so Lawrence was like, you know what? Let's just put money into people's hands that can only go into the political system. And then it makes it so if someone like me appeals to humans, then I get money, as opposed to making it so that the people and the money are like two different sides of the equation. And I gotta say, we were talking as a team about being here, and like you have like the biggest audience of just about any media platform in the country right now, like bigger than cable news, bigger than anything.
How the fuck did that happen?
You know, I mean, to me, you're the primary voice of reason right now in our society, man.
That's ridiculous.
No, I mean,
someone step up and take that, please.
I think it's you for the time being, brother. But what I was saying was that, like, if people that listen to this conversation donate $10-20 to my campaign, they're like 2 million people are gonna listen to this. That's like $100 to $200 million, and that's enough for me to go in and break the money system. I can go in there and just say, all right, let's get money out of politics, and the way we're going to do it is we're going to actually just give people money to be able to restore democracy in a real way.
Do you have a Patreon page or anything like that?
My website's yang2020.com, and so our average donation is only $19. So we joke that my fans are even cheaper than Bernie's.
Those pirates
the thing with people is you gotta make it easy. Make it easy, like have an Amazon one-click button.
Oh,
like,
we were taking Venmo for a while,
no,
so
you know
we were like working on it. It was a bit of a pain in the neck administratively. I also want to say one other thing I did that I think will entertain the heck out of you. I'm giving $1,000 a month to a family in New Hampshire and a family of Iowa just out of my own pocket, just to illustrate. You know what? $1,000 a month will actually like do you and your household good. And I got
how
clearance
did you pick
for
these people.
We had a bunch of submissions online for New Hampshire. In Iowa, we're still taking submissions. So if you know people in Iowa that could use $1,000 a month, just go to yang2020.com, nominate them, and then we'll pick someone. And there's no obligation, so it's out of my own pocket. And there's no obligation. So the FEC was like, well, you know, no problem. It's just an act of philanthropy or like, you know, a gift.
Right.
And then a family in Georgia was so touched by my campaign that they're now supplying $1,000 a month to a family in South Carolina in honor of Martin Luther King, who was for basic income. So we're really inverting this mindset of like scarcity and take, and being like, look, there's like plenty to go around. We're like the richest and most advanced society in the history of the world. And we can make lives better just by coming together as a people. There's nothing stopping the majority of citizens in a democracy from voting ourselves a dividend.
I love the idea, man. I really do. And I love the idea of trying to find solutions to this obvious issue that's impending, and it just seems like we're not going to escape. I mean, it seems like automation is coming. There's no way to get around it.
No way. There's no way around it, for sure. I mean, it's here with us already. It's inevitable. And the danger we're in right now is that if we don't respond to it, then there's going to be a lot of anger about the changes that are coming our way. And so a bunch of techies are actually supporting my campaign, because a lot of techies are not jerks. They're just like, I'm doing my job. I'm just like, my job actually just tends to result in other people losing their jobs.
Right.
And so what I say to them, and they agree, it's like, this is enlightened self-interest for us all. It's like, progress should be something we're excited about. There is a world where we're celebrating the fact that the truckers are getting liberated from their trucks.
Right.
Because that's a really difficult, punishing job.
Especially on their backs.
Yes. And so the goal is to try and make it so that people are actually able to be happy about the inevitable. Mm-hmm. You know, it was a quote in my book. Bismarck was like, if we're going to go through a revolution, you'd rather undertake it than undergo it. You know, it's like if the revolution's coming, then we need to get in front of it and start making it work for us instead of just waiting for it to tear us apart.
Well, I love the idea, and it would be amazing if you won. I mean, it really would be fascinating. And like I said, I've done a complete 180 on the idea of universal basic income, but particularly once I started talking to Elon about it, when he was saying that it's inevitable, that you're going to need something like that, that it's coming.
Yeah, and to close on this, man, it's like, okay, so if you accept what Elon said, that it's inevitable, which I 100% agree with, let's say you go too early. What is the downside? Well, let's see, you alleviate untold, pointless human misery, and you have more time to build the institutions and help us adapt.
Yes.
That's the downside if you go too early. What's the downside if you go too late? The downside if you go too late is literal disintegration and catastrophe. Because it's not like society will magically reorder itself.
Here, come over here.
if you're like, okay, guys, we're a little bit late to this, but like now we're gonna start, like putting checks into people's hands.
Yeah.
Like, so the incentives to go early are like pretty much all the incentives. It's like going too late is literally society ending. So if you accept what Elon says, which I agree with, that look, this is inevitable, then there's no point in trying to like time it. Particularly if you accept the fact that all of the signs you would expect if you were displacing labor are already there. Man leaving the workforce, like drug overdoses, video games, like it's all right there in front of us if you just like take a rock and like flip it over. And the thing I'm going to say, a friend of mine, Andy Stern, said is that our government is terrible at most things, but it is excellent at sending large numbers of checks to large numbers of people promptly and reliably.
Yeah.
We have to lean into one of the only core competencies our government has that we can trust, and then it will let us make our own decisions. This is very much about human empowerment, and the alternative is too terrible to contemplate.
Last question, because I guess no discussion of presidential policy and the possibility of someone like you running this country is how do you feel about international relations and the obvious issues of dealing with other countries and what's going on with China and Russia and the interference of our democracy and all the different various issues that we've experienced particularly over the last couple of years with Russia?
Yeah, sure. So about Russia, and you and I were talking about this before we went on air.
Over there?
When I'm president, I will say, look,
it's me,
Russia, I get it. We have tampered with other people's elections for years and decades. Like we America have done it. You've done it to us for the last number of years. It is going to stop right now. And if we have any credible evidence that you are tampering with our information and our democracy, we will take that as an act of hostility and aggression, and we will retaliate in some way that will make your life very, very painful and inconvenient. And the people of the United States will support me on this. And so here is your drop dead date, like turn off the bots, and if we find that your bots are still going after this date, I will just bring the evidence to the American people, and then we will act, and you will not like it one bit. Now, if I'm thinking 80-90% of Americans would get behind that and be like, how are we just like looking at it being like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And in this one, I actually feel a little bit for the tech companies because it's very difficult for the tech companies to prevent this.
Almost impossible.
Almost impossible.
Almost impossible to identify. And if you go back to Sam Harris's podcast that we were discussing, which is called The War of Information, I think it's called Information War or War of Information, a recent podcast from the last couple of weeks. They detail how there's essentially just giant groups of people that work for the Russian government that pretend to be people that are involved in Black Lives Matter, pretend to be people that are involved in Texas culture, Southern culture, and they're just sowing seeds of argument and dissent.
And they are laughing their asses off.
Laughing their asses off and making funny memes. Like some of their memes are really hilarious.
But to them, this is the greatest ROI they've ever seen. They didn't even invest, like return on investment.
Oh, okay. You're such an entrepreneur.
YouTuber, man. I don't have a man hanger. I have a normal freaking house. So, they invested not even that much money.
Mm-hmm.
But they found like this underbelly they can just freaking slice into.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've spent, best estimates, like low tens of millions of dollars. And it's caused us how much damage? How much harm?
A real impact.
You couldn't even put a dollar figure on it. So you have to just say, like, look, I get the tech companies are going to try, but they're not going to be able to pull it off. So just, like, go on and just say to, like, the world and say, hey, this is to Russia, but anyone else, same thing. Like, if you tamper with our democracy, we're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. And if we're not quite sure, we're still going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. Like, I don't need like 100% certainty on this. I need like a legal standard. I need like 80-85%. And the American people would be like, about time, because if we can't trust ourselves or each other or what we're seeing, and this is before deepfakes and the rest of it starts hitting. If you're actually going to believe in democracy, then you have to start protecting our information as fast as possible. And you also, in my mind, have to start. And this is a local issue, but I'm in New Hampshire and Iowa talking about this stuff. Their local newspapers are all dying. It's like thousands of local papers just winking out of existence because they used to rely on classified ads. There are no classified ads anymore. It's all Craigslist, and so they all die. And if you believe in democracy, how the heck can anyone vote on anything if they have no idea what's going on?
Get rid of them.
So there are a lot of interrelated issues. I mean, one thing I'm saying is like, look, we had a happy time where local newspapers were supported by classified ads. It's over now. But we're still a democracy. You still need some information to vote. So we need to try and find new ways for you to get quality information. Like just throwing our hands up and being like, yes, the Russians are gonna, like just misinform us with bots, and I guess all the local newspapers are gonna die. Like you said, like these are problems, and we have to start solving them. If you still believe that democracy is the best form of government, and that's what we're gonna carry forward with, which you obviously have to believe. Like you have to go with that as your model. And so it's all interrelated, but we have to start thinking much bigger about what we can get done, because things are slipping away. Things are trending in a terrible direction.
Andrew, good luck to you. You're a good man. I wish you well. Thank you for being here. I think your message is excellent, and I hope you really make an impact.
Thank you, Joe. Really appreciate it, man.
President Yang.
Man, if I win, you can do a special JRE from the White House, and that would be a blast.
Let's do it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, man.
Fighting stone giants.
Those guys doing fine.
I got a plan. If you give me some green cashew juice, I'll help you take them all out.
Very strange. 5, 4. We'll talk about it. 3, 2. Yes, and we're live. Hello.
Hey, Joe.
Welcome. Thank you.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Sam Harris sends his regards.
Yeah, Sam's a beautiful man.
He is. I love that guy. And he's one of the reasons why you're here. So, universal basic income. This is what this is all about.
Yes. Yeah, that's what my campaign for president is all about.
That's an interesting
bloody traitor.
Focus of a campaign, and very unusual. And 4 years ago, you never even thought. Very strange.
How dare you!
And we're live, ladies and gentlemen. YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, listeners to YouTube, unless you have some non-binary handle, it's a new world. Please introduce yourself.
Sure. So I'm Dr. Mike Hart, originally from St. John's, Newfoundland. Now I'm residing in London, Ontario. I'm a family doctor, and I've been practicing Chinese medicine for just over 5 years.
My name is Alex Berenson. I used to be a New York Times reporter, spy novelist, and most recently I wrote children, marijuana, mental illness, and violence, which came out last month, and it's a non-endorsement to the cannabis advocacy campaign.
They attack you mercilessly?
Yeah, and that's okay. I've also heard from a lot of parents, some of the parents who really their family problems in the last couple of years.
I suspect my real thoughts here, before we even get started, is that we're going to find that the truth is somewhere in the middle here. I don't think marijuana is 100% safe, honestly, for everybody. I really don't. I know too many people that have had experiences where they took too much, particularly edibles, and I don't want to say I know anybody who had psychotic breaks, but I know some people that freaked out for weeks. In fact, we just had a comedian here from Brazil a couple days ago, Rafi Bastos, who said he took a couple of hits of a vape pen. He was high for 14 days. Went to a psychiatrist, and he's a big guy. He's like 6'5", 6'6", and they told him to keep taking it because he's like, you're so big, just keep smoking. And so he doesn't smoke, so he just kept hitting his vape pen. He said, I was high for fucking 2 weeks.
Yeah, so you need to do it properly, right? It
Yes.
needs to be held to the same standard as any other medicine. So
Yeah.
we need to identify that there's risks and there's benefits to it.
Yes.
Right? And some people are definitely, going to be more susceptible to those risks.
Yeah.
And we need to kind of, tease out those people and make sure that those people, don't put themselves at risk.
Yeah, I think so as well. And this is one of the reasons why I want to state this, because I'm a well-known marijuana advocate. But I believe absolutely there are great benefits to it. I think there's great benefits in terms of relieving pressure, ocular pressure for people that have glaucoma, people with AIDS who are on medication, people with cancer that are going through chemotherapy find great benefit in terms of helping them. And then there's also some people with autism. I know people that their children have autism and they give them small amounts of edible marijuana and stop seizures. It's incredibly beneficial in the form of CBD for a lot of different ailments. But I think with all things, and this is a stance that I've kind of like really come to accept over the last few years, with all things that affect the mind, they affect everyone slightly differently.
Absolutely. Yeah. Alex, you want to say something?
No. Well, first of all, I suspect, there were people who said, don't go on with Joe. He's just going to, he's going to try to eat you alive. And especially it'll be 2-on-1. I told them the truth. First of all, I'll go on with anybody, and I'm glad you had me on, or you're having me on, because, Bill Maher, he won't have me on. He's afraid to talk to me about this.
Why? What did he say?
Well, he told his people told the Simon & Schuster PR people, we just don't want to have him on. And NPR had a national NPR show had an interview scheduled with me, an hour-long segment, and they canceled it. They said we don't believe in the conclusions of the book. Okay, you don't believe in the conclusions of the book? Have me on. Ask me anything.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm so happy that you're not afraid to have me on, that we can have a conversation, Come at me with any question you want about the science. I'll say right off the top, I don't think marijuana is medicine. It has a few medical uses that have been, CBD has been shown to reduce seizures in kids. That's great. THC has been shown to reduce the nausea associated with chemotherapy. That's nice. But for the most part, people use THC and cannabis as recreational intoxicants. They use them to get high the same way they use alcohol, the same way they use other drugs. And the sooner we accept that reality, the better off we'll all be. That this is a drug and it has risks and benefits. And the risks and benefits are different than alcohol. They're different than other drugs. But I don't think if you look sort of on a population level basis, they're less than alcohol. I don't think you can even say that.
I really strongly disagree with that. And I mean, you just have to look at the death rate, right? More people die from alcohol than, almost all drugs combined. But when we're looking at cannabis, there's 0 deaths attributed to the use of cannabis itself. Sure, you could say, someone could use cannabis and jump off a cliff or something like that. But we're talking about the lethal dose. You cannot die from cannabis. And just based upon that alone, it makes it much, much safer than alcohol.
Yeah,
So
how
in
could you say that if that is the case?
So that's a really good question. The normal number that's used for U.S. deaths from alcohol is about 90,000. Now, about 30 to 40,000 of those deaths are deaths from the physical effects of alcohol, right? Essentially liver damage. Either chronic liver damage, you get cirrhosis, you die. In some cases, you can drink so much that you kill yourself in a night. So that's about 30 to 40,000 deaths. The other deaths are generally associated with alcohol, meaning somebody drank. Exactly. Violence, suicide, car accidents. And all those numbers are basically based on studies from the 90s and before, where people looked at traffic accidents and there were a certain number of those accidents where people had a blood alcohol content of higher than 0.1. They said, okay, that's an alcohol-associated death. That's a fine way to count as far as I'm concerned. Nobody has ever done that count for cannabis, and I can tell you based on the tox screens that I've seen from Colorado, where people had cannabis in their blood and committed suicide. People had cannabis in their, or I should say THC in their blood, and got into fatal confrontations with police officers.
if and when we do this number for cannabis, which we need to do as soon as possible, the number's going to be a lot higher than 0. I suspect it will be in the 10 to 20,000 range. We won't know till we actually do it.
Okay, but let's eliminate. Let's go even over the alcohol. Let's eliminate all things like violence, and let's eliminate suicide, and let's assume those people would have committed violence and committed suicide without it. You're still looking at a giant number of people who drink themselves to death.
Yes.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of people every year versus 0 with marijuana. And you're aware, I'm sure, that correlation does not equal causation, and that especially in a place like Colorado, where you're dealing with cannabis, something that stays in the system for many, many weeks, if you're testing people and they test positive for marijuana and they wind up committing suicide or they wind up committing violence, they don't even necessarily have to have been under the influence of it.
Well, as you know, when you test the blood, you can test both the active metabolite and the inactive metabolite of THC. So the test, when you do a blood test on somebody who's committed suicide, it's sophisticated enough to tease that out. So there's a lot of people who have the active metabolite in their blood. I agree. Alcohol is a physically toxic substance. Cannabis is a neurotoxin for a lot of people.
But in addition to the deaths, there's also just the morbidity that's associated with alcohol. I mean, it ruins people's lives. It ruins marriages. It leads to weight gain. It leads to a lot of metabolic disturbances.
I think you could say that for some people with marijuana too. I think you could say some people, especially weight gain, that some people smoke a lot of pot and they get lazy and they start eating Cheetos all day. And you could also say that with some people, the wake and bakers that, seem to be wasting their lives away. And that's like the stereotypical negative, when you're talking about a negative description of a marijuana user, it's the wake and baker, right? The person who's high all the time. You could absolutely say that could ruin relationships. You could absolutely say that would ruin your job.
You could, but again, too, we're using the term marijuana, and really we should be using THC or high THC when we're saying that.
Okay.
Because, people who use high CBD every day, as we know, or most people listening to this probably know that CBD is non-psychoactive. It does not get you high. So,
super beneficial.
That can be extremely beneficial for, a variety of different disorders that people have.
Yeah.
So, we really need to be careful about using cannabis versus using, THC, because it's really the THC that can do that. And to your point, but you say like THC can cause the munchies, and of course that's not good for someone who doesn't want to gain weight. And just so people know, the way that it does do that is when THC attaches to the CB1 receptor, you get an increase in a hormone called ghrelin, and ghrelin can actually induce hunger, and that's why people get the munchies. But that is not necessarily a bad thing if you're someone who has cancer, or if you're someone who's wasting away from a terrible illness. So sometimes having the munchies is definitely a good thing. And I know a lot of people have said to me it's not available, so you should probably not talk about it as much, but there is another cannabinoid called THCV. So there's over 100 cannabinoids in cannabis. THC and CBD are only 2 of them. Those are the main ones that people know about. So THCV has been shown to actually reduce appetite. So if we can get that out there in the market, like we have with CBD, then we can almost eliminate or potentially substantially reduce the problem that people have with THC by using it with THCV.
Doctor, I have a question for you. When people come into your practice, do they want high CBD products, or do they want to get intoxicated?
No, absolutely.
Well, in Canada, it's fully legal.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, so it's like if they don't need to go to him to get intoxicated.
Right. So you're seeing a population that is genuinely interested in the health benefits.
Absolutely, because I'm glad that that's legalized in Canada, because it does make my job a little bit easier. Because like basically everyone who's coming to me now, I know that they want to use it medically, because if they want to use it recreationally, they just go to the store, right? Because it's kind of a pain to, get in to see me, come in and have the discussion, all that type of stuff. So, the people who see me now, they're all using it medically. And then, to answer your question though, Alex, almost all my patients, as soon as they come in, they say, I don't want to get high. I don't want to get high. Like, that's almost what everyone says. So, I think the word is out there that, CBD is non-psychoactive and it doesn't get you high. And I think that a lot of people are really interested in that compound. And, if the people didn't have the success that they've had over the past few years, it wouldn't be as popular similar as it is. So, I think that, we do need to look at the scientific evidence, but we do need to listen to others. And the anecdotal evidence is, something that we should consider because it is so strong.
Alex, let me ask you this. Why don't you consider it medicine when it has proven medical benefits?
Well, it obviously can be medicine for these narrow things that the FDA has approved it for. But as you know, I'm sure, when people talk about it as medicine, when the ballot initiatives that have gotten it approved as medicine have really essentially deceived voters about the process, right? So you go to a pot doctor, you get an authorization. That authorization essentially enables you to buy as much cannabis as you want for the next year. Most of the time, in reality, these doctors are not giving you a real medical examination. They're saying to you, hey, do you have pain? Do you have anxiety? Here's your authorization.
I don't think you should speak for every single doctor.
No, not
because
every. No.
We don't do that at my clinic, and I know that a lot of the clinics in Canada, anyway, we definitely do not do that. And we provide a lot of education at my clinic, and there's other clinics in Canada that also provide a lot of education.
And I imagine there's a spectrum, but in the U.S. this was and I spoke to advocates for my book. I spoke to Rob Campia, who ran the Marijuana Policy Project for a long time for the book, and he acknowledged, advocates knew that this was a backdoor route to legalization in the U.S.
Yeah, I used to joke around about it.
Yeah.
My doctor said, why do you eat pot? I said, I get headaches. He said, when do you get headaches? I said, whenever I think about the fact that pot's illegal. And so he wrote me a prescription.
I mean, let's be honest about it. I'm not, look, I say in the book at the end, I don't think this substance should be legal. I favor decriminalization. We're sort of jumping ahead here. But if it's going to be legal, I'd rather have it be legal for recreational use. I'd rather that we don't pretend that THC high cannabis is a medicine, and I'd rather separate out doctors like Dr.
THC is a medicine,
but why are you saying don't pretend? Because there's many medicines that have horrific side effects.
Sure.
The medicine THC in regards to children's autism is pretty significant and well documented. Epilepsy, autism, those are two huge things that happen with children that they've been shown to severely mitigate with edible marijuana.
So I have to push back on you a little bit. CBD has been shown to reduce seizures in children with epilepsy. It's FDA approved for that.
May be anecdotal, but I have a good friend who has a child who he uses it on, and he showed it. I mean, it's been a game changer.
Yeah, I mean, let me interrupt for a sec. So, like, I had a patient 4 or 5 years ago, and she was 20 years old. She couldn't drive a car because she had seizures, right? So you can imagine being 20 years old, not being able to drive a car, all your friends are driving around. So she uses a little bit of CBD, not even every day. She's never had a seizure since, and now she's able to drive her car.
But this is, we're talking about CBD, he's talking about THC.
So you're talking about a case,
okay?
And I'm not saying that your friend's situation didn't happen. I'm not saying it's not real. What I'm saying is that the reason we have clinical trials is because science, the way you know whether a medicine works or not, whether a chemical compound works, whatever that compound is, the best way to know is you give it to two groups of, you give the real medicine to one group of people and you give a placebo to the other group. And you see the changes in those two groups over time. And you find out whether or not your theory about whether this works on a population level basis is real or not. That is at the core of medical science. And we've basically thrown that rule out for THC.
Well, that's not entirely correct. You do know that there were studies that were run during the Nixon administration that showed the efficacy of marijuana and the safety of it, and those were all squashed. And you also, I'm sure you know, like when we're talking about marijuana, you're talking about something that's federally illegal. It's not something that's easy to run these FDA studies on.
Yes, and I do, and I say at the end of the book, I think we should drop that. I think anybody who's got a legitimate interest in researching either THC or cannabis or any of the compounds for a medical condition, let them run phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials. Let's see if this plant is good for these things.
I think that's a great idea, but still, why are you saying that you don't think it is medicine when all these people find benefit in it?
So do
you think they're getting it from just the CBD, the minimal amount of CBD in marijuana?
No, I think that again there's been a lot of research done on THC and cannabis to see whether or not whether THC is a compound and whether smoked cannabis can treat these conditions. And for the most part, the studies have been negative. There's
negative in what way?
Meaning they haven't shown any actual
Can you cite these studies?
I mentioned them in my book.
Okay, well, what were the conclusions of these studies when you're saying that they're not positive?
That they didn't work, that the drug
didn't work on what?
On cancer, on Alzheimer's disease, on irritable bowel syndrome, on all kinds
So, Alex, I mean, you're throwing a few different things out there, and, I appreciate the fact that we can't be going around, saying things like, cannabis cures cancer, right? But, I, and I've done videos on this even like recently stating that. But if you look at the research, I mean, specifically, if you look at specific cancers, there are studies that have shown that THC and CBD can help. Like, say if we're talking about breast cancer, and I did a video on this recently, if you are HER2 positive and you use THC and CBD, it can, in fact, reduce tumor size and it can reduce tumor growth. Now, if you have...
What is it? I'm sorry, can I interrupt you? What does that mean? What is
it's
it?
It's a subset of breast cancer.
Right. So there's different types of breast cancer, and that's just one subset of breast cancer. So there are other breast cancers which do not express cannabinoid receptors. And, I've seen one study, at least, again, it's only one study, that showed that when they gave THC in that animal model, it actually caused a proliferation of tumors. So it worsened them. So, I do agree with you, Alex, in the fact that, we have to be careful about using, terms like that. But that just doesn't mean that we can't say that cannabis is no good for cancer at all. And I mean, even in the National Academies of Science and Engineering report, they said that cancer was great for chemotherapy-induced nausea and vomiting, right? So, it's definitely a really good, medicine for, a lot of different things. And when we're talking about THC, I said earlier, of course, we need to be careful about THC, but it definitely is still a medicine. And, to your point with regards to, it not being a medicine, say for something like PTSD, I come from it from a clinician's point of view. So I'm not a researcher. So I need to make sure that my patients are getting better. It's very frustrating for me just to say to someone, oh, there's nothing I can do for you. There's nothing I can do for you. So, and I understand that, doing something sometimes is not going to be beneficial just because you're doing something. You have to do something that actually works. But, we do have epidemiological studies, and we have other studies that have shown that, when patients are given cannabis, it can reduce their symptoms of PTSD. There's also another study, I don't use this drug too often, called Nabilone. So Nabilone is just pure THC. Nabilone was shown to reduce nightmares in people who have PTSD. So, it's just saying, just because THC is psychoactive doesn't mean that it's not a medicine. And just to keep on the topic of PTSD, in addition to that, we've identified mechanisms of action. I know there's one study, I think Matt Hill was was one of the authors of that study, and he noted that in people who have PTSD, there's an over 50% decrease in levels of anandamide. So anandamide,
which is the naturally occurring cannabinoid,
which is a naturally occurring endocannabinoid, correct. So you can get that through exercise, which is one excellent way to do it. And that's part of the high that you get after you exercise. But the other way that you can get it is by using cannabis. So when THC attaches to those CB1 receptors, you can get a release of anandamide. And cannabidiol can actually increase anandamide by another mechanism of action as well. So, there's different ways where we can, raise a level of deficiency. So, to me as a clinician, if I have someone who is not doing very well, they've been on a bunch of different medications, I've identified that, they have PTSD, we have a mechanism of action, we have studies, and then again too, don't discount my clinical experience, right? I've been working for over 5 years, just with cannabis. I mean, I do other medicines, I prescribe other medicines as well, but I've been doing cannabis medicine for over 5 years. And, there's a lot that I've learned, right? So as much as I've learned, through reading studies and through going to conferences and things like that, for sure, the best resource as a clinician is to learn from your patients and to hear what your patients tell me. And, the things that my patients tell me is that THC is really effective for the sleep at night. And a lot of my patients, especially my veteran patients, have done really, really well with that. And just one further point too, there was, I know it was in 2015, I believe it was, there was a meta-analysis done, I can pull it up if we need to, that indicated that a lot of the medicines that are being used now for PTSD are just simply ineffective. And the other thing too is that there's never been a medicine made specifically for PTSD. So all the medicines that people are using are for anxiety, or they're for depression, or they're for insomnia, or they're for something else. But when we look at like a study that says people with PTSD have a lower level of anandamide, and then if you can increase that level of anandamide, that's a good way to treat someone. It doesn't matter whether it's a vitamin, whether it's a hormone. As long as you are correcting a deficiency, you're generally going to get excellent clinical results.
So let me sort of try to frame this a different way. Alcohol reduces blood pressure. Okay, alcohol generally tends to reduce cardiovascular events for people. And during Prohibition, you could actually get a doctor's note for alcohol as a medicine. But alcohol is not a medicine. Okay, it's a recreational intoxicant. It has some positive biological qualities and some negative biological qualities. And, there was an argument, I think, 10 to 20 years ago, should we recommend that people drink moderately, 1 to 2 drinks a day? And I think for the most part, the medical profession has come down on the side saying, let's not do that. There's too many non-cardiac negative side effects with alcohol.
Just on that note though, Alex, in Canada right now, I know the safe alcohol drinking guidelines are 14 drinks a week for men and 9 drinks a week for women. So, so basically two a day for men, 1.5 for women.
Right, so you're saying, okay, like we don't see huge negative consequences at that level. Okay, that's fine. Like that's a totally reasonable way to think about alcohol. But what we're not saying to people is this is a medicine. And I think that's where the confusion around, really around high THC cannabis lies. And again, I don't mean to say that your friend's child is not benefiting. If you say he or she's benefiting, I believe you. What I'm saying is that that's not good enough for science. We need randomized controlled trials. And when those trials have been done, and a lot of them have been done, Joe, a lot of them have been done, they've almost unequivocally shown that cannabis doesn't work as a medicine. The only actual place where, beyond these sort of very limited conditions like chemotherapy-associated nausea, which obviously is terrible for people who have it, but isn't that common, fortunately, cannabis has been shown to work as a pain reliever, right? Probably for the same reasons that alcohol works as a pain reliever. It sort of dulls your awareness of your pain. But even in that study, or even in those studies, they're mostly done against placebo, not against opioids or against NSAIDs like ibuprofen. And there was a very big study for cannabis use in chronic pain over a multi-year period in Australia that came out last year that showed that people who used cannabis had more pain and used more opiates at the end of 4 years than people who didn't. So we're almost arguing about what medicine is.
Yeah, that study though had a lot of flaws in it. And the other thing is that you need to look at someone who is already using cannabis versus someone who is just using opioids. So if someone is just using opioids and they want to come off cannabis, there's multiple...
Come off opiates?
Sorry, come off of opiates with cannabis. Multiple studies have shown that can be effective. And that's not what was done in the Australian study that you're referring to.
Right, it's a more naturalistic approach.
Right, and also too, they didn't have access to medical marijuana during that whole time.
Right, so
those are all self-reported, and they were getting it from recreational sources.
Sure.
They weren't getting it from. That's a big distinction though, Alex. Like they weren't getting it from a doctor who prescribed it to them. This was a self-reported study, and people were getting cannabis that they didn't really know what they were getting. It wasn't. They weren't given any information from a doctor, and that's why it's a medicine, Alex, because you can tell someone, you can tell a patient to take a certain amount of CBD every single day, and when you take a certain amount every single day, it can reduce your symptoms. And sometimes you need to increase that, and sometimes you need to decrease that.
I think we should
do that with all medicines.
We should be really clear about the distinction though between CBD and marijuana. I mean, we're really talking about the psychoactive version of it, and this is where you're saying it's negative.
Yes.
You're not really arguing that CBD
I'm not. And I think, Dr. Hart is talking about, using this as a medicine, certainly using the CBD. He's titrating his patients. He's monitoring them. He's not writing them an authorization and saying, come back in a year when it's up. He's being a physician. And, and I think to the extent that marijuana is medicine, we want people like him.
So you admit it's medicine?
No. I don't admit that.
But you just said that.
I don't think I just said that. I think I said to the extent. I'm trying to meet you halfway, but I'll stop doing that. But, I think you said something else that was really interesting to me, and this came up in the book, too. So you're a clinician. You see sick people. And, it's funny, my wife's a doctor, too. She's a psychiatrist. That's how I sort of got in this. But my wife is a forensic psychiatrist, less than a clinician these days. Her job is to evaluate people, not so much to treat people. Your job is to treat people. You see sick people, you want to help them feel better. And you don't want to tell them there's nothing I can do for you. There's no hope for your pain. There's no hope for your PTSD. You want to help them. And I totally get that. But if you're an epidemiologist or a researcher who's trying to guide the views and the medical practice of hundreds of thousands of doctors, that's not good enough. So you need to step back. And I think this epidemiologist in Britain who I talked to, he said to me, I try not to draw conclusions because so often when I try to draw them, I'm wrong.
Yeah, and we need to be, careful about that, right? And Alex, one thing that was mentioned in your book, was that you often cited the National Academies of Science and Engineering, right? But Ziva Cooper, she's a member of that committee. Sure. I mean, she put out on her Twitter. I mean, you can go to it. It's from January 9th of 2019. She says, in response in the recent New York Times editorial on cannabis, and as a committee member,
which by the way, that came out something that I wrote that came out of the book.
Let me finish.
No, I'm just trying to
finish.
give people context of where it came from.
Right, but this is someone you cited.
No,
right?
I didn't cite her. I cited the.
Okay, you cited the report, and she's a member of that. Okay,
yes.
So she said, in response to the recent New York Times editorial on cannabis, as a committee member on NASM, which is that committee, and cannabinoids report, we did not conclude that cannabis causes schizophrenia. Then the Drug Alliance policy also said the report did not reach that conclusion. So those are pretty two authoritative sources that are saying that in your book you didn't cite the research properly, right? And then also they're saying that you left a lot out, right? They said that they have found an association between marijuana use and improved cognitive outcomes in individuals with psychotic disorders. That's straight from the same report, and you failed to mention that, right? So I think that when we're writing books or when we're giving out information, you want to do it from a balanced approach, and you don't want to just select the small amount of material that's just going to support your study. We want to be truthful here. Joe's show has always been very, very truthful. I mean, Joe said right at the beginning he doesn't think that that cannabis is perfect for everyone, and I don't think that either. And in Canada, we have really strict guidelines to follow. Basically, no one prescribes THC to anyone under the age of 25, and all the conferences and stuff that I go to, we don't really have too many discussions about that. Like, the doctors don't really have any, much of a backlash about that. So
why is the distinction the age of 25? Why they decide that age?
So 25 basically is when your brain, is fully developed. And when you do look at the studies that do show, an association between cannabis and psychosis, it's almost all in adolescence. I think that Alex only has one study in his book that shows an extremely weak correlation between an adult using cannabis and then developing any type of mental illness later. So 25 is a good age, but it's definitely kind of a conservative ish age, but it's something that we follow, and I think that we've done well with that in Canada.
So Alex, why did you leave those conclusions out?
So I need to push back here.
Okay.
So the National Academy of Medicine report was drawn up by a committee of 16 researchers. Ziva Cooper is the one who's publicly said the report said this, but I think that we should have emphasized that it also said this. Okay. What I wrote in that New York Times op-ed, what I wrote in the book, is the plain language of the report. And the plain language is this: cannabis use is associated with a risk of developing schizophrenia and other psychoses. The higher the use, the greater the risk. I may have a word or two wrong in that because I'm doing it from memory, but that's what it said. And by the way, the committee was very clear. They separated depression. They said we don't see as nearly as high risk for depression as psychosis. Even though, by the way, just today, JAMA Psychiatry, the Journal of the American Medical Association Psychiatry, put out a meta-analysis showing that cannabis is associated with depression and suicidal thinking, and actually suicide attempts at a 3.5 to 1 rate. This literally was released today. But to go back, Ziva is one of 16 members of that committee. So if you're going to say that I misquoted the report, which I didn't, I quoted it entirely accurately, you need to say, well, why aren't the other 15 members of that committee saying that I misquoted? Why is one person who works for the Cannabis Research Initiative at UCLA, which takes money from cannabis investors and users, she's the one who said that I misquoted it? Maybe we should ask why the other members of the committee are not speaking out against my book.
Well, I think that she was just one of the 16 members that came out, but you can't really expect all the other members to potentially come out with that as well.
Why not? Why not?
Well, some people will.
If I did something wrong, if I misquoted them.
Well, some people will and some people won't. Some people have, the personality. Some people have the platform. Like, Ziva has a bunch of followers on her Twitter. People know who she is. A lot of people who do research actually are not into social media at all. Like, I don't think you were at all before you had your book, were you?
Yeah. I mean, I was a novelist, right? So I was promoting the book,
so you weren't into social media at all. So, I don't think that most people on that committee are into social media. Ziva just happens to be, and I even spoke to Ziva on the phone about this, and and she said that I don't that she agrees with everything that was in the report, but she doesn't agree with your conclusions. And to
my
go back,
conclusions are quoted from the report.
But you're only quoting the parts that cite that back your opinions. You're not quoting the entire part. Like, you left, why did you leave out the part that said they have found an association between marijuana use and improved cognitive outcomes in individuals with psychotic disorders, right? So you're leaving out that part. So why'd you leave that part out?
If you can find me a psychiatrist who thinks that it's a good idea for somebody with an active psychotic disorder to use
why did you leave out that part?
But why'd you leave out that part?
Well, my book presents, it makes a case, right? It makes a case that this is a big issue that we have not heard about at all, and the reasons that we haven't heard about it have a lot to do with the advocacy community and the way they've presented this data for 25 years. I wrote a book that is trying to break through a lot of noise.
So, but still, to get a balanced approach, did you decide that you were only going to write about things that confirm the belief that you held when you were writing this and what you were trying to push in the title of the book and in the conclusion of the book?
I think that's a really great question. I say in the introduction of the book, this book is not balanced.
Okay.
There's not a lot of evidence in there. If you want to read about how indica and sativa strains are different, and you're not going to read that in this book. But I also want to say this. I didn't come at this, and I say this in the introduction of the book too, as an anti-cannabis crusader. In fact, when my wife said to me, as she said to me over and over again in 2014 and 15 and 16, these are the cases that I'm seeing. These are the terrible things that people are doing after cannabis use. I sort of said to her, first of all, why do I always have to hear about this at the dinner table? Mm-hmm. But more importantly, why is it that maybe these people were using other drugs? Maybe you're seeing a slice of the population that's not representative. Why is it that I should believe this? This sounds like reefer madness to me. And ultimately, my wife, who's the one who went to, she actually, as I was talking to Dr. Hart about this, she grew up in Newfoundland too. She went to the Memorial University of Newfoundland Medical School, and she went to Harvard and Columbia for her postgraduate training. Eventually she got tired of me yapping back at her, and she said, why don't you go read the studies yourself? And it was that led me to write this book, because when I read the studies, I could not believe the strength of the evidence, Joe.
But you're still, even in saying that, you're still seeing positive results that you're excluding.
Again, there's this one sentence. I mean, it's not just one sentence, but there are a few sentences about how it may be that cannabis helps people's positive, it helps cognition in people with psychosis. Maybe, maybe not.
Wouldn't that qualify as medicine?
Not if it's, no, it wouldn't be approved as medicine if it's causing them to have other psychotic episodes.
But if these people have psychotic breaks and it improves cognitive function in people with psychotic breaks,
so
wouldn't that be something that you would prescribe to someone?
No. Again, you need to think about how the FDA is looking at medicine.
No, I understand the FDA's position.
Sure.
But I mean, looking at it as medicine, I mean, if we could prove this through studies and through some sort of clinical trials.
If it is improving your IQ 2 points on a test, and I'm
Is
not
that
saying
all
it
it
is. I'm not. I think we'd have to look it up.
I'd have to look at that. I'm not sure what the exact outcomes are.
But at the same time, it's making you floridly.
nap.
Right. No, it's true. But at the
points.
same time, it's making you floridly psychotic. You're not. That's not medicine.
Well, it's not necessarily at the same time. One of the things that I read about schizophrenia was that people were trying to make a correlation between marijuana use and schizophrenia, but the problem with that correlation, in what I read, and maybe you could help me on this, was that it's the exact same number that you find in the general population. It's essentially 1% of the general population has schizophrenia, which is 1 out of 100 people. And when you have marijuana users, you see it's essentially that same number mirrored. And so they're saying in a small number of people.
True, Joe.
Hold on, but let me get. In a small number of people, what they were saying essentially, in what I read, was that marijuana use was associated with the onset of schizophrenia. They were disputing this in this study because they were saying because the same number is mirrored in the general population. Again, correlation does not equal causation, right?
Dr. Hart, I think you got to tell them that's not true.
So tell me what that means.
So traditionally, yes, when you look up the stats, you'll see that the people who use cannabis versus the people who don't use cannabis have very similar rates. But getting to the exact rates, so in the U.S. they say that the range for schizophrenia is between 0.25 to 0.64%. Globally, they say it's 0.33 to 0.75%. So, right there, it's apparently lower in the U.S. And the U.S. has the highest percentage of cannabis consumption in the world. And the U.S. also has a lot of people that are using high potency THC. So, I think that we really need to be careful about throwing out stats like that, because when you do look at the stats that we have, it shows that even though there's a lot of cannabis use in the United States, schizophrenia rates have remained the same.
So I have to push back really hard on this. This is one of the great myths of legalization.
Okay.
No one knows what the schizophrenia or psychosis rate is in the U.S.
Right,
okay?
because a lot of people aren't treated.
People aren't treated. People get different diagnoses at different times.
Mm-hmm.
We have bad health care in this country, and we have a lot of protections around mental health. In fact, in 2017, the National Institutes of Mental Health suddenly changed its estimate for the percentage of people with schizophrenia in the U.S. from 1.1% to 0.3%. They did it with no public notice, and then this researcher said, hey, this is a miracle. They just cured 2 million people with schizophrenia. And then, in response to that, the director of the NIMH said, well, we actually don't know how many people have schizophrenia in the United States. Nobody knows. Nobody knows if the rate is increasing. Nobody knows if it's decreasing. The only countries where they can count noses on this with any accuracy are in Northern Europe, because they have good health care, because they have slightly less protections around sort of individual privacy and mental health privacy. And so they are able to count cases. And in Denmark and Finland, which are the two places where they've actually done this research in the last 20 years, they've shown increasing rates of schizophrenia between about 1995 and about 2010. And that goes side by side with increasing rates of cannabis use in the 90s. So the people who are saying that there's no evidence of population-wide increases in psychosis are just wrong. That's
but isn't
just
it possible
wrong.
that there's other factors?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, environmental factors, there's a bunch of other different things that
let
you
me be
consider.
clear on this. We absolutely don't have the evidence at this point to say that cannabis use in the U.S. is causing a population-level increase in psychosis and schizophrenia, which are, by the way, those are sort of different illnesses, and we can talk about that too. So we don't have the evidence to say there's a definite increase. But what I'm saying is that what you have been told, that there is no increase in schizophrenia or psychosis rates in the U.S., we don't know if that's true or not. We just don't know.
Let me ask you this. There has been proven that there's an increase in marijuana use. Is that correct?
Yes,
correct.
Absolutely.
Yes. When did the increase begin, and what percentage is that increase?
So there was increase in the 90s, an increase in use and in potency. Use sort of bottomed out around 1991, and then there was sort of a flat.
Bottomed out, meaning it hasn't increased since 91 to 2000.
It's gone up about 50% since 92.
Yeah, no,
that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Well, wouldn't you expect a corresponding increase in schizophrenia if there was any sort of correlation?
So hold on, let me walk you through. Okay, it bottomed out in the early 90s.
Okay.
Increased again, increased in the 90s, flattened out between about 2000, 2006, and since then has been going up again, especially in, let's say, the last 3-4 years. And the other thing is that potency in the last 15 years has gone way up. I don't think anybody would dispute that.
Right.
Okay.
Has schizophrenia gone up?
So what I'm saying to you is we don't know. There is evidence. There is now evidence on a population level basis in those other countries that schizophrenia and psychosis has gone up. And there's, for the first time in 2017, there's data showing that serious mental illness, which is not the same as psychosis or schizophrenia, in the U.S. doubled between 2008 and 2017 in people aged 18 to 25. And those are the people who are most likely to be using. So for the first time, there's actually evidence of what you're talking about, which is a population-wide increase. Now, again, I'm not going to say...
Can I get you to clarify it?
Sure.
When you say serious mental health,
So,
what are those?
Serious mental illness, so this was defined... there's a study called the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. It's done every year, covers 70,000 people. Federal government funds it. It's sort of the best data source we have on all this stuff. It showed that, and they're not counting cases either. No, but let me just be as clear as I